when it was Kemet, Black Egypt. It was a Nile Valley civilization. Black Egypt. It wasn't no Mediterranean culture. Like and subscribe. You gon' get tormented for 4 minutes if it's war. When it just said Jessaru got a false door in it. The Nubian flow, that's before Kemet. My Sakim T got rubies and gold, and it's fit for a Kushite king. But what it look like, the green Sahara ring bearer, bring terror to your satellite kingdom, so they do not bother me. Scarification look like wavy line pottery. Kush with the black top pots, a rap top notch, and I could kick it till your laptop stops. I'm like Tahaka, Shabaka, or Pianti, the author's a father. Any cocky, I came down the Nile through the lands of Kush, living a pre-dynastic pharaoh way and marrow way. Kerma, Khartoum, or Simna by the 5th cataract. Now I put the 5th wheel on the Cadillac. So much ride, a white man couldn't battle that though. They had to paddle back. Black Egypt. Black Egypt. Black Egypt. Gotta look and see where the Nile started. Black Egypt. And how it was easier to go downstream than upstream. And which way the river flowed. Don't look at the color, look at the culture. Black Egypt. What you know about Dynasty 00? Roll through with Shimsu, Heru on the standard. Ta-Nehisi, Sudanese G's. Try to test me, I'm an archer from Taseti. The squad ready, so I'm stepping in with the extra thin leopard skin. A tail on the apron with my crown on. You can crack jokes, but I ain't the one to clown on. Hey yo, Egypt was black, and that's a fact. All you little suckers need to step on back. They tried to throw us off, but we kept on track. We started doing research, but you slept on that. And with Kemet, it don't matter what the name mean. If it's a black culture, then that's the same thing. Race science is a lame thing. Ever since Nubian times, I let the chain swing. How the first known in Egypt was Taseti, but Taseti was Taseti already. Yep, it meant the land of the bow, and when Egyptians needed archers, this is where they would go to recruit them. I got arrows and I shoot them. Who them fake pharaohs? I uproot them and use Black Egypt. 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 Hey, what's up, what's up? I just realized something, y'all. Like, it's 2023 and classes are changing. This is a classroom, but please believe, ever since COVID, when they went online and they qualified online learning, well, we can do that ourselves, right? So let's go. All right, hold on. Let me see. Here we go. I'm a rock squad up, Magi archers in the building. Please believe. Oh shit. If you ain't Sinetta, no time for that interview, dog. I put my shit out for niggas, I don't send it to blogs. Plan kill off the Buddha, not being discreet. One puff, this big pops and projectiles. Between the sheets. Sun run, cold game, bring your cleats. The best flow blow, Eskimo, penguin feet. Don't need no blunt to burn. You run the turf with 10 niggas on the block. That's a punt return. Ayo, Dolomite prototype soldier with the solar light. Say, baby, hold it like he hold a mic. Golden ice pendants. Sipping on that overpriced poltergeist spirits. Ripping at the open mic, quote the nice lyrics like Mama moved mean overnight, golden motorbike holding on some Tron shit. That nice neon kit is on it. The king's libation with exotic liqueur. The queen's vibration like a Sada Shakur. Sada Shakur. Imported foreign threads, they ain't got at the store. Nubian Kush. Black top pottery jaws, 39% THC, the quality pure. Old rappers try to spit, ain't hot as before. It's like I'm 5 flights above, bust the shots at the floor. Cats switch up their style when they ain't got it no more, cause they gotta keep their product in stores to feed their kids. See what that weed did? Your yes man agreeing on everything we said. I smell the mic like it's the love of my life. Don't get sliced and beat with the butt of the knife. Brother polite, I say I'm animalistic, cause I still be in the hood with my hand on my pistol. The Hebrews think I'm cannibalistic, E5 divination, channel the mystic, audio visionary. Let's play poetical Pictionary, picture me burning down your missionary. Yeah, then I send you religion. That red dot on your head, that's Hindu tradition. Invisible, independent, intrinsic shit. I'll bring it all to an end with indivisible gains. Charles Xavier, getting your brain. Mental anguish or manifesting physical pain. Wizard remains to dance in the chemical rain. Breathe slow, then I'm up out of this physical plane. Got military machinery that exercise weaponized greenery. Shine at a jeopardize the scenery, son. Bruh, the beam 10 times your distance. Inclines convention. Stop rising with no trend line resistance. The parabolic breakout. I'm F-16 with the aeronautic fake out.
God killer, the God killer, the God killer, the God killer. It's the God killer, the God killer.
That's who it is.
The God killer, the God killer. It's the God killer, the God killer, the God killer, the God killer. It's the God killer, the God killer, the God killer, the God killer.
Black African power. Y'all know how we do. Now,
Yeah.
I don't know you. Hold on. What's
During
up?
Toyota's
Man,
4th
what
of
they
July
doing?
sales event.
They be doing too much. What's up? Peace to the people. How's everyone this morning? Shout out to the people. I see we got 2,500 in the building. Why don't y'all say what's up in the chat so I can say what's up? Why don't y'all like the video? Help it get out to more people. That'll be cool. We got some time. We got some hours. Don't even trip. We'll get a nice build. Get you through your work day. While we learning. You know what? We should be like master learners, man. God, I ain't no master teacher. Don't ever go there with me. I'm just a normal citizen. Because master teachers in the black community just be normal scholars in academia. Like you could just know some normal stuff that other people know. And amongst us, you like a master teacher. I ain't that. Never been that. I always aspire. I mean, I get motivated and by men with knowledge. Like when y'all come on and y'all knowledgeable, y'all motivate me. And I want to be amongst knowledgeable people, but I ain't really tripping though. So where we at? I ain't even rushing into it either. Trick that. Kick back and kick it. Let some more people roll in while we kicking it, getting it right. That God killer was blapping. Oh, somebody asked that crazy cuz. I guess I gotta put that crazy cuz song up so that people couldn't mess with that song. What? I got a good document for us to go over and dive into today, but it's kind of long, so I ain't about to, when I get to start going in, I'm going to have to be there for a minute. So we chilling. What y'all think about this weekend in the conscious community? Somebody need to start doing the recap show. One of y'all just do a recap show. That'll be like, all right, Monday, Sonetta had this person on and this happened. Tuesday, this happened. Recap the conscious community. You're going to get some views. I'll watch it. You know what I'm saying? Oh, yeah, we got to keep our plugs up. Let me see. I'm waiting for my merch to get here. I can't wait. Fly, fly, fly. I can't wait till this get here. Everybody gonna be mad when I'm rocking that. I can't wait to go. I'm going every place. I might even go to the museum with this hoodie on just for the fun of it. Go see her watch with this hoodie on. And don't even say nothing, just have on the hoodie. For real. That's what I'm on. But I ain't ready all the way. Hold up. Let me see. Y'all wanna get that Black Egypt hoodie at madjai.shop. Y'all know what that is. But what was I on real quick? Because I'm buying my time right now, so started the show, but I'm just like, let me finish to handle some business. So look, what the weak Marcus Garvey song? My weak Marcus Garvey freestyle. All right, let's listen to it. I mean, you know, when you say something light, you just was like how you just is like being an artist. I don't judge myself like that. But sometimes I might toss something out for free and not sell it because it ain't commercial. It ain't commercial. You feel me? It's just not. It ain't. It's just for you to listen to. So everybody was rapping about drug dealers and shit. So I said, why don't nobody rap about no dang prominent black man? So I did my Garvey freestyle back in the day. Let's listen to it. Let's see what happened if we try to listen to it. I'm just buying my time, so you know. But they ain't gonna let me listen to it. I forgot how to listen to stuff.
And get low 3.
What's going on? Oh, they want me to go through a commercial. I ain't messing with them. Do. Yeah, that hoodie gonna have them. They gonna hurt. Their feelings gonna be hurt. I'm making a lot of those though, cause I'm waiting on my Black Egypt hoodie. Oh my gosh, you made that up, bro. I can't wait to be sitting at the debate and just standing in the crowd with, with that hoodie on in a 3X. You made that up, bro. With that Magi representing on the back, banging. All right, so we're going to listen to that weak Garvey freestyle. It's still cool, though. But it's just, you know how I be feeling. What's going on over here?
With the solar light, saber and hold it, archers in the building.
They tripping. I said Garvey.
Wireless headphones. That'll be $200.
I'm going to stop putting my thing on. Also, we're going to talk about Asar's presentation, Bobby's presentation. And we'll get into it, though. But I ain't tripping. Letting this commercial play on silent, look.
Every hero needs.
See, that's how you do that. You don't get no free ads on my page, bro. All right, yeah, Marcus Garvey. Let's listen to it.
These is open till midnight or later.
Are they gonna give me 2 commercials? Wow. They getting the money off that commercials. Don't even sleep off that. That's the whole chill. You know what? I'm so happy I'm not just a rapper on the internet talking about current events and shit. We be teaching. I be looking at them shows like, I don't want to listen to you, partner. Shut up. All right, here we go.
Wherever you go throughout the world, the black man is discarded, is ostracized, is relegated to the lowest in things, social, political, and economical. This therefore suggests a problem and one that must be solved. We in this section of the world are not entirely free from this unkind, unsympathetic, and uncharitable behavior of the groups or races around us. But since man has been placed on his own responsibility, whether he be black, white, or yellow, he must act on his own account. We will not unduly whine or complain, but reason among ourselves and see what can be done to remedy this state of affairs. Life is a conflict. You have to fight your way through it whether you will it or not. Those of us who are able to fight most stubbornly live, accomplish most, and to them
Feel like Marcus Garvey, big black man in boots, about to park this Harley. I'm about to start this army, all black, the darkest army. I feel like Marcus Garvey. I'm Marcus Garvey. My man Kool-Aid used to tell me, yeah, you Marcus Garvey. They threw the darkness on me. Hey, I'm talking to my people. You are not a Negro, you're Igbo, you're African. Let me speak on the behalf of them. It's like I'm Garvey. I'm global too, Garveyite, no noble truth, no disrespect, it is what it is. I'm I'm a Garveyite. I live what I live. It's like I'm Marcus Garvey. I'm Marcus Garvey. I'm Marcus Garvey. You buying cars, I'm buying boats. Trying to take my people back to the Gold Coast. Imported bottles from the Port of Lagos. It's for the models, but it's African commerce.
Imported bottles from the Port of Lagos. Huh? Imported bottles from the Port of Lagos. Imported bottles from the Port of Lagos. Yeah. Yeah.
My people must know. My people must go back. Must go back home.
Go back home at least once? Okay, that's right.
My people must go. My people must go back.
Go back home at least once, man. At least once.
If you in my way, it's you and I, ayy. Look, we gon' do this my way. It's like a Marcus Garvey. Stand off with a clan bar. Like hands off, that's Marcus Garvey.
Give you a true knowledge of yourself and life, so that the same glory and success attained by other men who understand themselves may be yours.
I came to the States from Jamaica. My daddy was a mason with a stake on acres.
Stone
But
Mason.
I'm out, I gotta bring my people back. It's like a Marcus Garvey.
Man in the full knowledge of himself is a superb and
Marcus
supreme
Garvey.
creature of creation.
Say
When
it.
man becomes
Marcus
possessed with the
Garvey.
knowledge of himself, he becomes master of his environment,
Marcus
the
Garvey.
captain of his own ship, the director of his own destiny.
Marcus Garvey.
Man should understand himself because man is full of knowledge, and this knowledge is a gift of nature.
See him on the block, they be prepared to dump. Everybody scared of Trump. I feel like Marcus Garvey. I'm Marcus Garvey. See him on the block, they be prepared to dump. Everybody scared of Trump. Feel like Marcus Garvey. I'm Marcus Garvey. My people must know.
That's just stuff I be putting on SoundCloud, just having fun. All right, let me see. Shout out to y'all. See some people in the building. I'm about to try to pull up this document. Let me see. So we want to talk first is pitfalls in the concepts around Nubia. British Museum publication on Egypt and the Sudan, the Fourth Cataract and beyond. Proceedings of the 12th International Conference for Nubian Studies. All right. Shout out to y'all saying that was fire. You could hear those songs on Hieroglyphic SoundCloud. All kind of underground, cool little stuff. All right, let's see. It's a very long document, but I got this one article for us to go over. Pitfall concepts in the round of Nubia, Tasseti, Nahesi, Mijab, Maga, and Punt. Introducing the Maga today. Okay. Another African tribe. They actually eluded me a little bit. I think we came across them in one of our translations and didn't translate that right. That's a people from a location, Maga. We're about to learn. You know how we do over here. Oh, hold on, man. Because somebody needed to have this theme song last night. Hold on. Who needed this theme song? Hold on. Oh, I know they're going to hit my page, but I don't even care. They ain't going to go that hard, is they? Golly. Yeah, they might get mad. But this music, so they just gonna get their money. They're not gonna be like, let me see. All I know is when Woo! This all I know. No, that ain't what I know. They messed that up. That's the full album. This all I know right here. Now check it out, y'all. Check it out, y'all. When you do your presentation, you... Hold on. I gotta get to the part, man. I'm not stupid. There we go. When they doing their presentation, just say jam on it. You go like this when they doing their presentation. Everybody, come on. Come on. Everybody say wiki, 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 wiki. Wiki, 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 wiki. Wiki, 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 wiki. Yeah. There we go. Nice presentation. Everybody say, come on now. Blood. We gotta bring that back. When they rocking out and they think they going in, everybody say, come on, y'all. That's right. Woo! I risked a copyright strike for that one because that's hella funny. Oh my gosh. Whoa. That's why it's hard to fuck with the rock. Cause oh boy, you gonna have you rolling. My dude. Wiki, 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 wiki. Jam on it. So when I type jam on it in the chat, y'all already know what it is. Now I have a lot of fun in the chat. I just be playing it. I just instigate and troll and just make sure. If you halfway off, I'ma say you 100% off. You know, like you gotta get your game right. This information we disseminate. Whew. I can't stop laughing. Well, all right, here we go. Pitfall concepts in the round of Nubia. Tassetti, Nahesi, Mijah, Maga, and Punt revisited. I guess I'm gonna get my readership on. Jam on it popped all in my head. Let me see. That's how my head worked though. I got the song for whatever you're doing. Cause I know music hella good. I'll whip out that song right for what you're doing. All right, let's get our readership up. Territorial and ethnic designations are seldom clearly defined in ancient sources. Hence, modern scholars resort to conventional translations. However insidious, they foster long-lasting theories and uncritical data. I need to trace this so I can keep up with it. And uncritical data that can seriously flaw historical construction. Oh, construing, excuse me. Hold on. Get my stuff right. All right, here we go. Too often, history anticipates and justifies geography, whereas a correct approach requires the opposite. I want to go slow with some of this. Because stuff like that, where they say too often history anticipates and justifies geography, whereas a correct approach requires the opposite. It says, where did events happen in the first question, is the first question to elucidate, so as to grasp their basic context and to give us a chance to understand what triggered them. Geography is the open sesame to history. Herein are stressed pitfalls resulting from the amalgamating translations of Nubia and Nubians for places and people that are not necessarily so. And now keep that in mind, for places and people that are not necessarily so, and that have fostered circular reasoning hampering our understanding. Nubia, an amalgamated translation for places and people that are not necessarily so. Can we understand that? That's easy. So that's what they're going to get it in on. Hold up. Mm-hmm. All right, let me see. It's on the screen. All right. At the Warsaw Conference, Claude Riley defined the area covered by and the history of the term Nubia and Nubians. They refer to Middle Nile Valley populations called the Noble Greek. Man, your homeboy did a whole. See, we're gonna have some fun today while we learning. Why not? Because I got my pajamas on. I'm chilling with my pajamas on. Chilling with my pajamas on. That's your boy.
What up, YouTube? So, I wanted to do some clarification because people have been fucking up.
So, first of all, be mindful of who clarifies things for you. Because in all actuality, a confused person cannot clarify much. All a confused person can clarify is their misunderstanding.
This phrase and terms for decades. 2 years ago, I tried to correct people, and people are still using this term all out of context. So check it out. Let me give you some clarity, okay? There's what you call the Nile Valley. There's Nile Valley civilization. There's the Nile Valley River. Listen to what I'm saying. Nile Valley.
Hold on. He already got me rolling. Bro, the dude said there's these three categories. This is supposed to be simple. And his last category was the Nile Valley River, y'all. So I'm going to ask y'all then, what is the Nile? The Nile is the river, right? So if you're in the Nile Valley, you are in the valley of the Nile River. So the Nile Valley River is the Nile. This is ridiculous, but it's just so bad. Watch this.
Listen to what I'm saying. Nile Valley civilization, Nile Valley River. You also have terms like river civilizations. Let me clear it all up for you, because people are confusing it and mixing it up.
Now he gonna say so much silly
just for
stuff.
clarity, so you can check them.
But I don't even want to go.
It's
there.
not the Nile Valley.
Yeah, this is. You just have to hear these statements.
It's not, and help enlighten them and educate them. Okay? Sudan is not the Nile Valley. Sudan is not a Nile Valley civilization. Sudan is not even considered a river civilization.
Now, it's just a lot of misunderstanding in that. But I wouldn't say he was all the way wrong on that. He just got a lot of error and misunderstanding in what he be trying to teach. So as we go to the scholarship, we see they refer to Middle Nile Valley populations called Nubia by the Greeks. Like this shit, I don't even know. Maybe I'm just in a league of my own. Or no, I'm playing with kids. I mean, no disrespect. These are grown men. But they're in knowledge, they like infants. Here you seen I gave you the accreditation of this document at the beginning. It's not like this is some clown in a tank top and they pajamas on, got my pajamas on. That's why I said, go lay down. This is the actual work. And they refer to Middle Nile Valley populations called the Nubia. So let's just focus on Middle Nile Valley. Where are the Nubia at? Now let's listen to what he said again. It'd be so easy because people don't be reading though.
Not the Nile Valley. Sudan is not the Nile Valley. Sudan is not a Nile Valley civilization. Sudan is not even considered a river civilization. Listen to me. The Nile Valley, when you hear that, they're talking about Egypt specifically.
Yep, but he don't read no scholastic papers because actually we see that's not true. They refer to Middle Nile Valley populations called Nubia. So when they talk about the Nile Valley, they're not talking about Egypt specifically. Now, at some point, when I do this, people got to understand that it's been it's been refuted. And when you maintain things after everyone can read on the screen how scholars use in this document, the Middle Nile Valley, then you have to that's the appropriate use of the term pseudo. You don't just say people you disagree with is pseudo because you disagree with them. When a person maintains a falsified assertion, they pseudo. Now, I'm pretty sure everyone can see the use of Middle Nile Valley. It's not for Egypt. They refer to Middle Nile Valley populations called the Nubia by Greeks and Meroites, possibly derived from the Egyptian Nub, gold. The name of Nubis or Nubs, Ed Dhaka. All right. Now let's continue reading. Let me see. Make it a little smaller. All right. Now, places and groups named Tasseti. Now listen to this. Places and groups named Tasseti, Nahesi, Mijah or Magi, and Maga are systematically dubbed Nubian ones. Yet nothing substantiates that they did belong to Middle Nile Valley populations. So let's get this clear. First, they showed you the Nubia is down in the Middle Nile Valley, and we know they live in the Sudan. But here, as the old Egyptologists tried to, how do you even know what I'm saying already, bugged out? Sometimes people need to shut up. Straight up. What am I saying? Type in the chat what I'm saying so that people can know that the source is not saying what I'm saying. I'm simply reading the source. I just spent 10 minutes saying that, showing that they use the Middle Nile Valley as terminology for the Sudan. So how could you be typing the source is not saying what you're saying already? So is the source not using the Middle Nile Valley to refer to the Sudan? Because that's all I've said so far. So this is the problem. If you want to be taken seriously as a person who has a contention, you got to wait until I lay out my argument. Because people got to realize we, just like, shout out to whoever contributes to this show if I stream and you show up, and if you maintain a negative stance when I talk about various different topics, and each one of these topics, no matter if it's the word shalom, no matter if it's the use of the R and the L in the switching, no matter if we're talking about retainer sacrifice, if you maintain a negative stance on every single thing I discuss, you think I can take you seriously? I wouldn't do myself like that. I know you're not, and I'm not talking about bugged out. I'm just talking about the people who do that. What I was charging bugged out with was people mount their contentions, and I ain't even got through one page of reading yet. And he already said it's not saying what I'm saying. Read the next paragraph. What are you talking about? So just if for anyone who wants to jump the gun like that, I'll tell you what I'm ultimately saying. That Nubia and Egypt, just like I said in the title, are social constructs. Now, is he not saying that? See? So let's go back and see. Is he saying that? Seems like we didn't understand this opening reading. So he's saying exactly what I'm saying in the title and what I'll continue to say throughout the video. But I allow and I welcome contentions, and then I defend against them and swat them down like Matumbo. So if you're going to have one, at least let it be well qualified. Because I'm just going to sound like I'm condescending when I'm not. But when you have to look down, you just have to look down. There's no way around it. Like you say, oh, you looking down on me? No, you're standing down there. I'm not looking down on you. So again, herein are stressed pitfalls resulting from the amalgamating translations. So when they talk about amalgamating translations here, they're talking about translations that take a bunch of things and group them into one thing. Here they're talking about taking a bunch of people, different tribes, different groups, and different locations, and all calling them Nubia or Nubian. And they did this for places and people that are not necessarily so. All right? I had to go back to reiterate for you, bro, because you might have missed that part. And so that has fostered a circular reasoning hampering our understanding. Understanding of what? Understanding of this area of Africa, I would say. So I'll continue. At the Warsaw Conference, Claude Raleigh defined the area covered by and the history of the term Nubian and Nubians. They refer to Middle Nile Valley populations, all right, called Noba by Greeks. So that's the Warsaw Conference where Claude Riley did that. He said Nubians was the Nubia by Greeks and Meroe. It possibly derived from the Egyptian term Nub, gold, the name Pnups el Daka. All right. Places and groups named Tasseti, Nehesi, Mijah, and Maga are systematically dubbed Nubian ones, yet nothing substantiates that they did belong to Middle Nile Valley populations. So see, they tried to throw them to the south, call them Nubians when they was all through Kemet, as we all tell you. Look, and he gonna tell you right here. So look, these groups often also appear elsewhere, far from Nubia in the Delta and Sinai. See? So we can't jump the gun on what our argument is. Because they try to say they Nehesi, they Nubian, they Negro, they to the south, but the newer work is discrediting that. They showing you, look, we find Seti, Tanesi, Mijah, and we're also going to learn something. Matter of fact, since you're so familiar with this document bugged out, tell us what it tell the people in the chat what it says about Tasseti. While we chill. And we know how long it'll take for you to download and read it. So give us a quick synopsis. Bugged out. Yet nothing substantiates that they did belong to Middle Nile Valley populations. These groups often also appear elsewhere, far from Nubia in the Delta and Sinai. Interpretations of context can seriously be distorted if they are systematically relegated to far south. Again, interpretations of context can seriously be distorted if they are systematically relegated to far south. That Nubia has been largely investigated should not stimulate the idea that all documented provincial evidence occurred south of Aswan. Okay? Each time supposed southern groups appear in sources. I mean, they're talking about Aswan, sorry. Southlands began from Lower Egypt and conscript labor is essentially mobile. Again, Southlands begin south of Lower Egypt. Y'all hear that? Southlands. What's the South? Or who is a Southerner? But he didn't say who was a Southerner. But Southerners live in the Southlands. And Southlands begin south of Lower Egypt. Maybe I need to show them that. Because cats be tripping like this.
No other country? They're not talking about Sudan or Nubia?
You made that up. Look, go get your you made that up hoodie right now. Link in the chat. Hey, so we're going to pull up the wiki map. Wiki. The Nome map of Egypt. So we can hear what the scholars say. So y'all can stop getting jerked by clowns who ain't even getting paid. I'm telling y'all like this, if I was as pseudo as y'all, spitting that nonsense, I would have to be getting paid. I wouldn't just be doing that to myself on YouTube. You gotta break bread. I'm not about to make myself look like no idiot talking about all that stuff y'all be talking about. Trying to defend Arab Egypt. Because y'all hate black people. Because y'all hate yourself. Self-hate. Or some of y'all even say, I ain't even black. Good for y'all. I ain't none of y'all. I'm still in the original tribe. Ain't nothing changing. Shit, I don't know what the fuck y'all talking about. So here go Lower Egypt. Look, it start right here. You see number 1? Do you see number 1? So we can beat the brakes off these clowns. Let me show you so you can get the context of this. Bozos. Y'all be listening to bozos. Sitting there listening to bozos. Wasting your time. You only got one life. How long you gonna listen to bozos? Now, you can see the whole map, right? Now, down here it say Upper Egypt. It's showing you where Upper Egypt started. I had to make it this small to give you some context. Now, you should understand that Upper Egypt ends right here at number 1. See, this number 1 starts Lower Egypt. All right. And so this is, don't be confused by this being the only clear spot on the map that the person could write Lower Egypt. This is Lower Egypt. The Delta. All right. Now check this out. What did the text just say? South lands begin south of Lower Egypt. Again, South lands begin south of Lower Egypt. So where do South lands begin? South of Lower Egypt, right here. This is south. All this down to all of this. Upper Egypt. But let's not be confused. Let's just see. Let's not make any interpolations. Let's just see what the text say. And conscript labor is essentially mobile. Now let me see what's up. Comments on southern events all give the impression that Nubia was the one and only stage for action. Golly, this is how I'll be putting hands. Comments on southern events. Let's think about ancient Egyptian comments on southern events. They give the impression that Nubia, this fake place, was the one and only stage for action, whereas the northeastern desert remained void of any history. And we get that from Nibby. Are we to understand that the frequent and varied mining activities enforced by Egyptians occurred in peace and harmony with local nameless populations living in a toponymic vacuum? Yeah, like they just didn't know how to name where they lived. This is that. So she's probing on the Eurocentrist view that everything was just, if Egyptians didn't name it, then the other people wasn't capable of even giving it a name. And they didn't have a name because they was just a local nameless population living in a toponymic vacuum. So they didn't even know what to call where they lived. Are we to assume that? It says ancient Egypt was only the Nile Valley. Consequently, the wealth of Egyptian inscriptions dotted what? Dotted about the area standing foreign lands, necessarily without names. Man, I'm sorry. I'm gonna have to minimize this to read it thoroughly for you. Again, it says ancient Egyptian was only the Nile Valley. Consequently, the wealth of Egyptian inscriptions dotted about the area stand in foreign lands, necessarily without names. If the Roman period sources do yield some, it would be an illusion to conclude that none existed previously. Many inscriptions near reliable wells and close to natural resting places hark back to the old kingdom Or they hark back to the Old Kingdom, Roth et al., 2008. They are telling landmarks in a much traveled area. So basically, if we ain't getting what he's talking about right now, he's saying it's places all outside of the places that y'all talking about that let us know that these Nubians and these people were in other areas. But he's saying that we got to go mostly off these Roman period sources. I want to go back though when he say ancient Egyptian was only the Nile Valley. Consequently, the wealth of Egyptian inscriptions dotted about this area stand in foreign lands necessarily without names. If the Roman period sources do yield some, it would be an illusion to conclude that none existed previously. All right. Many inscriptions near reliable wells and close to natural resting places hark back to the Old Kingdom. They are telling landmarks in much traveled areas for which a history is desperately wanting. Now let's go in on Tassetti. And they're going to get to breaking down Tassetti. It is taken for granted that Tassetti, the land of the bow, necessarily labels lands south of the first cataract. Now listen, in fact, Tassetti referred originally to the first nome of Upper Egypt between two natural barriers. Now this is what I said. Cats be trying to hate though. Elephantine and Gebel Sicily. Gebel Sicily. Go look those up. I could do it. That's a big area that's going to take us basically a little bit below Thebes to Elephantine. So let's read that again. In fact, Tassetti referred originally stricto sensus to the first nome of Upper Egypt between two natural barriers, Elephantine and Gebel Sicily, the first being its capital. From the Middle Kingdom onward, the name came to span the whole of Upper Egypt. Golly. I mean, darn it. I mean, because I'm going to drop bombs on my own show for my own self. From the Middle Kingdom onwards, the name came to span the whole of Upper Egypt. So the whole of Upper Egypt was this Tassetti. And Nubia within the loose and complex notion depending on the determinative kasut, as we talk about all the time, foreign country or sapat. Now see how they just broke that down? Let me break that down further for us. If we find it with kasat, they talking about outside of Upper Egypt. But if we find it with sapat, they talking about inside of Upper Egypt. See how that works? So I'm going to read it again so we can understand it. From the Middle Kingdom onwards, the name came to span the whole of Upper Egypt, and Nubia within a loose and complex notion depending on the determinative. So it was all of Upper Egypt and Nubia. This is Tassetti, with a loose and complex notion depending on the determinative. So if they wrote Tassetti with the kasut, they talking about down in the areas we call Nubia. And if they wrote it with sapat, they talking about Upper Egypt, the which came to span the whole of Upper Egypt. So y'all see a source right here that all of Upper Egypt was Tassetti. Didn't Dr. Ben say it went all the way up to Aksut? So now we find scholarship that corroborate what our elders told us. You feel me? We find, I mean, didn't Dr. Ben say this? From the Middle Kingdom onwards, the name came to span the whole of Upper Egypt and Nubia within a loose and complex notion depending on the determinative kasut or sapat, nome of agricultural land. All right. It seems that Tasseti underwent semantic extensions, but this was not exclusively southward. Now watch this. This is where it's going to get hands put on. It's about to get crazy. It says, it seemed that Tasseti underwent semantic extensions, but this was not exclusively southward. So what do they mean by that? They expanded the semantic range of what Tasseti meant to them, and stuff in the north started being Tasseti. Y'all understand that, right? It says, it seemed that Tasseti underwent semantic extensions, but this was not exclusively southward. So the semantic extension also went northward. The semantic extension of what Tasseti meant to the ancient Egyptians. At El Khanis, the Madjai chief Iuni claims vice royalty over Kush. Now watch this. However, on his Abydos stela, see, now I'm saying Abydos because I'm in class in school now, and they don't be saying Abydos. They say Abydos. So what I'm going to do, keep saying Abydos. However, on the Abydos stela, but it could be Abydos. On the Abydos stela, he also claims victory over Tasseti. Now look, I keep telling bozos who go on their page and they making dumb slanderous videos just because I taught them that the Nubians ain't real, and that Cushites and the people called Nehas or whatever are different people. Sometimes when you teach people stuff, they don't know how to take it. But here's another primary source to that. Another primary source to that. Hey, why don't you block Shotgun Degu Kemet under his bugged out profile? Go on and do that, somebody. Fuck it. Suckers don't live to live around me. So he don't never get to see my channel again. Whoever a moderator, block that sucker and get him out of here. I don't need pseudo supporters. All right? Thank you. That's how we get down. We slap up cats and we stomp them out. Where I'm from. Like, you not coming in no party talking no shit. You get slapped up and stomped out. Ask somebody, bruh. So this is a YouTube slapping up and stomping out. Block that clown and get him out my chat. That ain't nothing but Shotgun Degu Kemet under a fake name. Now, let's keep it popping. You know, I see through this shit. I see through this shit. So, the Madjai chieftain Iuni claims viceroyalty over Kush. However, on his Abydos stela, he also claims viceroyalty over Tasseti. Sanisut M. Tasseti. So what does this mean? What are the scholars trying to say? They said he claimed viceroyalty over Kush and claimed viceroyalty over Tasseti. So does the Viceroy Hui. He a viceroy over two different spots. He not saying he the viceroy over the same thing two different ways, as the scholars will let you know. You feel me? So does Viceroy Hui II. Sanisut Hori M. Tasseti. All right? Sanisut M. Hori M. Tasseti. So he's the son of the king, and he's the leader, or Hori, what they say, on top. You know, he's like, yeah, the best of Tasseti, who enjoyed the officer of overseer of the southern banks, which is Resi Abid of Tasseti. So what we need to point out here is that this person, the Madjai chieftain Iuni, was the viceroy over Kush and Tasseti. Nubia, as you would call it with the term Tasseti, and Kush further south. If people can't read the screen, I don't know. It's not my fault. So does the Viceroy Hoy, Sanusi Hori Mset, who enjoyed the office of overseer of the Southern Banks. Now, we went over that. Let me get out of them sources. The Ramside Administration Unit, Tassetti. Now, listen to this. The Ramside Administrative Unit, Tassetti, could still be distinguished from that of Kush. What am I making? I just think people can't listen. Tassetti could still be distinguished from that of Kush. Now listen. Uni even mentions two Kush et al. Khanas. Unless a graphic error, it may refer to double offices and administrative units Kush, south of Nubia proper, and Tassetti in the east. So you just got to be an egghead if you're still trying to go against this. Just got to be a egghead hater. Because you can't, if you can't read it for yourself. I'm going to be quiet. You read it. You see Tassetti is in the east right here. You see this? This is the Ramside Administrative Tassetti. How come people can't understand this? Because they want to rock with some old books that told them Nubians was a real thing. And they said Kushites was Nubians and all this stuff. Now, I could tell you this. In my whole entire life, I can have no haters. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, some people try to go against what I'm saying, but I don't even put it out there in a way that they, whatever their contentions are, they don't really want to maintain them viscerally or so viciously. That's how I can see through the conscience of the computer who the suckers is hiding behind fake profiles. It's not hard to see. He might have a chief ex, but he don't hide. And he welcome to pop his neck out, but he ain't gonna do it because my last video Friday and he don't want to pay up. So he gonna be acting like he blocked, but he ain't blocked. Now, these dumb asses who be talking shit need to read documents like this. In the Amethyst Mines of Wadi El Hundi, Mentuhotep IV Stela refers to two Tassetti countries, a northern one and a southern one. Presumed to be the south of Wawat. Yet Middle Kingdom men is fragrance laden when it comes down from what? The small Nehesi. Nah, I gotta make this smaller. When it comes down from Madjai land in Tassetti. Look. So if someone is not clear what the document is illustrating that you calling all this stuff Nubian, and these is all different things. And then you can't even, Tassetti is not even fixed throughout time. Tassetti be moving. So let's go back and read in case we're not catching it. I know it'll be hurting the clowns who be maintaining, who was mad saying that Nubians and Kushites was the same thing. Now they feeling hella stupid. I don't gotta read all of this. Now look. Again, I'm gonna read this again. Unless a graphic error, it may refer to double offices. What does that mean? Y'all know what double offices are? Cushites often held double offices. So this is what people don't understand, and they thought that the Nubian. This is what we don't understand about the Kushite Nubian Kandaki. In the South, we would hold double offices to where the queen may rule one area and the king may rule another. So all this time when we thought it was just them queens, it'd be a king that she was married to all the time that would still be ruling his area. And they would choose who would go out in the battle. So it was Amani Renez who, I think her husband died because he went out first to fight the Romans in about 10 BC, 5 BC. He died and his wife came through and they met the Kandakis. So don't let them fool you like they met the Kandakis and the men was not, it didn't work like that. They had double offices. So this is also the instance we could illustrate with the Harka going to save Jerusalem. Scholars who don't address the double offices of the South don't understand it. Because Taharka wasn't the king of Egypt yet. He was still the king of, now to keep it, he was a king of the southern office. His brother, His Majesty, was the king of the northern office, which would be y'all call Egypt. The southern office we call Cush. Cush is a real name. Egypt is not. Cush was called Cush. Egypt was not called Egypt. So if you don't like black, you shouldn't like Egypt. Because Egypt is just as much as a social construct as black. No one walked around saying, now here goes what's going to bust your head wide open to the white meat show. Nobody walked around ancient Egypt calling themselves Egyptian. Not one person ever. But people, I showed you almost 30 people who called themselves black. Kim is the word they used. See, there's no Egyptian term. If you try to say what's the term for Egypt, you're going to be talking about one building in Memphis. Now, unless it was a graphic error, it may refer to the double office and administrative units, Kush, South and Nubia proper, and Tasseti in the East. Those are double offices. One would rule Kush, the other would rule Tasseti. So they would do this between brothers. They would do this between spouses. In the emissive mind in Wadi El Hada, man, hold on. In the Amethyst Mines of Wadi El Hudi, Mentuhotep the fourth Stella refers to two Tassetis, a northern one and a southern one. Now everybody gonna be going on, after learning this, they're gonna go on acting like they knew this shit. That's why I don't be caring. I know when I'm around clowns and suckers. When cats don't say facts, you brought that out. That's all I do. Like, I'm not about to hate. First of all, I seen the SAR presentation, and all I could do was say this is a good presentation. Like, I don't get it. If y'all think I'm universally adversarial, you got an issue. You might think that when you wrong as fuck, excuse my language. And if you maintain your error, then yeah, you're going to think that every time you see me. But if you're not in error, so think about this. If you're in error, and I want the reprimand of your error to be considered valid, then when you're not in error, I can't greet you with the same disdainful reprimand. As it would be inconsequential or unuseful, you just don't like me type stuff. So that's why I'm like, please, if somebody right, they right. If they wrong, they wrong. But I didn't see nothing that made me say that wasn't a great presentation. Now, I could have been, I don't nitpick though. Overall, he made excellent points. And so, all right, if y'all want me to be like a superhero of hatership, then that ain't me. You know what I'm saying? But anyway, we see two Taseti countries, the north one and the south one, presumed to be the south of Wawat. Yet Middle Kingdom Min, okay, is fragrance laden when it comes down from Taseti, from Mijat land in Taseti. And Min's territory is North Etbayet, whatever that is, east of Upper Egypt. That's Min's territory, okay. East of Upper Egypt, which is more south more. Now, moreover, the Wadi El Hudi stela of Nefer, Sebek-hotep IV, informs us that the amethyst mine was in the country of the Mijah chieftain. Okay? Now we're going to learn the difference between chiefs, rulers, kings, and bosses. When we read Hasat 10 in Maja'u, in Maja'u is the great one of Mijah. He's just like a chief. He ain't got in Maja'u could get up higher and become not really a Nisut. But I mean, if he could call his own self a Nisut, but he could become bigger than the RM Ja'u. He'll be an Emmy the overseer or something. But this is just like a chief. Look, it says erroneously read RM Damu, chief of recruitings, and corrected by Bag to get what we read now, a Magi chieftain. Events occurring in Taseti foreign countries should be placed in Nubia proper only if further information sustains the location. You hear that? Events occurring in I gotta make it big because Cat's gonna be acting like that don't fit your argument. What are you talking about? Events occurring in Taseti foreign country should be placed in Nubia proper only if further information sustains the location. If not, Northern Etba can be the theater of action. Now we got to see what that is. Etbay. So he trying to say if not, then when they say they did something in Taseti, this is where they was at. Is that Egypt? I don't even know what this is going to be. Well, I got to find what his location is. He defined it earlier, but it ain't coming up by that spelling just in Google. It follows that if Taseti is not necessarily Nubia proper, Setiu are not necessarily Nubians. Oh my gosh, how many times we say this? How many times have we been on this though? Because you know what we got? We got these Ainu, they call them Nubians, that tribesmen of the bow, but they logo go right with Heliopolis. Not Heliopolis, Thebes. If you look at the metal netter for Thebes, it got something to do with these bow people. And I kept telling people that's because that's in Nubia. Now let's look at what they're saying here. It follows that if Tasseti is not necessarily Nubia proper, so when we talk about Nubia proper, we talking about outside of Egypt, basically. Now he's saying it follows that if Tasseti is not necessarily Nubia proper, Setiu are not necessarily quote unquote Nubians, and maybe maybe what has been perceived as Nubian history belongs in fact to the history of men's realm. Now that's interesting. But there's more, a lot more. So now let's talk about Nehesi. We always talk about Ta-Nehesi and say this is synonymous with Nubian, but let's look at it. Just handling my business, excuse me, hold up. All right, it says, hold up. Translations and attached comments reinforce the impressions that Nehesi are Nubians. All right, so all this attached commentary that he put right here, it reinforced the impression that Nehesi are Nubians par excellence, all these people. It says, in an overall multi-ethnic way linked to amalgamated concepts of Southerner. So they amalgamated the concepts of what a Southerner is and made it into a person. A people called Nubians. I hope people could extract the proper thing when they read. Look, it says, translating attack comments reinforce the impression that Nehesi are Nubians par excellence in an overall multi-ethnic way linked to amalgamated concepts of Southerners, Puntites, and Negroes. All right. So they're saying that's pseudo. Rather difficult to pin down. These could have occupied the whole of the Eastern Desert. So they like, how is you about to just say all these dudes is in the South when they could have occupied the whole of the Eastern Desert? Their geographical foreign distribution spans from South Sinai to the upper Egyptian deserts. Pacified Nehesi Hotep were employed in the pyramid town of Seneferu at Deshire. So pacified, she's saying Nehesi Hotep. Hetep means at peace. So some Nehesi who were pacified were employed in the pyramid town of Seneferu. They are thought to be Nubian C group stock, yet Nubian artifacts are absent in Dashur. Also, the 4th dynasty execration texts around Khufu's pyramid give Egyptian names to Nehesi people. See how easy this is if we really want to go do the work? We see a lot of what we thought about Nubians and them being separate and them actually even being a thing. These are just southern tribes. And we see here Khufu pyramid giving Egyptian names, excuse me, to Nehesi people long before Nubia fell under Egyptian rule. All right. It says early dynastic occurrences of Tasseti, Ta-Nehesi, and Gold Country have created a confusing melting pot of presumed Nubian natives. Again, early dynastic occurrences of Ta-Seti and Ta-Nehesi and Gold countries have created a confusing melting pot of presumed Nubian natives. And then Gold country were the northern ones. That's what I told you. Let me show you what he's talking about. So, we have presumed that when they was talking about Ta-Seti and Ta-Nehesi and the Gold country, that it gave us a confusing melting pot of presumed Nubian natives, like, oh, these people is coming from Nubia, but although the then Gold countries were the northern ones. What do you mean by that? Well, let me show you. See, this is all making sense. How you gonna be talking about that when the Gold countries, as we pointed out, was Kom Ombo and Nakata? Here go one Gold country. The first known is not way down here where you say Nubian foreigners would be coming from. It's right in Egypt. Kom Ombo number 1, Nubia. That's number 1. What's the other one? Nubwet, Nakata, number 5. All right? So that's what they're talking about. Now let's look what they say. The Gold countries have created confusing melting pot of presumed Nubian natives, though the then Gold countries were the northern ones. Here go the Gold countries in Egypt. And if you want to go north more, so be it, because it'll mess up the argument more. Your argument, they are. Anyone who argues that these was a people when they wasn't separate tribes. Now look at this. 4th dynasty Nehesi land was devastated. 7,000 prisoners and 200,000 livestock were taken away. However, as the Nubian native population was at that time sparse, the picture does not fit. They're saying, how did they take that many people from there when there wasn't that many people there at that time? Now look at this. Now this is going to bust a wig. All right, let me take a pause because their wigs is about to start getting busted right now. And so let me take this off the screen because I talked to certain people, specifically it was MM1 and a few, or whatever the MM brother name was, and a few other people who keep maintaining that this Nehesi comes from the Hebrew and the Semitic and interactions with the Semites. You see why I don't hate on no Hebrews, because I know the relationship between the Magi, the Southern people, and the Asiatics, but not the. So you can take it from your Kemet perspective, or you can take it from your Nubian perspective further in the south. I tend to take it from the Nubian perspective further in the south, that don't do that Egyptian hatership. Now, you could say it how you want. It's just a tribal thing. Egyptians had to deal with them in a different way. So as I show you, the Amu really never wanted to set up without no Nubian help. And they was never. All right, well, let's just show what they gonna say. Because this is about to bust some wigs right here. Even though I don't all the way agree with it, but the reason why I don't agree with it is because the scholars who wrote this document, unfortunately, left a part out of this analysis that I got in my own work, believe it or not. And I'll present that to you, and you can tell me if you want to smack your lips at what I said, or if you want to actually say, well, yeah, that has to be taken into consideration, and it's not taken into consideration in the article. But now get your head wounded. All right? Who wants some head wounded shit? Watch this. Watch this. It's going to hurt. Let's go back up. Right here. Bow. What does it say here? So let me get to the top. It's just stuff we don't know because we be thinking people was racist like we be racist. They wasn't all the way racist. But look at this. The small Nahesi kingdom around Avaris during the 14th dynasty. Oh my gosh. See, remember we talk about Pharaoh Nahes and we say he had a hike-soaked mama or a Nubian mama, hike-soaked daddy, however it went? Well, you're gonna start learning about these relationships between the Hesi and the Hikakasu, or the foreign rulers, or the Amu, to be more specific. And however you want to take that into what you know already, so be it. But these are facts. A small Nahesi kingdom. See, they be hating, bruh. Because they call this a second intermediate period, right? And they tell you about the risings of these different families, but they didn't want to tell you about this. You got to go into the real homework. Now, when I talked about the Amos and Kamos Stella the other day, and I illustrated to us that he was complaining about a boss in Avaris who was Aamu, a Hikakasu, and a boss in Kush, but he said he was sitting there with some Aamu and some Nahesi. And people can't understand what that means because Egypt has been explained to us wrong. So if you didn't get it when I explained it, let's read it directly from the document. Trust me, well, never forget it. The small Nahesi kingdom round Avaris during the 14th dynasty could undermine the Nubian stock theory. Kamos complains that there are two foreign rulers, not one. See, y'all just focus on what Kamos said about the Hyksos. But let's look at this. Kamos complained that there are two foreign rulers, one in Avaris and another in Kush, while he was associated with the Amu and a Nahesi. Each man has his slice in Egypt. God. Now, when I came across this text, I instantly seen what it said. Because I understand that Kush ain't Nahesi, bruh. And Amu is not the Hikakasu. So now, read this. Let me let him finish. It is not clear if the Nahesi in the Black Land is the ruler of Kush or if Delta Nahesi Kingdom. The territorial extent of Hyksos' ruler is unclear. Interesting, the treasurer who engraved Kamos' victory stela was named Usser Nahesi. Let's go back, because I'm opening up the TLA because cats be pseudo. When I looked at this, I told you that was Nahesi, but his name is written Nahi. You don't have to write that out. You got to know what we know about the glyphs that they don't even teach in Egyptology. One of the things I brought forth, and Gullah brought forth the second work to support me on that. And I'm going to show y'all it. And I ain't even never showed y'all what Gullah gave me to support this Nessie Nahesi bird, this Nay bird. That is checkmate. So when we start to go into this, I got a lot of explaining to do. That's going to beat up the whole Semitic thing like I'm Diop or something. Shout out to the elders, and they could definitely, you know what I'm saying, all of that spirit and consciousness can reside right in my temple. Because that's why I'm beating these clowns down. Because it's suitable. It's more suitable. It's more suitable. Don't go incarnate into no clown. Come right over here. You feel me? We could slap them up. So Nahesi to sting. Nahes. Now, first of all, let's get this straight. They messing this up, and they messing it up, and they messing it up. All of the Semitites who want this word to be coming from a Semitic tradition, as we're about to read, is going to mess this up. But thanks to Smash and Gullah, you're going to have something to refute and Sir Alan Gardner, you're going to have something to refute this nonsense with. But let's get clear. Nehes is a term that could not be the root of Nehesi because it got the same triconsonantal root. Come on, y'all. Let's stop being stupid. This is a word that would only have to be posited as synonymous with. All right, to sting. But here, Nehes is Nubia. Now notice we just got the N, the H, and the S in the same form. But if you got this X in this hand, it means you got stung. But right here, you got Nubia. All right? So this is what I want y'all to see. Interestingly, the treasurer who engraved Kamo's victory stela was named Usser Nehesi. Watch how we do this real quick. I want y'all to see something before I go in on this. Now, you see you got this NHS, right, for Nubia, right? But you don't need that. I'm going to tell y'all what y'all need, right? This is all you need. And this is how you know that, all you need is this damn bird right here. It's called the nay bird. So the nay is the root. Show me the root to the Semitic word that renders people of the South. Now watch this. This is why nobody with that argument, even these scholars in this document that just don't know this extra part, won't be able to maintain what they're trying to maintain. But watch this real quick. What we're going to do is search A'amu in order to get to the Kamo Stela real fast. Because I know it's spoken about there a lot, right? So I'm going to click Lemma. Maybe find A. Which one? There go AM. Click the button, right, and go to Start. And it's going to find, here go Asiatics. So it's 79 attestations, and I won't take too much time getting to this one. Because I'm going to just skip down till it say Kamos, right? And I'm going to go straight to the end of Kamos. And I'm going to illustrate something that I be knowing and I want you to know. And don't let no pseudo undo though. Because I'm showing you real sources. All right? So you don't have to say Magi said. Use my sources. Kamos Stela. Now I'm saying though. Because this ain't nothing I discovered. These are things just people have not seen. So you don't have to be like Magi said. Kamos Stela 1. You see that? He holds the lands of the Asiatic. We hold Egypt. Let's go look at this. Text, co-text. We want the whole thing. Maybe we should go to text. No, that's just the code. So we go to text to get the whole thing. Right? Now let's go to the last page. For the eggheads who don't understand what the scholarship's showing, I'm going to show you it in a facsimile of the primary. Come on, man. Damn, I got to get a better version. So just for the record, this version of Kamo Stela is in Cairo, and it's incomplete. Now, we get a lot of knowledge from doing this type of these type of surveys, but you don't have to try to remember everything. But just know that the Cairo Stela in Cairo is incomplete. So if somebody did their homework and they bust that one out on you, laugh. All right, and come to this one and say, "Oh, you missed that work." That's a different thing you're looking at. It's a different text. So, but it says some of the same things. See, Kamo Stela 1 is incomplete. You got to read it off Kamo Stela 2. Right here. Say the same stuff. So now when we get to Kamo Stela 2, we're going to go to the bottom. We're going to click text. Come right here. Go to last page, right? Hold up. Make it small. Come down here and click last if you're trying to get to the final part of the Stela. And watch what happens. The Nubian's going to pop up. As a matter of fact, a Nubian wrote the whole damn Stella, eggheads. Don't ever mess with your partner. See, they messed this up, right? Treasurer Neshi, right? And they trying to mess that up for you. Look, Neshi, but I already know what's going on. What's going on? This person who wrote this name, and we can look into it, but we got the scholarship to corroborate it. This person's a Nubian. It's not going to tell you that. It's going to say personal name. But they got this N, this S, and this H inverted. Now, so when we did this whole text, I said, look, when we wrote over the whole text, I said, look, it was scribed by a Nubian. While this is what, please, you know it ain't no such thing as Nubians, right? This person was saying he's Nahes, but we're going to use this called a colloquialism. It's just like saying black. That's a colloquial term. Everybody ain't trying to be scientific all the time. Sometimes people just using layman's terms. And so if you want to look up what a colloquialism is, that's what that is. So the treasurer Nehesi, or Neshi. Notice you're not getting nothing else. Neshi is a Nubian. But Nehesi is Nubia. So what made me draw that this was a Nubian, even though it's not defined that way? Well, first of all, I know they messing his name up. But second of all, we just got it corroborated right here. Interestingly, the treasurer, does it say treasurer? Let's go back to the TLA. Golly, it's hard to get around, bro. That's why other people's shows sound like a bunch of flim flam and flabber jabber. Like convincing you of shit without nothing. I be listening, shaking my goddamn head. It's not this level. I don't care. And I'm just going to realize and appraise myself. Cats is not giving you this work like this. You can't take nothing nobody giving you back nowhere. I mean, some people. But, jam on it? Nah. You can't take that jam on it nowhere. Let me see. Hold up. I'm trying to get to the bottom of the damn stele, so let me get back in here. Because, people act like they're not going to see this. This is the Stella. Again, what does this say at the bottom? Treasurer. You see the word? Treasure, you want to see it in the metal nature? Overseer of the seals. Okay? That's the treasurer. So this is the treasurer, Neshi. You go back to the document. Interestingly, the treasurer who engraved Kamo's victory stela was named Usser Nehesi. And he gave you Donald Redford 1995 because he didn't even see it in the TLA. Like I'm showing y'all, it's really on there. He referenced a secondary source. Now look, so that's clear. The dude who wrote Kamo Stella was a Nubian. So let's get away with the nonsense that these Nubians were some separate people. He tell you in the Stella he with Nubians and some A'amu. Do y'all believe that? Because it contradicts, you can't really have contradicts is to speak against. So it can speak against what you think. It contradicts what you think. And so that's the problem. Because we keep thinking A'amu it was A'amu living in Egypt forever. But a person can't come in and rally up the A'amu and turn them against what I'm doing, that's not cracking. So if you go back and read what they say up here, now we see it more clear. It says, look, Hamos complains that there were two foreign rulers, one in Avaris and another in Cush, while he was associated with, am I reading this wrong? While he was associated with an Aamu and Nahesi. Each man has his slice in Egypt. It is not clear if the Nahesi in the Black Land is the ruler of Cush, or if or of the Delta Nahesi kingdom. So there was a Delta Nahesi kingdom. And he's saying he know it ain't the ruler of Cush, but he's saying it ain't clear to him. But watch how he puts forth more to let you know. The territorial extent of Hyksos' ruler is unclear. It says, interestingly, the treasurer who engraved Hamos' victory stela was named Usser Nahesi. So it was a Nahes who engraved that stela, like we said weeks ago, without this source. 5th dynasty Nahesi at Giza are ranking people. We showed that too. But see, I went before this. So the reason why y'all smacking y'all lips acting like I'm saying I'm better than the scholars, I'm not doing that. We got tools, bruh. I could do it in front of your face. I'm going to do it in front of your face just to shut your contentions up. NHS, Nahes. See, the scholars over there boasting of these 5th dynasty attestations. But I keep telling you, look, bruh, we got these way before that. All I'm doing is using a text corpus. They was employing secondary sources all throughout this document. Now, if they was using this, look, first of all, when is this? Way before they talking about where it says 17,000 Nubians were seized in the Old Kingdom. But let's go here to corroborate what I'm saying. This is the mastaba of Sheshat-Hetep, the Nubian. Now, this is somebody written into one of the Old Kingdom mastabas as a royal Nubian. Now, if I click into this, we'll be able to see. Well, I need to untranslate it. We'll be able to see exactly what time period we got. Sahura. All right, so they dated it to Sahura. Now, let's see his date. Now, you don't even want to see how all of this is lining up? Golly. Okay, they're giving you the 5th. So they right on point. They right on point, but we went into the 4th with a negative one, maybe. It might not even be the 4th. We didn't look and see. Let's see. 4th. So we went into the 4th dynasty with that term Nubian. But these 5th dynasty Nahesi at Giza who are ranking people, that's these who I'm showing you. See how we pulled up that source just that quick. You see Senebi had the officer of treasurer. You want to see that in the text? See, they giving you secondaries. Look, Bell, 1977. We don't rock with it like that. What's his name? What do you want to call him? Seneb? All right, let's go find him. He right here. Watch this. He gonna be right on the screen, bro. We find the primaries for us. So this is Nubian Mary. There goes Seneb, bro. Come on, man. We don't mess this up. So stop. First of all, admit the fact that what we do is on a level. And stop acting like, if you looking at the experts, shut up, man. When I'm sitting here showing you this shit, how easy it is to pull up this shit that they had to use secondary sources for. This person who wrote this seen this in Bell 1977. I just pulled it up in 2 seconds. What am I saying? I'm saying we using tools that are for us that our elders didn't have, that some of these people previously didn't have. I'm not saying I got no skill or nothing. I hope y'all not confusing the two. It's a research skill, but at the same time, it's, any of us could do this. So this 5th dynasty Nehesi at Giza being ranking people, Senebi held the office of treasurer. Bell said that. No, Smash saying that right now because we looking right at the primary. And they didn't tell you it was from the Mastaba of Nesut Nefer. On the sacrificial chamber, the west wall on the false door. Let's keep it going. I said, was he a native pastoral Nubian? He clowning now. He like, is y'all trying to act like this person who got written into this mastaba in the old kingdom was a pastoralist? He would have had to cut to feed his flock. New Kingdom Nehesi villages are attested in the Delta. People don't like none of this. Remember, they beaten up the concept of these Nubians, so-called, is these people of the South. That's old scholarship, and I'm sorry, that's all some people know to where they get mad at me. You just ain't viewed the information. If you don't change your stance, hold on, let me go back to the top. We on page 12. Now look at this again. Do y'all think I'm just reading some silly shit online? Look. The British Museum publications on Egypt and the Sudan. The Fourth Cataract and beyond proceedings of the 12th International Conference of Nubian Studies. This is not jam on it. No jam on it over here. Now, I will use Wiki to show you something. But if you do it 4 times in one show, that's called Wiki, 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 Wiki. Wiki, 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 Wiki. So when they on Wiki number 3, get ready for that doon 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 doon. This ain't no puppy work. This real deal Vander Holyfield. And that's why I'll be quick to block a sucker in the chat, because everybody don't deserve this. If you sitting in class throwing shit at the chalkboard, you don't need to know this. You could go on and keep thinking that Nubians was a thing in the world. That if you got in a time machine and you teleported back, you going to ask somebody where the Nubians. They're going to be like, what is you talking about? Now let's get back to page 12. All right. Where was we at? Oh, Kamos explains that there are 2 foreign rulers, one in Avaris, another in Kush, while he was associated with the Aamu and Nehesi, each man having his slice of Egypt. It is not clear if the Nehesi in the Black Land is the ruler of Kush or the Delta or of the Delta Nehesi kingdom. The territorial extent of Hyksos' rule is unclear. Interesting, the treasurer who engraved Kamos' victory stela was named Usser Nehesi. The 5th dynasty Nehesi at Giza are ranking people. Seneb held the office of treasurer. Was he a native pastoral Nubian? Hell nah. Make no sense. It says New Kingdom Nehesi villages are attested in the Delta. The 10th nome of Upper Egypt. Oh, y'all ain't gonna like to read this. I'm gonna make it so big on the screen because y'all gonna think I'm making it up. Look. New Kingdom Nehesi villages are attested in the Delta, 10th nome of Upper Egypt, Middle Egypt, near Heracleopolis, and in Syria. What? I told, man. God, now I'm about to go to the text because I told y'all the Temple of Amun was writing letters to some Nubians who was in where? Syria. I found that on my own research too, but they gonna cite Winnicki 2009. But I got the source. Did they want to just ask me for the source? Maybe the Magi need to be helping some of these people. Everything they talking about, I got the source. He don't got the source, bro. Winky is his source. I could pull this up in the next 1 minute. Let's see. Was the native pastoral in Nubia, New Kingdom, the Hesse villages are attested in the Delta 10th known in Egypt, Middle Egypt, in there. And now how to pull this up? You got to know where it's at. There's no way to find it, bro. You got to have been doing this research. Let me show you. It's trick secret words. Now, it's going to, a word that'll take you to this text is, damn, man. Every time I try to search this word, it be eluding me. You know why? Because they spell it with a J, I remember. So, see, it's not going to be there, right? Ugaritic. Now let's put Ugaritic. That's not going to pop up. So that's the English. Now let's go for bad. Oh, let me see if I could do it in the dictionary. Maybe the dictionary can help me. Because we about to pull up. I said it should take 2 minutes. We about to pull up the primary on the stuff that they putting forth the secondaries. But I got a better primary than that one. Hold up. And I'm just going into my memory because I spend time looking over these texts over and over again. The more y'all hated on the TLA, the more I went into it. Every time somebody tried to discourage me, I use it against them. Like if you want me not to say Black Egypt, you're going to hear it more. Trust me, that's not the way. The more you try to fight it, the more you get slapped upside your head with it. So change the subject. Bow out gracefully. You feel me? Don't die on every hill. Unless you die multiple deaths. Now we're going to just go Ugarit. Let's see if this will pop up in here. They don't want it to pop up. So this is one of them searches that'd be hard for people to find. But I got to the bottom of it. I'm going to get to the bottom of it again right here live. And then I'll store it in my memory. So this is not going to work. So I know what I got to do. First, I'm going to put the letter here and retransliterate it the way they want it. But what they did was this. They put a J in here. So that's what messed it all up. So now J-A, is it J-I-R? Let me just search this Jira real quick. Man, damn. Did they do J-W? I'm going to find it because I ain't got nothing but time on my hands. What I'm looking for is this, I might do it later. It was this text. I probably can find it by searching. What did they say? It'll be hard. So they maybe they said J-U-G-R. It was just a weird transliteration. And I'm not going to be able to get to it, let's see, because it's going to be hard. And I got to take this out. I won't spend too much time trying to find that. I want to get back to chilling. Man, damn, what's the hardest word to find it here? I know what this is, administrative text. What's the word that they said in that text that I'm going to remember? Besides you guard it. Hella man. Who would have that in their dictionary? Maybe first, I'm tripping. Watch this. Wiki about to have it. Wiki. What they're going to have is some type of transliteration. See, they got that J-U. That's how they did it in the thing. Okay. J-U-G-A-R-I-T. See, that's why I had to look at J-U. Yeah, because for some reason the TLA did it like that. So let me see. J-U-G-A-R-I-T. But it ain't all the way that, but we getting closer. I think they put all eyes. If I find this, I'm going to be hella happy. And this U must be a W. Or they just leave out the U. All right, forget it. Not forget it, I'm going to show you how to find it. Text. You got to go a different way. But I don't want to get lost doing that for too long. I'm just trying to find this text, right, where they were sending the Nubians. So what I need to do is go to administrative text. Oh, wait, did I just go back one? Panaki Amin? No, this ain't it. Let me see what this is. '19th Dynasty. All right. I know what I need to do. See, this one you be just looking for text. This could take. They go Ma Hepri though. The translations to Ma Hepri, I stumbled upon them. That's cool. All right, forget it. I'm gonna go back to what I was doing. But like we were saying, there's just one text, and I'll pull it up at another time. And I pulled it up before, where we find these. Hey, if somebody want to find Ugarit in the TLA, go ahead. Then you're gonna find the text, because the only mention of it is when they're talking to these Nubians. Now, what did they say in the term? What was the term of the text? Whatever. I'm gonna get back to the document. In Syria. So we got Nahesi in Syria, but let me show y'all something else. Well, forget it. There's also an extraction called Nahasu in Syria from the Semitic tongue, right? And I always wanted to argue that this was Nahesi, but now I got more indications that it is. I need to get into Win Nicky's work and see what he referred to. But I already know about the Syria. I got that. So we got two Nubians in Syria. We got the Cushites who trained the horses for the Neo-Assyrians. And we got my people from before that. They was regulating in Ugarit. But you see, so we can't be tripping acting like Nahesi is just like Nubians from the south. When as he asked this question, was Senebi, who held the official of treasurer, a native pastoral Nubian? How you gonna be a pastoralist and you the treasurer? You gonna be counting money as you walk out grazing your flock? New Kingdom Nahesi villages are attested in the Delta 10th known of Upper Egypt, Middle Egypt near Heracleopolis, and in Syria. Now, Middle Egypt near Heracleopolis is what I said. Because when we go look at Heracleopolis, what we gonna see on there, bro? You gotta know how to read the glyphs. Watch this. All right, well, you ain't gonna like it, but. All right, no, we just got in the key in. I'm gonna leave that out. Not Heracleopolis, but when you go up from Heracleopolis, you see, because Heracleopolis is obviously in Tasseti, we know that. But what we talking about is the bowmen over here. Aun Shema. That's the land of the bowmen, or Shema. What? Uniting the bowmen. Awinu. It's gonna be like some bowmen, but they saying it's something else. But let's look and see. Nahesi are often associated with Semites, all right, and are found everywhere from Kush to the Delta and Dauphin. Where is this at? In the Delta at Dauphin. It's in the Delta. All right. So Nehesi are often associated with Semites. That's the Aamu. Now look. It says Tahut in Pa Nehesi, the house in the Nehes. It says the house or the cowl of the Nehes. No, that's just the house of the Nehes. Look at my computer going. It just be going pew. My fan just turned on, going top speed, like I'm doing something. It says settlements named Nau Aamu Pa Nehes. Kiltim. Na'u A'amu Pa Nehes. What? Y'all know what that's going to be? Nawu. What's Nawu? I don't remember Nawu. But A'amu the Nehes. So now we got, all right, let's see what he says. Settlements called Na'u A'amu Pa Nehes. Y'all see that? This is Nubians and A'amu. Let's see what they say. Will prove a much discussed Semitic association. Now look at this. This one they start. I'm gonna tell you this is good for their homework, but I have information that's going to refute this right now, and you can tell me if I'm wrong. The name could have a Semitic origin, so they think of the name that has got a Semitic origin because we interacted with Semitic people, and they're presuming basically that Nehes didn't name themselves, obviously, that they were named by some other people. That's how their ethnonym would have Semitic origins. There's no other way for that. So look, the name could have a Semitic origin deriving from the Hebrew. How could Nehesi derive from the Hebrew? Cut it out. This term, so I'm saying, there's no way, and you would either have to disagree with me or agree with me. There's no way that this name could derive from the Hebrew because it's older than Hebrew. I just showed you in the 5th dynasty when there's no Hebrew language on earth. So if I'm going to show you a source right now, right, so that we can get that out of here. Let's go on and get that up out of here. And again, you can't say I'm not qualified to go against the scholarship, because all I'm doing is showing you what another scholar say. And actually, I'm showing you primary attestations. So if we click on this right here, where we go Southerner, right? And we're going to come back and click this. What does this say right here? We got Old Kingdom Nubians. Remember Royal Nubians in the Old Kingdom. Look, Royal Nubians. Now, what does it say right here? Let's look. We looked at the time period of this. This is before the Hebrew language exists. But they say the name Nehes could have Semitic origin deriving either from the Hebrew Nehes, copper, or bronze. So we got to throw that out. Unless we want to espouse anachronisms, we got to throw that out. Brass coat serpent, darling or daring, diviner, you know, a diviner, somebody who does incantations, and related words, and the Arabic Nehes. So we can't get it from the Arabic either. The Arabic got to get it from us. Wasn't no Arabic around at 2500 BC to influence this term. It's nonsense. Dark color. And now let me know if you disagree. Disagreeing is cool, but I slap up hecklers and kick them out. Because I don't feel like I should be teaching for free and you should be allowed to hear it if you're sitting there heckling. Just go someplace else. So, hence copper colored are related to copper mining and throughout the semantic extension of any metal mining. Throw all of this out. I can tell you even more how to throw it out because after looking at their petty analysis, I'll give you some more of information we've discovered. And you can see whether it's credible or not. But just from the record, it's no way an ancient Egyptian term that was used in the 5th dynasty could come from Hebrew because we don't have no Hebrew attestations from that time period. Not a one. Not a half of a one.
or a third or a fraction, not one. It does not exist in the universe. So there's no way it could come from this. Now, let's keep going. Arabic, wasn't no Arabic at 2500 BC. Didn't exist. Wasn't no Arabic at 2500 BC. We have no Arabic attestations at no 2500 BC. Dark color, so it don't come from Arabic. Dark color, hence the copper color, are related to a copper mine and through the semantic extension of the metal mining. And I'm going to show you a lot of stuff that their analysis does not address. It says the popular derivation from the Akkadian. Now that will be closer to the time period in question, but it don't make no sense. It's not a cognate. They said the possible derivation from the Akkadian nishu, to extract. No, it's not a cognate. Nehesi don't mean nothing about to extract. Now it says Leprino sees them as Asiatic Benjamin. What the heck is Benjamin? From the middle Euphrates and the later Madanites of Arabic caravanning tribes. So again, do you know that Leprino sees Nehesi as, I don't think that word is supposed to be Benjamin right there. I think they put Bedouin in there and their word searcher changed it to Benjamin. Because what the hell is Asiatic Benjamin? Huh? The people, I know you're not talking about no Bible stuff. Benjamin, Bija. He talking about, no. Let me see what that is. Jam on it. Yeah, that's just Benjamin, bro. Come on, man. So that was I'm going to give them some credit and say that their editor put the wrong word here. Leprino sees them as Asiatic Bedouin, probably, not Benjamin. From the middle Euphrates, and later Madanianites are Arabian caravanning tribes. Now look at this. I said this a long time ago. Look, the biblical Phineas, the grandson of Aaron who met Moses in the desert east of Egypt, would correspond to Pa-Nehesi. In fact, now I don't know if this is a fact, but I think they might be right. They just go in the wrong direction. It says, in fact, Nehes is not an Egyptian word, but a probable Semitic loan word. Now look, it occurs once with the meaning to sting. Now this is their problem. They messing up the ancient Egyptian. If we have a word Nehes that means to sting, we should presume that there's other vowels around that word that would make it sound different from the Nehes to a people. We could at least contemplate that. So it says the sand flying stings and sucks at every vein in the complaining letter of a military person near Jahi. Possibly an extended use related to Canaanite serpent worship. So that was all speculation. Now let me show you how to refute that nonsense when clowns get to thinking that was that. Let's go back and show what this analysis did not do. So right here, they noticed something. Look. But it's going to contradict their ultimate. They noticed something, but they didn't notice it. When they parsed this word Phineas, they put Pa-ne. Essie. So notice that. They just parsed the word Nehes, ne, Essie. So in a sense, they already know that Nehes
Well, I wish this wasn't at the end of the sentence. I mean, end of this page, because that could just be a hyphen to carry it over. But I'm just going to go with what it looks like the format is that he placed that hyphen there. All right. Now, that's saying that Nehes is of two compounds. You see what I'm saying? I mean, if it's Ne and the S. Now, that's right, actually. But nothing in this analysis addresses that. They're addressing Nehes with the S as if it's one word. And that this is the root term. And so, like, let me open up my work from like 10 years ago. Let me see. And we're going to see some stuff. The element they leaving out is, it just checkmate them. I mean, I would checkmate no matter who these people were in 5 minutes. And it's not about me thinking I'm raw. It's just what you're about to see here. Look. Checkmate. This bird here is the neigh bird, which constitutes the sounds neigh in the term Nehes. So first and foremost, they didn't use a snake. They used a bird. If Nehes had to do with the sting of a snake, as you'll see here, they would not have used a bird. Because if you look at this bird, which helped the ancient Egyptian form the word Nehes, this is the neigh bird, Gardner 21. G21 on the Gardner sign list. So the neigh bird is a Numidian guinea fowl. All right? And its taxonomy, or where you would find this bird, is not in no damn Semitic areas. And now you have to realize when they wrote this name here in the 5th dynasty, before the Hebrew language existed, and before any known rendezvous with Akkadians, they used the neigh bird when they wrote the word to say Nehes. And they still use this bird to this day. Now, how did this bird get into the hieroglyphs to enable someone in the 5th dynasty to write it when it's a non-migratory terrestrial bird whose taxonomy is South Sudan. Look, this is where this bird that draws who the Nehesi are is found. So that's checkmate. I don't care how many degrees you got. You're not getting around that. That throw away all of your Semitic influence on the term Nehes because it's written in the 5th dynasty with a bird that cannot be found in Semitic speaking areas, so to speak. You want to say some of those languages down there are Semitic, I understand that, but that's not what they mean to imply. They wasn't talking about Cushitic. They said strictly Akkadian and Hebrew. So you see how easily we bust that argument up? And I know you're a logical man with or woman with high sensibilities who could easily see, oh yeah, that beat that up to beat the brain. How would they have written this word in the 5th dynasty with a bird which geographic taxonomy is sub-Saharan Africa? How would they have even seen the bird? So now they'll suggest, well, they heard Semites say it, And then they remembered a bird that was in the Sinai Peninsula. They heard Semites call them Nahes. And then they remembered a bird from their days of old, and they wrote the word. That's ridiculous. It's safe to say that whoever formed the lexicon or the orthographic script, the letters, who came up with the orthography, whoever did that knew about this bird that only can be found in the South. And they used the bird to name Southern people. Now, if you look on the bird maps, this is what Chet make them. They keep saying it's related to a damn snake. No, the neighbor to sting your ass too. It's because you don't understand that sting. Well, look, the bird maps indicate the first place Egyptians would encounter the ney bird was in Ta-Nehesi, south of Egypt. I need to open the chat back up because I have no feed on the chat. Hold on, man. I ain't been able to see the chat in like 20 minutes. So let me look. Champ, on it, y'all might be saying stuff, and I ain't trying to ignore nobody. Counter the net. Damn, when I hear that. Yeah. I think you just got checkmated already, SOT 12. Damn, you should read my work before you embarrass yourself in the chat. Cats be trying to look hella smart, and I don't be looking at the chat. And I might have discredited their little contention. Like SOT 12. What's up with SOT? How you doing today? Hold on, let me take this damn allergy medicine. Too nasal, bro. Hold on. Give me 5 minutes. 2 seconds. Really, though? If you want to contend against something, what I'm saying, it'd be best for you to read my work. Because your questions have been answered through a meticulous process. So my brother want me to prove that this is the bird I'm talking about. Well, I got various sources to do so. All right? And this was all done 10, 11 years ago. So if you ain't seen this document by now. So he want me to prove that this 21 is this bird. Well, let's use the first source. Simnar guinea fowl, okay? Which says what I said, Nubia malagris. Okay? A Nubia guinea fowl. That's not a vulture. Must I continue? Golly, some of this shit easy. Y'all need better detractors. Get some more studied detractors. You feel me? Nah, he wasn't detracting. That's my man. He just was asking the question. Hold on. You feel me, though? Since he want me to prove this ain't a vulture, I'm about to do it for him. So let's go. Simnar guinea fowl. Oh, hold on. Because golly. I think I had the whole link to it in my article, but how do you know that bird is not a vulture? People be hella funny, man. This the helmeted guinea fowl. You see this right here? Helmeted guinea fowl. Let's go back to the source. Guinea fowl, Nubia. So you got to look at the classification. Nubia and malagris. Let's go back. Nubia malagris. Golly, that's how. SOT 12. You think I'm just limited on YouTube talking, bro? Okay? Now, sit back down and listen. Here we are. I think it's been proven that that is not the damn. Now, when you want to know in the glyphs, how you know in the glyphs, let me show you even further. Just for the secret code, so you can know in the glyphs. It's not the vulture because you have to draw a peak out from the neck, Brother Sotswell. All right. Now let me show you so you can see it. When you draw this glyph, you draw it like the vulture, but notice it got two things on the top of this head, and it won't be the neighbor if you don't draw this peak out. So you'll learn that from reading the glyphs. You feel me? Hold on. I forgot I'm looking at the wrong chat. That ain't showing me nothing. Nah. Trust me. It ain't this ain't lookership. You feel me? And you can't say that just because the picture of that modern guinea fowl that we just seen, because it looks fatter, we can't say that they ate the same way in ancient times. But you know I'm giving you a source on the classification. You asked how did I know it was a guinea fowl? Because it's classified that way by Sir Alan Gardner and others. And I gave you the source. So we don't have to trip off that. You feel me? It's a guinea fowl. Look at the taxonomy of the helmet and guinea fowl, and you can see it's in the south. So that's how they formed the nay on the word Nehesi. Well, that let us know Nehesi is what? If there's a word nay that represents a bird, then Nehes is not the root. I mean, Nehes has a root, which is nay, the nay bird. So any of these linguistic interpretations they doing with Nehes all fall through the floor. You can't tell me where a word come from when I can show you the root of the word in its own language. I don't gotta be no linguist to tell you this stuff. I mean, come on, man. So go back to what we was reading, because we be expounding and going in. Now you can see this don't make no sense. In fact, Nehes is not an Egyptian word. Yeah, that could be true. It could be a Nilotic word. But since they named the nay bird, all of this must have occurred before they got to Egypt. Or unless somebody think, let's think back to a bird and name it that. Now that we've reached Egypt and we got some knowledge. But anyway, we was pointing out, I didn't want to hinge on that. When we were pointing out, and this is a very good document, most scholars are just trying to figure out where that term come from, but they don't add that part to the assessment. I need to grab some water. Hold up. Be right back. No, I don't want to hear this. I'd rather hear that other one we was playing. Army Rock Squad Up.
Toyota's 4th of July sales event is on.
They be giving me SoundCloud give way too many ads. I'll be right back. Thanks for supporting the channel. Thanks for joining. Thanks for copping that Magi gear too. I see y'all out there too.
Up, Magi.
I'll be right back.
Building, please believe. Oh shit. If you ain't Sinetta, no time for that interview, dog. I put my shit out for niggas, I don't send it to blogs. Plan kill off the Buddha, not being discreet. One puff, this big pops and projectiles.
Between the sheets.
Sun run, cold game, bring your cleats. The best flow blow, Eskimo, penguin feet. Don't need no blunt to burn. You run the turf with 10 niggas on the block. That's a punt return. Ayo, Dolomite prototype soldier with the solar light. Saber and he hold it like he hold a mic. Golden ice spenders, sipping on that overpriced poltergeist spirits. Ripping at the open mic, spoke the nice lyrics like Mama moved mean overnight. Golden motorbike holding on some Tron shit. That nice neon kit is on it. The king's libation with exotic liqueur. The queen's vibration like a Sada Shakur. A lot of decor, imported foreign threads, they ain't got at the store. Nubian Kush, and black top pottery jaws, 39% THC, the quality pure. Old rappers try to spit, ain't hot as before. It's like I'm 5 flights above, busting shots at the floor. Cats switch up their style when they ain't got it no more, cause they gotta keep their product in stores to feed their kids. See what that weed did? The yes man agreeing on everything we said. I smother the mic like it's the love of my life. Don't get sliced and beat with the butt of the knife. Brother polite, I say I'm animalistic, cause I still be in the hood with my hand on my pistol. The Hebrews think I'm cannibalistic, E5 divination, channel the mystic, audio visionary. Let's play poetical Pictionary. Picture me burning down your missionary. Yeah, then I send you religion. That red dot on your head, that's Hindu tradition. Invisible, independent, intrinsic shit. I'll bring it all to an end with indivisible games. Charles Xavier, getting your brain. Mental anguish, a manifesting physical pain. Wizard remains to dance in the chemical rain. Breathe slow, then I'm up out of this physical plane. Got military machinery that exercise, weaponized greenery. Shine at a jeopardize the scenery, son. Bruh, the beam 10 times your distance. Inclines convention. Stop rising with no trend line resistance. The parabolic breakout. I'm F-16 with the aeronautics fake out.
All right, I'm gonna stop and open up a Zoom. So I don't like to go past 2 hours just talking by myself. Like, damn. Let me see. But so far, we learned that scholars are talking about, look, we messed up that Nubia thing. That's not a real thing. These are different separate tribes, and half of them was in Egypt the whole time. Whoever did all of this, taking them out of Egypt and stuff, we know who that was. Flinders, Petrie, E.A. Wallace, Budge. I mean, Guard, not Budge. Flinders, Petrie, Breasted. Them all your boys who got everybody up out of here. Copy the invite link. Here go the link. Hit the link so y'all can help me. I'm about to make a run. Somebody come hold it down for me. I like to keep the thing going while I gotta get in the streets though. But I'm gonna just grab my phone. Bust some moves. So hit the link, hit the link, hit the link. It's good. All right, I can see y'all. What's up in the chat? I see the people in the building. Shaquan, what's up with it? Thanks for hitting the link. Let me hit the link for my phone too so I could get ready. Oh, I gotta charge my phone. Hello? I mean, what up? What up?
Shout out to you, Smash. Great show.
I appreciate that.
Yeah, man, you dropping dimes today.
Yeah, they didn't know there was Tassettis all over the place. They thought that was just one static thing. Now, I got a part I didn't even get to yet that's going to get real crazy. Because at one time period, the 22nd nome of Upper Egypt was called Tassetti. And I'm like, hold on. We always try to say the black people relegated to a certain area and they was in the South. But right here, they were changing around where Tassetti is.
Hey, I got a question for you. So do you think they did that right and labeling them Nubians, right? Because like when they went south, the people look different.
But no, this the cold part is that it was kind of weaponized. It was a weaponized piece of terminology, right. Yeah. To where
like them the niggas.
But no, they had to be faced with more Like they were doing scientific research. And when you're doing that research, you get faced with these certain type of problems that they reconciled their problems with this terminology. Meaning they like, ain't supposed to be no black people here. You feel me?
Right. So they just came up.
Yeah, so they like,
all
oh, how this work? Well, they was from another spot. You know what I'm saying? And this ain't, they was from Nubia. And
right, because what you just said was deep, because you said, oh, damn near all them tribes were actually in Egypt, though.
As the document is showing, half of them, like, they wasn't that far, as half of them is just in the eastern desert. You know what I'm saying?
The eastern desert of
Egypt, exactly.
Right. Yeah, that's crazy right there.
What up, James?
Oh yeah, I got another question for you, right? So like when Narmer connected the two lands, like what was going on before he connected? Like what made them connect the lands?
Well, it was, they people start saying I'm the boss of this area. I mean, that's what it seemed to start happening, because we got Dynasty 0 and Dynasty 00, which is supposedly some families that started raising up like this ours first.
And that was in like the Nubian area?
Yep, in the areas that would, yep, in the south, yep.
What up, Smash?
Shit, what up with it?
What up, James?
What's up, Shaquan?
Yep.
Yo.
What's up?
Y'all crazy, man.
Why? What happened?
I'm just saying, I'm still tripping off last night. Man, they out of control around here. But yeah, Shaquan, I got something for you, bro. But I'm just gonna chill right now. I'm gonna wait till
No, don't do it, bro.
Nah, they wrong, James. Hey, James. Hey, I've been listening to DNA videos, James. They like, wait, wrong, bro. I'm sorry. I've been watching these videos to see which one of y'all is right. Nah, these people saying more of what James is saying. I'm sorry. I'll play them. When it's my show, I'll play them. Them people saying what James is saying.
Yo, but Smash, I got the question of the day that's gonna kill everything. It's gonna be so beautiful. I can't wait for them to come around so I could ask them this question. So everybody that was tripping that day, I'm gonna ask them one question that's gonna end everything.
Man, I was watching one last night. It's gonna make people's stomach twist. They lied and said that the Neanderthal gene didn't do nothing but fool with diseases and shit. I hate when my partners tell me something trying to limit what I know, then I go into the real world and they say, nah, it's for more than that. Then I'm like, damn, what is they trying to do? Trying to make me think some type of way?
Yeah, you gotta go do this yourself, man.
Yeah.
I mean, you can listen to the people, but once you have some skepticism out in what they're saying, you have to go and research it yourself. Like I said, I wasn't really trying to do all this. I just went and go and when he put that 23,000 year mark on it, that's what enacted my my magi senses. That's what I became a magi.
Let's watch this, bro. This only 3 minutes. Hold on. Y'all can't hear that, huh?
No, I can't hear nothing. Let me mute that.
Now I'm like, I was like, why cats will sit here for hella hours telling somebody they wrong about some shit that you go to one video and they talking about genetics and they tell you the opposite. Watch this.
Nah, but listen, hey, you gotta tell James to actually tell us what his argument is.
That's true, but I'm talking about this part.
Play the video and be like, James saying
what I'm about to do this.
We might not disagree with the scholar, but I don't know if that's what James is.
Well,
really
James said that DNA may affect the way that they act. And people said, no, it don't.
I don't disagree. That ain't me and his disagreement.
People said it was only limited to adapting to diseases. Now listen to what the scholars say. Yeah, let me talk over that music. I don't even want to play that music.
Revolution.
Because that's going to get me hit.
Past about 10 years or so, there's been a revolution in our ability to read DNA from ancient fossils. And this has revealed some amazing things about recent human evolutionary history. And one of the most striking is that humans, our ancestors, interbred with Neanderthals. This is about 50,000 years ago that this happened. And there's still a remnant of that interbreeding in the genomes of many modern humans living today. Really unique opportunity here at Vanderbilt to study this question, because Vanderbilt has a database called BioView, and it's a large database of electronic medical records from patients in the hospital that have been anonymized, so all the identifying information has been removed. We used a large database of about 28,000 people for which we could have genetic information. So we could look at their DNA derived from their blood samples and predict where each person had Neanderthal DNA. We found that Neanderthal DNA indeed does influence many traits in modern humans. And it's a diverse array of traits. So traits involved in the immune system, traits involved in our skin, but also traits...
Hold on, traits where, James? Golly.
In the immune system and in their skin.
And where else?
Psychiatric traits.
Hold on. What is the last one?
Psychiatric.
Where's that at? In your mind, right?
Yes.
How you think, right?
Yep.
Damn. Hold on. What is a psychiatric trait? The way you think.
Involved in our skin, but also traits, psychiatric traits and neurological traits. We found that Neanderthal variants influence your risk for a skin disease called actinic keratosis. These little scaly...
Somebody define to me what psychological trait does having Neanderthal DNA affect. And I'll tell you which one it is in another video. But let's keep listening. Talking about, no, James made that up. I'm like, man, why the hell do the person on the screen not say what y'all say?
We found that Neanderthal DNA indeed does influence many traits in modern humans. And it's a diverse array of traits. So traits involved in the immune system, traits involved in our skin, but also traits, psychiatric traits and neurological traits. We found that Neanderthal variants influence your risk for a skin disease called actinic keratosis. These little scaly lesions you get on your skin as you're aging and getting lots and lots of sun exposure.
Man, check this out. You see people walking around with that shit and you be like, that's some unhuman shit. You feel me? I'm sorry.
Slow down.
I done seen people. Nah, fuck that. I'm with James on this. And I'm with the scientists. You know damn well you seen them spotty ass people like that come through. I'm not talking about any condition. I'm talking about what the Neanderthal DNA brought out, that when you seen, you like, why that white dude looking like that over there?
Hey, wait. My only question for James is, right? So if you have Neanderthal DNA, are you not a real human then? That's all I'm saying. Like, so if you have any Neanderthal,
the same question, I already told you it's only 1 to 4%. That's all.
Yeah, I know. So, but I'm saying, so like, does that mean that they not a real Homo sapiens sapiens?
See, you just went back to the opposite extreme. We're not even saying that. Like, that's like saying,
Jonathan, stop.
No, if you put a little sugar in the water, is it Kool-Aid or is it water? If you put sugar and some syrup in the water, is it Kool-Aid or is it water?
So we doing the one drop rule.
No, I'm not doing that. I'm with you that everybody human, bro. But we was talking about y'all discredited the fact that DNA affects how certain people act. But he's saying
that ain't my disagreement.
Oh yeah, that wasn't yours, but other people said that. You're right.
Yeah, that ain't my disagreement. My only disagreement is because what I be getting from James is he's basically saying white people is not Homo sapiens sapiens.
Okay, now watch this. I got it.
Just answer that for me, James.
Okay. Let me ask you this. Okay, first of all, chill, because this gonna lead you to your answer. So is Homo Neanderthal extinct?
Yes, but his DNA still lives in modern humans.
Okay, so if they're going to change the taxonomy of Homo Neanderthal to Homo sapien Neanderthal, who are they going to assign that to? if Homo Neanderthal is extinct?
I don't know. You're gonna have to show me that. I don't know. I can't give you an answer. I don't know.
Okay, what I'm saying,
I'm being honest with you. I don't know.
What I'm saying, Shakan, if they reclassify as Homo sapien Neanderthal, they would have to assign that taxonomy to a living species. Who would they assign it to?
Okay,
Homo Neanderthal is extinct species.
Okay, I hear you.
Hold on.
Let me respond. So you saying, right, with them doing the reclassification, so whoever has a certain percentage of Neanderthal DNA, you're gonna be considered Homo sapien Neanderthal, and everybody else gonna be Homo sapien sapien.
That's basically what they doing. Now James ain't doing this.
Hey,
that's
if
crazy,
you right,
ain't it?
then you
because
right.
you know Homo
I never
Neanderthal
heard
is dead,
that.
so they can't assign it to a dead species. So who are they gonna assign this to?
Are they just reclassifying the Neanderthal period, not modern humans?
No, but you can't reclassify an extinct species.
Why?
Yeah, yes, you can if you learn more information.
Bro, are you tripping?
No, Homo Neanderthal is a dead species. It's extinct.
I know, but they still finding more information about it.
Okay, I'm done. You don't understand what I'm saying.
Okay, I don't. That's why I'm saying explain it to me, because
I'm trying to. It's simple. If they can't use Homo Neanderthal as a dead species, and they just found this DNA, and they said they're going to reclassify Homo sapiens sapien to Homo sapien Neanderthal, they're saying it's two species. What species is Homo Neanderthal then?
So you saying basically?
I'm not saying anything. I'm asking the question. You got to answer that question yourself.
You said they just found it. What do you mean just found it? What you mean?
Within the last maybe 13 years, they just found out the Neanderthal DNA was living off in all
still existing in human beings, correct?
Right. Yes, all human beings besides Africans.
Okay. Well, let me add something here real quick, because I stepped away from my computer, but we could go research which psychological traits it affects, and guess which one it is.
What's that?
Depression, dude. De-fucking-pression. The stuff that make you go kill up and shoot up a school and shit.
Oh, that's it. Now that sounds like some real shit.
It's actual facts. And so I'm like, hold on. You trying to tell me Neanderthal DNA affects your depression? And we dealing with this shit in the world, and we got dudes online acting like this ain't true? Yeah. This is crazy.
Well, let me ask you, Smash, do you understand what I'm saying with this? If the Homo Neanderthal is extinct, who is Homo sapien Neanderthal? Who are they going to give the classification to?
I heard what you're saying, but I speculate that it might not go down the way you presume.
Yeah, because they know if they split it, they're going to be killing on themselves. They know if they split this
we don't
up,
understand. We can act like we understand how they select taxonomies and stuff. You feel me?
Yeah, I don't.
Okay.
I can be honest and say I don't know. That's why I keep asking James, are you saying they're going to reclassify white people and Asians and some African Americans as Homo sapien Neanderthal? Then that means, James, you're going to be a Homo sapien Neanderthal.
No, this is what you got to understand.
James maintained that he got 91% of sub-Saharan DNA. A lot of us got a lot less than that. So out of anybody who gonna be Homo sapien Neanderthal, he wouldn't be the candidate.
Yeah, no, mine shows 0.
He got Neanderthal DNA.
I do have it, but
Y'all all been lied to, and James illustrated that clearly. Before the we couldn't even integrate with white people. Y'all got to get that clear. In order to have Neanderthal DNA, somebody had to be raped in your family,
and there was a lot of raping going on.
It was a lot, but it wasn't enough to act like every black man got that shit.
No, we
don't work in areas.
That's some bullshit. How could James have 91% DNA sub-Saharan African? Nobody got raped, egghead.
No.
Y'all gotta listen sometimes, bro. Really, y'all
do. But he's one person out of 40 million.
But no, right. You think he's an anomaly? So you would want us to look at his DNA?
I would say
it's more brothers
like James.
Right. And then you saying you repping hard for James like he don't got none. You just believe him.
No, I didn't say I didn't have none. I showed y'all my DNA.
He said it. James said that.
His DNA on the screen. What's your problem?
He said he got it. But he said he got it.
Yeah, but it's so low because of my high African.
No, what happened to the one drop rule?
Hold
I
on.
don't want to hear that. It's so low. You niggas
Why
making
y'all
one
always make
drop
everything
rule.
out of an argument?
Slow down. We yelling, man. Come on, man.
Yeah, slow down. That's crazy.
I'll be right back.
Now, listen,
Y'all
James.
banging one drop rule.
Oh, hold on. It ain't no one drop rule. We understand what James has put forth when it comes to his DNA. What James also says is that having Neanderthal DNA makes us two different species.
By how much?
Bro, you said it makes us two different species.
By
and how much?
Hold on. Don't leave out the percentage.
Hold on. Two different species is two different species. By how much is irrelevant.
Okay, I would agree with that, but they don't want me to go that far.
No, hold
on.
on.
I would agree with that. Once you got anything different,
go that far. If you make the statement, bro, it's the statement. You said two different, so you can't say by and how far. That is irrelevant.
Okay,
it's
word. I
different
agree.
thing. A pencil and a pen is a pencil and a pen. There's no by far and how long. Both of them right, but one is a pen and one is a pencil. Two different things.
Mm-hmm. Now watch this. Do you know about chimpanzees and bonobos?
A little bit, not a whole lot. I'm not deep into
guess
like
what
you most likely know more than me about this shit, but I think you misunderstand a lot of the things.
Can a chimpanzee breed with a bonobo?
No, I'm the one who did more studying than
Hey James, I got a question.
It's crazy that I don't know what I'm talking about. I've been right. I've been right pretty much the whole way. Y'all been fighting this the whole time. Y'all ain't even went and studied it, but y'all.
I got a question, James.
Insane. Go and look up what you say. And
let me ask. Hey, James, I got a question for you.
That's the
can chimpanzees mate with bonobo? And create valuable offspring?
Hey, James, look, when you right, don't let people try to find a place where you wrong. You clearly was right about
the shit. One brought that up, right?
You should keep on banging that out, though, James.
Yeah, I'm just gonna leave it alone
saving him.
Because they gonna keep on asking questions till they can find a place where you wrong.
That's
but about the DNA, look, about Neanderthal DNA affecting about Neanderthal DNA affecting Europeans or people with you were right about that. That's
Argue from your high spot. Because
let me ask y'all if y'all watched the show last night. Well, Ngozi said that all Africans don't have Neanderthal DNA. Did y'all watch that? Did y'all hear that?
Yeah, but we know that.
Y'all don't know that. Y'all was arguing with me the whole other day about they gotta have at least some. Yeah, that's what y'all was doing.
No.
But then when Ngozi came through, I made sure I asked him them questions, and he went right. See, he knows that I know, so he can't lie. That's why I asked him questions.
I'm gonna keep saying what my disagreement is. I don't know what everybody else's disagreement is. My disagreement is when you say that they fit that everybody who got Neanderthal DNA, you fit to be classified as Homo Neanderthal.
I didn't say that, Shaquan. This is what they own. Why you keep saying
we gonna have to see where they say that.
I'm just the messenger.
We're gonna have to see where they say that.
I am not the person. I'm not no scientist.
I ain't talking about psychology and what diseases. All I want to know is them saying, hey, white people and Asians, y'all Neanderthal, Homo sapien, or Homo sapien Neanderthal.
Okay, well, why are they trying to reclassify them then?
I'm saying you're gonna have to show me that.
James. Don't go too far because you know they reclassifying them, but you don't know how.
And I don't think
hold on. You know what, Shaquan? I can find you.
I think you're making that part up. James, I'm not saying you're wrong on everything.
Let me just find this.
No, you're just going too far, James, because you shouldn't go that far with your argument because you don't know what the results of the reclassifications will be.
That's all I'm saying.
Well,
I'm not arguing about nothing else.
This is kind of like what you want, man. Like sometimes when you know stuff, you can see stuff that other people can't understand or see. So what I'm telling you, if Homo Neanderthal is an extinct species, and they're talking about we're doing a retaxonomy and adding another species to Homo sapien, you have to then figure out who are they going to give that classification to.
But realize
it has to be a living species. There has to be something there.
But you saying that you messing it up a little bit because it's an extinct species Neanderthal. They're not saying They're not.
Homo Neanderthals.
Yeah, that's what I'm
extinct.
saying. But they're not
But
saying.
hold on.
They're not going to
Homo
say it ain't
sapien
extinct no
Neanderthal is
more.
not extinct.
Just real
Hold
quick.
on, what they're saying
They're
is
not
Homo
going to say it
sapien-
ain't extinct no more. That's how you acting.
That's what they saying. That's why they have.
No, that's not what they saying.
But watch
bro.
this. You know what? I'm finna show y'all.
They're not saying Homo
I'm
Neanderthal.
gonna show y'all a video with
All
a
right.
PhD that's saying exactly what I just
All right.
said.
So he
okay?
say it ain't extinct no
don't
more.
mean the DNA don't exist
Give me a
anymore.
second. Just give me a second. I'm finna mute that.
What's
Hold
up
on.
with everybody else who I didn't get to greet? How y'all doing?
Peace.
Peace, Smash. What up, bro?
What up?
Extinct doesn't mean that the DNA don't exist. You know what I mean?
Yeah, he
right.
See, when you right, you gotta know how to be right. You gonna wind up being wrong again by the end of the show, bro. Rock your right out.
But hey, Smash, that been my whole question with him since last time we talked. I don't disagree with him on none of the other shit as far as they diseases and all that.
Well, real quick though, I don't know, Shaquan, because you wasn't you was on his head about him saying that it make him act different.
No, that wasn't me. You got the wrong person.
Okay, my bad.
That
I
apologize.
apologize.
The disagreement with him
that was Moses.
is you saying that since they fit to reclassify it, or reclassify Neanderthal, are you saying that whites and Asians are not Homo sapien anymore?
I'm definitely not saying that.
Here.
I ain't qualified to say that. James seemed like he leading in that direction, and I'm gonna let you know. I don't presume they're gonna say that about themselves, bro. They not about to say that.
Hold on, right? Hold on, watch it. They talking about putting them in the sapien family. What are y'all talking about?
But they're talking about
that's not the confusion. Hold on, this is what we be confusing each other. We're talking about that they're going to say that they are. Look, this is how you posing it. Like Neanderthals used to be extinct. They're going to reclassify it and now say that that's white people, and that's not what's about to happen.
That's my only contention, bro.
They just gonna say all of this stuff, and they're not gonna have any scientific data to back up what they say. They just gonna say it. Is that what y'all getting at?
No.
When they come up with this conclusion, this is just what they gonna say.
That's what James getting at.
Yeah, James kind of like saying that what they're gonna conclude. So, like they will have the prerogative. Like it don't work like that. All scientists of the world get to look at the data. It's not like they gonna come out the back room and be like, "We changed it."
Right. We Neanderthal now.
So this is gonna have to work across the board, and now y'all know that it's ramifications behind things, right? So one thing affects one thing that affects another thing affects another thing. So they not this data, this new refined. What they doing is not changing it. And I heard a couple people say change, right?
Right.
So what they do is they find more information, so they refine
their
conclusions. You know what I'm saying? So just like when you can get some oil, you can go get some oil out of sand. They got sand with oil in the shit, right? But then you can get the sand out of it. That's one part. Now you just got crude oil, right? That's separated from the sand. But you have to even go farther. You have to refine that even more in order to get you some 10W40, right?
Right.
Or some diesel fuel or whatever it is you're getting out of that crude oil. You have to refine it, right? You have to. So it's not about the changing. It's about understanding things further. It's about having more tools, data, and information than what you had yesterday, and coming back to the table, not changing what you did, refining it and adding to it. You see what I'm saying? So
concrete. Hey, ain't it true? Like in science, right? When you I'm not saying like when you update the information, you also have to prove the previous information, right?
Yeah. So if you're going to change, not update, right? So if what they're saying in science, right? If you're going to change something, right? It not only has to answer that question that you're asking or that you're changing, but all of those questions that the other theory answered, that theory has to answer those questions too.
Yeah, it got to be right along the line. You can't be.
And it's got to be cross disciplinary. So you can't have something in one field, like the geology got to tie in to it too, right?
Right.
You see what I'm saying? All of that, everything has to tie into it. meteorology, all of that. You know what I'm saying? All of those things, because you can't have this geologist saying, "Well, this happened and then this happened," and then you got the meteorologist be like, "Bro, that would have been impossible with the
my
weather
only
pattern
contention with
that
James
was going
is
on."
I
You
keep
don't have
asking him,
one,
are you
Saquon.
saying that they fit to reclassify whites and
Just chill
Asians
out,
as
man. I'm gonna
Homo
play this
sapien
video right here that
Neanderthal?
I got on the screen, and maybe they can answer your question. Okay,
All right,
this
I'm
all
mute
I can
out.
do to help you, homie. All right, hold on.
Yeah.
Hold on. Can y'all hear?
He
What's
said
up,
he was
man?
finna
Nah,
play
we
the
can't
video.
hear.
Oh, okay. You was playing something. I didn't know what happened. Go ahead.
Oh, y'all don't want me to play?
No, it was still on my
ready?
screen. It was still on my screen. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. Y'all ready?
Yeah.
In thinking about the various human lineages, Vivian, should we envision that the Neanderthals went extinct? Is that the right way of thinking about it?
So I think that historically people talked about Neanderthals, not so much about Denisovans we didn't know about, but about Neanderthals going extinct because the type of stone tools that they make or they made at some point disappears from the fossil record. And at some point, the skeletons that can be attributed to them also, you just don't find them anymore. And so from this came the idea that they completely went extinct. Now, one of the actually first insights that came out of sequencing a Neanderthal genome was the fact that there is still Neanderthal DNA in people living today. So anyone living today that is not of sub-Saharan African ancestry carries between 1 to maybe 3% of their genome coming from Neanderthals. And so if you think about this like that, then perhaps Neanderthal didn't go extinct. In a way, they still live within us. So also for sequencing the Denisovan genome and then comparing that genome to people living today, we know that there's DNA of Denisovans in present-day populations. So if you go in Oceania, in some parts of Papua, for example, you have people living today that have up to 6% of the genome coming from Denisovans. That's quite a lot. And we do find also Denisovan DNA in other parts of Asia. And so, again, in some ways, they just didn't disappear. They still, parts of them live in us and still affect our genomes today.
I heard, and I don't know, you can correct me if this is just, one of those urban legends that you find on TikTok or Twitter, but that the way we in the modern era right now respond, say, to various viruses like COVID even, is potentially impacted by some of the Neanderthal DNA. Is that real? Is that nonsense?
Yes, it is real. It is real. And it's actually, I think, one of the interesting aspects of looking at Neanderthal DNA and at Denisovan DNA is that we can still think, how does it impact our own health in our own world today? And COVID is
let's
a great
stop it
example,
though.
that sort of came out of this unfortunate
She made the
pandemic
point and we ran past it.
is that by
the point, let's hear the point again. That what she said, yeah, because people gonna try to get.
I think it's somewhere.
Yeah, I'm about to say, recap what you heard.
Well, I mean, I heard clearly that she said it's still alive, and I mean, we could say that it probably ain't extinct since it's still living in some of us. But that's the part I wanted to rewind back to.
In a way, we could. In a way, we could say that.
In a way, yeah, that's what I'm saying.
We could say that. Yeah.
Yeah, but
hold on. But I think somewhere later on in this conversation.
But she didn't say they're reclassifying it that
hold
way.
On, they're going to talk about the classification.
That means don't run off. Don't
hold on,
run off with what she said.
They're going to talk about the classification later on, about the reclassification, if I'm not mistaken, unless y'all just want me to see if I can.
Yes, try to skip to.
Yeah, try to skip to.
Because I would save this part just for that.
I don't know about World Science Festival, man.
If you have the Neanderthal DNA,
I don't think they trying to trip. They seem like they about their knowledge World Science Festival. So maybe
this is
for real. This is for real. They for real.
Yeah, these people work with actually with the Max Planck Institute.
Yeah.
So what I'm trying to
do Science Time. My man that's asking the questions, he do a show called Science Time.
Oh, you know him? Oh, see, that's what I'm
That's Brian Green.
Yeah. Oh, so y'all know what's up then?
Yeah, he be on Neil deGrasse Tyson show sometimes.
Yeah, he's serious. This is serious shit.
Yeah,
you ain't gotta play the. I don't even want to play no more. Fuck
okay,
it. Yeah.
word. Let me just stop.
But because you made, she said.
I think you ran off.
Kind of like what you said.
They was gonna go into the reclassification too. If I could have got, I wish I could have just got straight to that. But you need to listen to the question that he asked first, so that's why I use that more.
Well, I'm gonna check it out.
I think you put it in the back chat though.
On that reclassification already about a week or two ago, didn't you, Jay?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So I didn't say that. Why are they? See, that's the question we gotta ask.
No, nobody argued about. At least not. I didn't hear nobody. Let me not say no.
Yeah, y'all.
But you keep presuming the results of the reclassification. That's your error. You keep on saying how they gonna wind up doing it. We don't know they just saying they reclassifying it. We don't know what's gonna be the results of that.
No, that was
they have to. They split. Hold up, Smash. If they split Homo sapiens sapien, and then they split and they say a Homo sapien Neanderthal, who is the Homo sapiens sapien?
The people with all the sub-Saharan Africans.
So who is going to be the Homo sapien Neanderthal?
But I don't think that's what I'm saying.
You
keep supposing it's going to happen.
That's the part he's getting wrong.
You keep supposing that they're going to do it like that.
They haven't did it yet, and that's the reason why they don't want to split it up, because that's what it would cause. It would cause just that.
Your 1 + 1 ain't equaling 2, bro.
James.
Y'all go ahead.
Definitely not.
Yeah, you got to slow down, bro.
Y'all don't get what I'm saying. It's simple.
I understand totally what you're saying, James. You not once you get on your rant, bro, you don't be hearing shit. You don't.
Yeah, I told you was gonna let this happen. You let them get you back to where you wrong again.
No,
you should have stayed where you was right at, bro.
I'm cool. I'm just tripping on y'all because y'all don't understand what it's.
But you should let that data develop.
I'm gonna let it go because y'all don't understand.
Yeah, you should let that data develop. Now you arguing something that's inconclusive, and you saying it's gonna be like this.
They already made the conclusion,
bro.
Already, that was the conclusion.
As soon as you postulate that I might split up this because of this new information that I found and classify them modern people, because Homo Neanderthal is dead, it's extinct. So they can't be talking about nobody else but what's living. What can they classify?
I think they talking about the DNA.
Huh?
The DNA still lives, James.
But who are they?
Right there.
Who gets assigned? Well, listen. Who gets assigned Neanderthal? Who gets assigned Homo sapien Neanderthal? Then
the extinct, the regular, the Neanderthal that you thought was extinct already. Anyway,
right. So you saying y'all go? So hold on. This
as Homo sapien Neanderthal.
They're going to reclassify the extinct.
Okay, yeah, okay. If that's the way you want to about modern,
you do it
that way.
Yeah,
you do it that way.
Yeah, I don't understand why
I don't think that's how that's gonna work. Because you have to infuse sapien off into that for it to be a mix. So that's not gonna work. What y'all talking about?
No. You mixing two different things. Like,
okay, explain it.
James, you gotta slow down, bro. You be just rambling off at the mouth, bro. I'm telling you, you mixing two different things. Now, what you just played here has they might have talked about the reclassification in that video, but that's not what they was talking about right there at that point, bro. You see what I'm saying? At that point, all they talking about is that we can say, if you want to, you can say that Neanderthal still lives on, but within us, right? Mm-hmm. That's what they was talking about there. The reclassification is a whole different topic, bro. And when they talking about reclassifying, they're talking about reclassifying the archaic human Neanderthal. They're reclassifying Neanderthal as Homo sapien Neanderthal. You see what I'm saying? Like, you gotta slow it. You just run off so fast. I don't even know.
Okay, well then let me ask you this.
Right. Hey, Corey, you talking about taxonomy, right?
Hold up. If you're gonna do that, well, how do you account for the admixture?
What admixture? What do you mean?
Homo sapien. Listen. Homo.
Homo Neanderthal was a totally different species that it had separated.
They you just said they trying to reclassify that.
They're
now
trying
they
to
reclassify
reclassify because they found
what they mean by Homo sapien Neanderthal, they're meaning a subspecies. Not a totally different species. Now they're reclassifying it as a subspecies. Why? Because you explained it the other day, James. You explained this to yourself the other day, James. Why are they trying to say it's a subspecies now? Because
I'm not even going to continue having this conversation.
It's not that they can't have offspring.
My bad, Smash.
It's that the birth ain't successful all the time. That's what it is. You see what I'm saying? You just talked about that the other day, didn't you, James? About how the birth between the Homo sapiens and the Homo sapien Neanderthal, the birth canals was different.
I didn't do that. That was Chef.
They didn't have the same.
That was Chef, bro. He was talking about puppies. That wasn't me.
Okay, well, so but you knew about that. You knew that it was a subspecies.
No. That ain't what that was Chef's whole interjection of what I was talking about with hybridization. I was showing hybridization to show that two species can procreate, right? That's what I showed.
Subspecies. This is the point that you missed.
Watch
but
this.
You brought it up.
They didn't
point is you brought it up. It's a subspecies. You have to know what you be teaching the people, James. You brought that to the table.
But you don't even know what you're talking about. This is what I'm saying.
Yeah, I know.
This conversation.
I think we need to look up like speciation.
This is what I'm finna start doing. See, I'm finna start being a
they
little
actually
bit more
did
blunt
that. That's what I'm talking about.
Y'all don't understand nothing that y'all talking
James
about.
They did that
It
already.
look like I'm just gonna have to just tell y'all just flat out that y'all are totally confused, and that's not my fault, man. That's really what's going on. It's not my fault that y'all confused. Y'all need to study the subject matter a little bit more because y'all can't understand what I'm saying, and I'm speaking plain English. I'm not really trying to
so look, I got let me ask you.
James, son of y'all, hold on.
I mean, what can you do?
I'm not trying to.
What can
I have
you
to do this, man, because at this point, I just what it is. I recognize. You know how if you know something and you talking to somebody and they don't know what they talking about, this is what this is. I know that's how I'm thinking.
Hey, Corey. Hey, so look, like with speciation, right?
If he didn't just show the Dunning-Kruger effect, goddamn it, I don't know what the Dunning-Kruger effect is.
You don't know what you're talking about.
One of y'all about to win a Black Egypt shirt. Hold on, let me hear. I gotta see who talking.
That must be coming to my house.
It might be James about to win one.
You gotta give me that shirt.
Hey, what? Nah, James about to win so far. I'm just listening.
Tripping, bro.
Hey, what you were saying, though, James? No, I'm just giving the man respect. Listen. I'm just
turn his whole argument around.
So y'all don't know why I root for James, because James got heart, bro. James been banging against y'all when he didn't know nothing. Now he knowing shit and he right, and niggas cats is looking stupid, bro.
Right.
Like, no, not right about everything. I keep telling them to stop letting them be wrong. Man. But about that last point about the DNA affecting how they think and stuff, man, scientists are saying that.
No,
particularly,
I agree with him with that.
I
don't have
y'all
no
knew that
disagreement
already.
with that.
Don't y'all know that smoking cigarettes is a Neanderthal trait? Compulsiveness.
What? I didn't know none of that.
I didn't know that one.
That's compulsiveness is a Neanderthal trait. Doing some compulsive study, niggas that sit down and they can't stop shaking their knee or whatever they do. You know what I'm saying? That's a Neanderthal trait. Smoking cigarettes back to back and that shit, being addicted, having an addictive personality, doing drugs. That's all Neanderthal shit. Y'all didn't know that?
Nah, I didn't know that one.
Yeah, compulsiveness. That's his trait. That's a Neanderthal.
Hold on, man. Let me do something real quick. Let me show you. See, y'all think this is a
joke. That's deep right there.
Can y'all see this?
Yeah.
Can y'all see this?
No.
Am I sharing my screen?
No.
Smash.
But like I keep saying, my only disagreement with James is when he say they fit.
Can y'all hold on? Just chill out. This is my Facebook page. This is 2016. It says documentation that all non-Africans have either 1.5 Neanderthal, European, or Denisovan DNA. Additionally, people in Malaysia have an extra 5% from Denisovan groups. This makes total common sense, regardless of the source. Interesting. So this is me in 2016. Man, I ain't just started doing this.
So you think
y'all see this is what I'm saying. Y'all don't know who y'all really dealing with.
You
but
think
that's okay.
No, I'm not saying you. I wasn't saying you started doing it. I said you got better in your discovery.
They definitely got archaic
DNA. I want to know, does James believe that sub-Saharan Africans have archaic DNA? Does it have to be Neanderthal?
See, they trying to make you wrong, James.
Stick
to your guns. Stick to your guns.
Make him wrong.
That question didn't even compute.
I'm not even on the point. Whatever point you think he right on, that's fine. If he won that, I don't even know which point it is, but I'm fine with him winning the point.
He winning on points nobody disagree with.
Right.
Mm-hmm. Now,
like, come on, James, stay on that.
Now they don't disagree, James.
What point is it?
Yeah, James. Now they don't disagree that
we got
the DNA make people act different.
To be Phil Jackson.
No, I be listening, bro. I be listening.
Everybody, I don't. If y'all disagree that DNA has something to do with the way you act, I can't believe y'all would disagree with that. I would have never disagreed with that. Like, he won that.
I don't disagree with none of that. I disagree with saying white people fit to be Homo sapien Neanderthal. You got to show me the sciences that say that.
Well, let me just,
because I think that's the part where you just going too far at. Right? You 95% right. That 5%.
Damn, I can't. So I'm still fighting for another 5%. Is what you're telling me.
Yeah, you fighting for 5%.
I want to know: does James believe that sub-Saharan Africans have archaic DNA?
Yes.
You believe they got archaic DNA?
I know they do. We all
okay.
do.
So what's the point if everybody on the goddamn planet got
archaic
DNA?
Watch what he say. Watch what he say. Watch this. Now they confused. They confused about it being indigenous to the continent. See, Neanderthal DNA it evolves outside. That means it's not indigenous to the continent. You understand that?
Yes, we understand that.
Fine.
Yeah, but what does that mean? We get
that.
I'm trying to figure out what.
I'm new now, man. Y'all white.
Hold on, James. Listen, we know Neanderthals are a different species.
They're thinking about their subspecies now.
Talking about an archaic species. So we know they're a different species. The problem is when you say that we have traits of Neanderthal DNA or non-Sub-Saharan Africans have traits of Neanderthal DNA and say that it makes us two different species, that's a problem.
And you know what?
This is actually exactly why I got on here to ask that same question, right? Let me try to ask it like this. So James, what is the larger point or conversation that you're actually trying to make by establishing that the Neanderthal is a different species or so, whatever that point is that you're trying to make? Let me just give you that, right? Let me just say you 100% right on it, just for the sake of argument. What larger point does that contribute to for you to actually be able to make once you've established that the Neanderthal is something totally different from Sub-Saharan Africans? What are you trying to say?
Man, watch this. Hold on, this what's crazy about it. All of you just asking me this question, this ain't even got nothing to do with y'all. This is for Ngozi.
Man, just answer the question, man.
Oh, yeah, because I am answering the question. It ain't got nothing to do with y'all. You want to know why I'm doing this? This had to do with Ngozi and his claim that the Arabs that are in North Africa today have been there for at least 23,000 years. That's what this is about. That's your answer.
They've been there for longer than 23,000.
No, they haven't.
So you trying to say?
Look, watch this. See, me and Smash, we on the same page.
Well, I think that Homo sapiens and Neanderthal mixed a long time ago, before 20,000 years, bro.
What?
Yeah.
Well, hold
on.
And
Neanderthal ancestor came from Africa.
Man,
yeah,
I'm not gonna do this.
They missing the point.
I'm done. Smash, maybe you could do it. Let me give me a break.
This ain't my argument.
I was establishing that the install and
It's like you handing the ball to the referee, bro. You can't hand the ball to the referee.
It's like somebody asking you about the metadata over and over and over, and you sit them and you just showed them. You know what I'm saying?
You gotta
James. Like, what's wrong with you?
Matt tried to help you. Listen to what you just said, though, James. I don't. It's just it boggles my mind, like the shit you say, and then like the shit you come back on yourself and say back on your
who playing
on
beats?
yourself. Man, I don't know what that was, but he said they mix with archaic humans, right? Now, what time? Because you're saying they wouldn't have been there 23,000 years ago, but I'm trying to figure out what time did they mix with the archaic humans again, James? Here?
Well, they started mixing up there in Anatolia. They saying probably
with the archaic humans. I'm talking about with the archaic humans, not, you know what I mean? That's what I'm talking about.
Gotcha, moment.
What do you? Let me see. That's what I'm saying. You want to
when
know
did the archaic humans start mixing with them those Homo sapiens over there?
Probably about 70,000 years ago.
Okay, so now why wouldn't they be there 23,000 years ago now again?
Because they didn't go south for whatever reason. They got something called like a 12-year period where they don't understand why they don't see anything coming south. I don't know what that's about.
A what?
I told you these are gotcha moments at this point. This conversation has become gotcha moments.
So you copying and pasting your opinion on that part right there.
Everybody's up here looking for gotcha moments. Can we stop?
That's basically what it is, Sabio. I don't, they ask me.
Look, if your stuff was thorough, I couldn't get you no kind of way.
This is just gotcha moments.
I couldn't get you if your stuff was tight, bro. That's just the bottom line to it.
Everyone
what are you getting?
Gotcha moment.
Well, he's saying, I mean,
you got 50,000 years of time that you can't account for, yo.
Homie, do you know that the light skin allele didn't even develop from what they say in humans until 13,000 years ago?
Well, why did Soy Cat say 60,000 years ago?
60,000 years ago, what?
There was light-skinned people in North Africa.
Well, you'd have to pull that source up because I don't believe
it was just Makaketa saying it on a video.
Well, if he said that, he would have to be scientifically wrong. I don't know why would he say that, but I know that they say that the SLC gene didn't arrive. See what I'm saying?
It's probable. That's probably he said it probably because it was.
I feel like
that's probably why he said.
I feel like we actually getting somewhere now. Now we ain't getting lost in the weeds of all the minutia and all these real refined arguments that the scientists are making. We actually getting to what you are trying to say. Because I haven't heard anybody else say what you're trying to say. So now that I hear you trying to say it, it really ain't really adding up like talking about it. Like it's really not.
Yeah, I know. That's how it always happens. You're gonna be looking like a dummy again today. But anyway, watch.
I'm cool with that. I ain't on. I'm on YouTube.
This how documentation works. See how documentation works? Now watch this. They talking about the origins of blue eyes. Now they saying it's at 42,000 years ago, but they ain't got no designated spot for this. Light skin, the SLC gene. Dang, this thing is right here. I can't see. Can y'all see that?
You see what?
What date they giving for that?
For which one?
That light skin allele.
Light skin, intermediate
right
skin.
there?
Oh, light skin.
Here it is.
Yeah.
22,000 to 28,000 years ago. That's when they say the origins of this stuff is, right? But they don't have nowhere. Watch this. Everywhere else is gonna have a plate. Anatolian farmers, 8,500 years ago. See what I'm saying? They showing you where it's located at. But watch this. Down here in Africa, they ain't got no Arabs.
Hold on. Light skin, intermediate skin, mostly brown eyes and dark hair. Okay, all right.
Yeah, you see, but they showing you. See, they got the 8,500 years ago. But see, right here, the hunter gatherers, they was black.
over there 14,000
Wait a
years
minute.
ago.
They was black? Is that how that is? Did I say that?
The color coding right
All right,
here.
yeah, that's what I want to see. Dark skin.
The color coding right here shows
dark
you when
skin,
they
blue
color
eyes, and dark hair. So how could they have blue? Oh, look, go back to when blue eyes developed.
Because blue eyes is gonna be over here in
When did it develop? What time period? All right, 22,000. Okay, so
no,
it makes
blue
sense.
eyes originates right here. The origins of that's blonde hair. 18,000.
That's blonde hair. Let's go down to blue eyes.
Bro, I like this, man.
Origin of blue eyes 42,000 years ago.
But they don't have a place. If they do, we have to.
But light skin is 22,000. So the first people with blue eyes was dark skin. That's why those Western hunter gatherers to the left fit on the map. Look, so blue eyes developed before light skin. Now we got us crushing the credibility of this map too. But anyway, let's go over to the Western hunter gatherers. I'm just saying who made the map because I can make a map. You feel me?
Yeah, see, so Western hunter gatherers, they over here. You see what I'm saying?
But they had dark skin and blue eyes, which matches the map. Yeah, I'm with you.
Look at the time. See, they saying this era showing you saying they come in 1900 years ago.
So
See,
19,000 years ago, they
got
came
them coming from Italy at 14,000.
I got you.
14,000, excuse me. And see, they got them going into Scandinavia at 9,000 years ago. But all of this, when they get into Scandinavia, see this whatever this is, this hunter-gatherer DNA, this is some light-skinned DNA. See how it changes the percentage of the and this shit is gonna go all the way down. So when they get down to here with these people that's light-skinned, that is 8,500 years ago. This is the Anatolian farmers that they keep talking about that started fucking farming. But they right here at 85, that's when they get it. You see what I'm saying? So now take your ass on around to the Levant. That's going to take them at least to 7,500. It ain't going to be no 23,000. How? You see what I'm saying? This shit takes a long time.
So this is what happened. This is what happened. He had that data. He had the
here go this kid log gene that he's talking about, origins of blonde hair. See, Ngozi ain't showing y'all none of this. See,
go to the bottom, James.
They're going from northern Siberia with this blonde hair. They taking it 3,500 years ago. They take it over into Scandinavia.
Hey, go to the bottom, James. Go to the bottom real quick. So it's saying
as you can go.
That SLC. How come in my memory people be saying SCL?
It's SLC 24A5, and then they got another one SLC
24A5. Developed
light
skin. No, I know, but
I'm about to say it say light skin.
But look, it say 23,000. It's so this is what happened. This is what happened. Because you can look at the data and see what happened. Somebody had the information that gene developed. That keep sharing it.
Okay, my bad.
Because they had the information that gene developed at 22,000, and they repeated that, right? But that's what I was talking about when I asked you guys. Does a gene always express itself when it mutates?
No, they can turn on and off, right?
Well, eventually, when is the first time it expresses itself on the map? See, they say it's right there. It arrives at 22,000, but when they don't show no origin or no area.
That's what I'm saying.
Exactly. And so they saying the gene is there, but where? Look on the map and find where they found it. They got light skin at 8,500 BC, and go to the top. They also got light skin at what? 10,000 BC.
They got different kinds. So
well, what's now? Look, 13,000. But so the furthest one going back is 13,000, where they actually identify some people. I mean, find one that go before 13,000 on the map. See, that's a blonde hair over there, so they still could have been dark skinned. Look, intermediate light skinned Northern Asians.
Somebody need to mute out.
Yeah, somebody do need to mute out. So what is that intermediate light skin that where the ancient Northern Eurasians seem to have blonde hair and light skin?
Mixed with that brown.
But look to the right, because that's the part we missing. Ancient North Eurasians. At 18,000 years ago, they had that gene,
the blonde hair gene.
But look to the left. It's an arrow pointing to the light skin intermediate. At 8, so that would be the earliest one. And
yo, I'm gonna tell you what that is, man. That's that SL4-5. That's coming from Eastern Eurasia.
But you still right.
The SL24.
They got 2.4 up there too. SLC 24A5 first. But look, this is what I'm saying. Look at where they got it at. That's not the Levant at 18,000 BC, and they got it earlier. Yeah.
Oh, that boy, that's my guy. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, and that's not 20,000. And if you go to the Levant, they clearly got a time period 8,500 years ago, which would be 6,500 BC, not 8,500 BC.
So y'all, yeah, when you go, but see, I'm just saying, y'all willing to throw away. See, now they don't got nothing to say.
No, you mean throw away? No, it was just everything Gozy said
behind what y'all trying to get at, right? And so what I'm saying, my question is, and y'all can be right or wrong. It really don't make no difference to me. Like, man, it don't make a difference. You've been arguing for 2 weeks.
What ramifications about getting this right?
James tripping. James don't know what he's talking about. Every time I keep showing and proving, y'all get James. Quiet. Most of the time, I've been on your side, bro. But thank you, Corey. Thinking I've not been on your side. Yeah, you've been sending me mixed signals here. No, I've been trying to dial you back a little bit, but you refuse. So now I'm just not. Come on and jump on then, because you go too far every time. I'm just going to show you where you're wrong. You know what I mean? But the thing is, it's ramifications behind what y'all trying to get at, and y'all willing to throw away a lot of modern science that y'all depend on a day-to-day basis.
No, that's
just to
totally
get at
inaccurate.
just to get at your bottom line.
No, that's inaccurate. You can't cite. You just making the story, but cite something specifically that illustrates what you just said. What are we throwing away?
Like, it's ramifications.
What are those ramifications?
None of the genetics. No geneticists know what the hell they talking about. None of the geologists that study these archaic humans and shit, none of those people know what the hell they talking about, right?
I'm not getting that from what James is doing. He's showing us scientific data. Everybody else just ramble and talk hella fast. Keep it a buck. The people who told us what we throwing away was wrong because that map just said it developed at 8,500 BC in the Levant. That's what I'm saying.
Look, I don't know what this map is getting at, right? I don't know where that map came from. I don't know what the map is trying to get
I said
at.
We need to see who made the map earlier.
You know, I'm not. That map don't mean nothing to me at this point. But
why not?
It looks scientific. I'm saying, like, I don't. Fine, if the map is right, it's right. I don't know what to say about the map. You know
right, we need to see the part of the map where like it explained everything on the map. What's it called? The legend.
Yeah.
I don't want to just look at the map and don't know what the hell I'm looking at.
No,
I'm with what he's saying though, but
I just put it in the back.
A lot of that was apparent though, but
I just put it in the back chat.
I feel what you're saying.
Because science.
Hold on, let me get out. I don't know nothing about this subject.
So when you saying,
let
me tell y'all, it's a wiki link on light skin. Listen, it's a wiki link on light skin. That's all it is, bro. Okay, it's not real. It's not that. A wiki leak. It's a wiki link on light skin. It's light skin. Just type in light skin and it'll pop up for you.
Hey James, tell them.
What's so this article is.
Hey, we got. Hold on. Let's see what Gullah in the building.
They just now getting there.
Gullah gonna speak for that side better than everybody. Peace, Gullah. What's up with it?
Yeah, go on, drop that, Gullah. Peace out.
They root for Gullah. On the side.
They need you, Gullah, because James over here knocking some regulars down. We need some experts. Come on.
I'm the person that showed him that map. He ain't give a credit.
What's the map?
Why you didn't give him credit, James?
Because the only thing I did was type in light skin and hit search, and then that's what popped up.
Oh, but I mean, I'm just saying like this.
I don't know why Gullah won't credit.
But here, this on James. If all he want is credit, then hey, hang that under your belt too. Because you won. Shit, give him his credit. He helped you. He helped you win.
I don't even know what you're talking about, but good, you got it.
Yeah, give him his credit. You know, I give Gullah his credit, but he don't have to ask for it. You feel me?
What part did he win again?
Show him that map and that light skin article on my own channel. He lying,
bro. That's
break it down for us, Go.
Yeah, like break it down. Like what you know?
Like what does it mean? Right.
So I'm gonna ask. I'll ask a more direct question if you get the time. I know Bella at work, so he can't always respond. But this is the direct question to respond to, because y'all said it developed. Well, I don't know if y'all, but you know, I've heard that it developed. Light skin developed in the Levant 20,000 years ago, and Samaka Kieta said that it's been in North Africa since 60,000 years ago. Now, maybe our misunderstanding of what that gene bring forth, they might be talking about Aryan type white skin, because there is lighter hues that Samaka Kieta could have been referring to that might not be represented by what that gene brings forth. But what's the misunderstanding about the map saying 8,500 BC 8,500 years ago in the Levant, and then others espousing that it was 20,000 years ago in the Levant?
Yeah, I don't know about that map. You know, whatever. You know, I'd rather just pull up. I mean, y'all can pull up when light skinned gene developed and where the.
But that was in the whole. That was the map from that article. That's what we saying.
That's exactly what I did.
That's the map from the article on what you saying we should pull up. I just looked at it.
I mean, let's look at the.
If you Google, this is what I'm saying.
Show me a zoom in part. Y'all show me a zoom. Maybe it's just because I'm on my phone, but I couldn't see it. Right.
If you Google light skin, you're gonna see that map. Is what I'm saying.
Okay.
James, are you
in the back? I mean, in the chat back here too, if you want to.
Hey, James. So are you using this map to say like the people that's in North Africa right now? They recent.
Yes.
They recent people.
Yeah, one would have to suppose that, Shaquan. And then you got Smash.
How does that connect? How do those two connect? Just illustrate
you got
that.
Smash over there going with the documentation, and then I'm coming through correcting the misinformation on the DNA.
But I'm trying to say, how do what you showing us line up to what he just
because it's not for first. Like I said, this wasn't even. This is about in gold. This 23,000. I'm trying to hunt that down. You see what I'm saying? And when in my quest for that, I found out that it was only 13,000 years ago that these alleles even started to express themselves. Even though they might have been saying that, they keep trying to say if those alleles only expressed themselves 13,000 years ago, then the 23,000 mark of saying these people was down there light skinned is out the question.
Oh, okay, so James, so what about? Because I seen an article too. I can bring it up. I will bring it up after I say it. That it said that they did some DNA. Now, like I said, it's very limited, but they did some DNA of some of the people that live in North Africa, particularly Egypt right now, like by the Delta, and they have upwards of 60+% of indigenous North African DNA.
See, that's the problem. How did they define indigenous North African DNA? You see what I mean?
I'm gonna bring it up.
Like which markers define that, and that's what I'm saying. We got to start learning. Right.
I'm not a geneticist, so I can't explain.
I mean, I
hear you. Somebody a question you can't explain yourself.
No, that's good. No, he just was making a point.
I'm asking you a question. That don't mean I know. That's why it's a question.
But that's a confusing question, though.
You know
what I'm saying?
What's up, Sam?
The problem don't even make sense.
How is that confusing?
Hold on, we ain't got to trip off the question. Okay, we about to argue over the question.
You saying they just got there? Somebody wrong.
Sabia, what's up with it?
What up with it? The problem is, and I understand where James is coming from. The problem is people overlook one fundamental thing, and I think you bring it out, but I don't think people pay attention to it. And I asked this question, and I never got an answer. What about all the invasion of Egypt? What about those people coming in from the east?
Thank you.
What happened? Hold up, Shaquan. Don't
okay, my bad, bro. Go ahead. My bad.
I haven't said a word. I've been sitting back chilling.
I just said my bad, bro.
Okay, so if these people are coming in from these outside areas and there's a population of people there and they're an invading force, and this invading force are destroying the fighting men, and they're doing what? They're enslaving and capturing the remaining women if they didn't kill, and children. What happened to the indigenous population?
Oh, hell no. What I just did? Hold on. Let me put this back. Hold on. Y'all ain't on YouTube right now.
Got breaded out by the invaders. That's what you saying.
No. Yeah. So no. That's not the case. So this is what I maintain this argument, and no one can falsify it, because all of the people that came in never left. The Greeks, they never left. The
Right,
Romans,
they just got breeded in, right?
Exactly. The Romans never left, nor did the Persians. You will never ever be able to show a back migration out of Egypt. After,
but you know, it's crazy that you say that, right? Because in the article I got, that part of their DNA actually shows up.
That's what part?
Well, that should be
the stuff you talking about the invaders. You know, DNA from those regions.
Well,
that should be your answer right there.
No, but it still said they got 60% indigenous North African.
That's why we gotta ask what. That's why we gotta ask what that consists of.
They didn't get breeded out.
We gotta find out what that consists of. But if the DNA shows up, then everything we saying is true. That person,
no, you're definitely right by saying they got breeded in. That's for sure. But what I'm saying is, but does breeded in mean replaced?
So it's like this though. I mean, how do we reckon it? Like, say you got anything that's all one thing, and you start mixing stuff in with it over time. Like, eventually, even if you just had a jar of black beads like that go on a woman's hair, and eventually that I got all women in my house, so I'm thinking like that, but eventually they like start putting different colored beads in the jar. After a while, they won't even refer to those beads as black beads no more, and they just gonna come up with a new way to reference it because of all the mixing they do by putting all the different colors in there. They might just say something like Egyptians. You see what I'm saying? Like, or just my beads, my hair beads is what I know that was a crazy analogy, but
okay,
anyway,
but look, take this, right? Like, if we look at our situation here in America, right, we know it was raping going on, right? So let's say, for instance, like Thomas Jefferson. Oh, well, what was the president name that had all this damn slave baby mamas? Let's say he had a baby, right, with a slave. We know that was going on. But then, so that's one ancestor that person has that's white. But the child of that will go and breed with another black person, though. You feel me? So it's like they didn't get breeded all the way out. You understand what I'm saying?
Man,
like it's not like they kept breeding.
No, yeah. No. You're 100% right, and this is why, I'm with that, and I never argue that. But see, what I argue is now we got a mixture of people there, and we trying to. Some of the people who did were involved with this North or this Lower Egyptian mixing, now making an overall claim to the whole Egypt and saying that the people who was there, even let's just say, there was a contingency of others. Like, let's use colloquial layman's terms just for a normal argument. Let's say there were other than a contingency of black people up there, and there was some Asians up there at earlier times. Well, they would have been mixing prior to any of this other stuff we talking about too. So let's presume that that's some of the North African DNA that they talking about before the incursion of these Greeks and these other people. You see what I'm saying? But we should wonder, and we should find out, and it's probably not that hard of a search, that what constitutes the classification of North African DNA and how this is different from the Berber and the sub-Saharan DNA. And I'm pretty sure
I
people
think
know
Berber is indigenous too, right?
Oh, yeah. I would definitely say Berber DNA would possibly be indigenous, but see, this is what I'm saying. They take 1 billion markers and they don't come with labels on them. So somebody somewhere say this is Berber DNA and this is Egyptian DNA. And that's just a fact. Like, so we would have to classify, because they have to look at it geographically. Then we would have to just qualify or learn, because I never be saying the scholars is wrong. We just don't know the process that they came to say this one different than that one.
and
Right.
qualify. Once I know some of us do, but I don't. And when I learned that, when I learned that, I would say, well, they're qualified in saying that this other DNA is indeed Native Egyptian. But until that point, I'm ignorant of what to say. You feel me?
Yeah. That's something we need to look into. We need to look into the process of how they came up with all these classifications in terms of, like, indigenous to North Africa and all that. You're right. We need to find that.
But see, what the area in which y'all doing is, and I hate to that's why I hate to even be doing stuff like this at this point, because you have to start off at the most simplest point. Don't start when they start doing trigonometry, when you got a whole bunch of different sets of you got the J, the A, the L. You don't want to go back that far. You want to start it off where the first admixture starts at. So, like, and if you listen to people who make their arguments, then you could do that. So if you looking at, I want y'all, Shaquan, you included, and Corey, I put 3 links there. Y'all need to copy them links and y'all need to look at them, bro. That's what y'all need to do. But see, now Ngozi, and now this is how you track down what he's saying. He brought up the basal Eurasians. See what I'm saying? So you go and look up who the basal Eurasians is, and guess what you're gonna find out? They don't got no Neanderthal DNA. They are the first people that's the hypothetical population that goes up to the Anatolian farmers and mix with them. The Anatolian farmers is at 8,500. Remember we seen that?
Hold on, you starting to lose us. You're going too fast. You ran past your point you was making when you said they don't have no Neanderthal DNA. So you need to expound on that so we can understand what that means to you and what it should mean to us.
Okay, right. Okay, hold on. Give me a second, man.
And what region was the basal Eurasians in? I don't know.
Hold on. See, the basal Eurasians was supposed to be in the Sinai Peninsula, what Saudi Arabia is today. So they are the people where Yemen is. They, I suppose, like Smash say you supposed to do.
The Sinai Peninsula is Egypt.
Huh?
The Sinai Peninsula is Egypt.
Well, where is Yemen at?
Yemen is in
Saudi Arabia, wherever that is, where Yemen and Africa almost touch right there. They postulate that some humans got stuck over there and developed their own allele because of separation. You can't keep breeding back with the nucleus population. You develop your own thing. So they start to have a little bit of difference from what their source population was. But
right, like Native Americans.
Yeah, but what they didn't do, they didn't have that Neanderthal mix. So what they would when they parse this out, maybe I need to make this bigger so y'all can see this. Hold on.
Man, where Gozy? Because you sure is trying to knock Gozy down.
No, listen. It says basal Eurasian is a proposed lineage of anatomically modern humans with reduced or zero archaic human. And then they put in parentheses Neanderthal admixture. This is what science does to find out when the admixture occurs. You see what I'm saying? So, and then if you go down here, they're going to be talking about they meet the Anatolian farmers at a certain time. And that's when, and we know the Anatolian farmers from that map we just showed, they don't get that allele to 8,500. So that's who they go up and meet with. But see, everybody else, all populations outside of Africa is called basal Eurasian. But the people that's down there in Yemen, they got the least amount of Neanderthal DNA to zero, which would make them basically Africans. But these people they call it a hypothetical population. They're not even supposed to be calling these people this. You see what I'm saying? They really Africans, but they hiding it from you by calling them basal Eurasian. But their allele did switch because of proximity and not being able to mix with the nucleus population. I hope y'all understand what I'm saying. They didn't have no Neanderthal admixture. That's what the original basals, if you go, it's a video of them. And they say, yeah, we the original basals because we don't got that much Neanderthal DNA. That's what the admixture is what signifies when they're coming down. So when they start admixing with those Anatolian farmers,
Those Anatolian farmers started at 8,500 and they started coming on around the Levant. And then they wind up at Egypt. Probably, I don't know what date we would give it, but I would say it would at least take them another 1,000.
James. Remember, that's 6,500, by the way. It's 8,500 years ago. So that was 6,500 BC, which is even more relevant. You get to shave 2,000 years off that, if you think about it.
Yeah, so I see, that's what I'm saying. I done studied this stuff, man. So, you know,
I mean, it ain't really shaving.
Understand? Like, even what I just said, I get.
Hey, can I
y'all
share the
don't know
screen
what I'm
share?
talking about. Y'all don't know what I'm talking about.
Go ahead.
Can y'all see my screen?
Yep. So I got what you were saying about the basic. You saying that if they ain't got no Neanderthal DNA, then they had to be somewhere where people wasn't mixing with them Neanderthals. And when they came back in, if they didn't bring back in, then how did they bring back this other shit y'all talking about?
Thank you, Smash. I'm glad somebody in the room understanding what I'm saying. So, you know, this, like I said, this was just me tracking down what Ngozi was saying. That's how this happened. Y'all ain't got nothing to do with this. This is what I was doing to try to make sure that I wasn't tripping. And then Smash on the other end, he's been hitting them with the text, and I'm hitting them with the DNA. So it's just over with. You know what I'm saying? Y'all just need to give it up at this point, bro.
You keep asking the question, but you don't answer it. And whatever answer anybody gives you don't accept it. So
man, if you don't understand it by now, dude, I'm sorry.
You keep asking the question that why are they then recategorizing species, right? You keep answering that.
I'm not asking no question. I already know why.
Okay, fine. So that's what I'm saying. It's a rhetorical question. And if you let me finish, I was going to explain. So James keeps asking that question whenever y'all question him. So he'll then say, why are they recharacterizing species? And then when you say, I don't know, that will give him permission to freestyle. But here is why they are reclassifying species, because James is just freestyling and he coming to his own conclusions. So how do we know the difference that we observe make a difference in the thing, right? The persistence of typological practices and rhetoric of species realism and paleoanthropology have led to an empirically, I gotta move this thing out the way, emphasis on anatomical or biological difference that may not be evolutionary important in order to validate the naming of something as a real or natural entity. So let's say that again. It's saying that the anatomical or biological difference that may not be evolutionary important in order to validate the naming. So what they're saying is these characteristics of the biological features that we use in the anatomically, the limb proportions, they might not even cause for the name of a new species. Let's go on. No scientific consensus on the definition of species. This is from New Scientist. A species is a group of living organisms that are all broadly similar and can, at least in principle, breathe with one another. Now that is that's a hypothesis. That is not, we can't prove that one way or the other. This seems straightforward enough, but the word species is fiendishly difficult to define. Despite decades of research, biologists do not agree on what constitutes a species. Several dozen definitions have been proposed. Okay, so let's, the species problem is a set of questions that arises when biologists attempt to define what a species is. Such a definition can be called a species concept. There are 26 recognized species concepts. So the way that we look at it over here in the Western world is not how other people across the world look at it, and they have their own ways to categorize humans, and it is accepted as science. 26 other ones, we arguing one. Let's move further.
Hold on, dude.
What's
So
happening?
you trying to tell me you just ambushed him with your presentation from the debate y'all gonna have?
Now we ain't even gonna have that debate because this is just easy money. The species.
So you just ambushed him. Okay, go ahead.
The species problem is a set of questions that arise when biologists attempt to define what a species is. Such definition is called a species concept. There are at least 26 recognized species concepts. A species concept works well for sexually producing organisms such as birds, is useless for species that reproduce asexually, such as bacteria. The scientific study of the species problem has been called microtaxonomy. One common but sometimes difficult question is how to best decide which species an organism belongs to, because reproductively isolated groups may not be readily recognizable and cryptic species may be present. There is a continuum for production isolation with no interbreeding to permissions, unlimited interbreeding. Populations can move forward or backwards along a continuum. And this is the thing when we're talking about evolution, this is what's kind of messing us up, because evolution, the way that they pitch it, it's on one continuum. It doesn't move backwards or forward, but now we understand it with back migrations and all that type of stuff, right? So let's go to a paleoanthropologist, right?
All right, we doing the readership. Come on.
And let's put it in their words. And this is she is hard. She hard as hell, right? This is the one that was on the
sentence. Come on,
Bobby Banger.
Biologists have long debated what criteria.
Real quick, just find a place to land this plane, and then we're gonna hear from Bobby. Go ahead.
Bet. Give me two more slides after this, and then Bobby Banger can come right on.
Oh, man. 2 more? Come on, bro.
That much. I know y'all don't want to hear, but
you're doing the whole.
Biologists have debated what criteria should be brought to bear.
Hey, dude, real quick. Look, if you do readership and your voice ain't got no delivery and no diction, everybody start falling asleep. I ain't heard nothing you said.
Okay.
Just start going.
Hey, that's true as hell.
That's what happens, Smash.
Because I got.
That's why I don't never come on here and read.
So can I continue?
What are you saying, dude?
Right. Come on, land the eagle.
Look at what the title is: Conceptual Issues in Taxonomy. Right? Biologists have long debated what criteria should be brought to bear in identifying defining species, identifying and defining species, which has become to be known as the species problem. The starting point takes a given that species do exist as real and natural entities and explore how we define them. So this is critical because we assume or presume that there are different species do exist, but it hasn't even been proven. So that's an issue in and of itself. But other fields of inquiry, such as philosophers of science, interrogate the very starting point itself. One that even Aristotle questioned when trying to understand the species category. Metaphysics of species research asks,
hold on, stop, man. Dude, you done tripped out. They do know other species exist.
Hey, let him land the plane, dude. Come on.
Man, you done tripped all the way out, man. Dude, you done tripped out, dude.
Permission to land. Just let me land right quick, and then y'all can say anything y'all want, right? So this is an issue right here of naming new species. It's a problem because they do limb proportions. They measure the skull. What do? They look at the teeth. But the question is, does that make a new species? That's what's in question. What scientists are arguing about. Here's the premise. Right.
That's in 1972. They didn't sequence the whole thing.
They said a whole lot. So that's the question right now. Are the criteria that we coming up with to call new species, is that really real? So that's why the things are being argued as far as
they know it's real. They didn't sequence the genome. What are you
new fossils, because they don't have no idea. And the old method is just looking at it and saying, yep, they have a high forehead, but hold on,
man, you done. You already done for it before you even started. Like, what's wrong with you?
Now I'm real confused.
Dude, man. Do you realize that they done sequence the genomes of Neanderthals and Denisovans? This the information you talking about is in the physics.
Damn, due diligence, you gonna have me agree with Pan-African Jay.
You cannot do this, dude. Damn. Man, it would have been over. This is what you've been doing. It's over before you even started reading. Please don't.
Damn, this nigga he came and made Pan-African Jay.
The problem of determining natural roots was not just a product of the limits of pre-Darwin.
All right, dude, come on, dude, bro.
So here's the issue right here. All
right, let's hear Bobby, bro. Let's hear Bobby.
Come
on, dude.
What up?
Hey, can I get in, yo?
I mean,
let's hear Bobby. Go ahead, Bobby.
You know what I mean? And then I get out the way. Y'all can ask me anything y'all want to ask, but y'all might read this last slide and then I get out the way.
All right, hey, let's hear what Bobby got to say.
Hey, listen, man, listen. This is a very complex conversation. I mean, the information they talk about, right? So due diligence is talking about something that would seem like Pan-African James is right. Because if you come in and say they don't really understand what species is, right? Then Pan-African James say, you know how he said, right, that's right.
outdated. What are you talking about?
No, but I'm saying, but with these readings, listen,
This is
come on, man.
2023.
Yeah, he just gave you a compliment, Pioneer African James.
Yeah, I gave you a comment. Come on, dog. I'm saying based off with these readings, then you actually can say that, yo, this is a species and this is not, because scientists don't actually know. And I'm saying when you really sit down and listen to scientists and talk to them, that's not it. Yes, that there are some things can switch back and forth within a species, right? But they do have categories. The categories aren't fixed like we want them in our brain, right? But they pretty much know based off
That's
DNA
absolutely
evidence.
not true.
Yeah, okay, I don't want to argue with you about that, bro. That sounds crazy.
I mean, I just presented it.
No due diligence. You cannot read one paper half to death and think you got a grasp on it, bro.
I didn't, but I want you to show the source that says species are fixed, though.
I don't have to show a source, right? Anybody listening got enough sense to know that a nigga know where the goddamn category Homo sapiens sapiens are in, yo. Like, you don't, come on, yo.
That wasn't even the question. You said that different species categories are fixed, and that's what they did think, but you got to think on how do they do it. So let me ask you this question, how do they determine different species?
Man, goddamn, yo. I didn't say that nothing was fixed. I said in our brains, and I didn't say that. I said in our brains we want things fixed. And I'm saying based off more available evidence on something, the species may change, is what I'm saying. But to sit here and read a paper talking about that ain't making no sense right there.
But you can't even converse about it. I would like to have a conversation about it, but instead of just talking over me, I'm trying doing the cackling crows type thing. Let's just have a conversation and we can get to the end of it.
No, you're reading high level information and nobody knows where you're going with it.
I mean, I wasn't able to land. I would have landed and people would have known exactly where, but everybody think they know already, so I didn't even get a chance to land.
Listen, I'm glad you're reading it, but you'll get better at understanding what points to highlight.
So what point did I miss?
We don't know the point. We don't know what the fuck you was trying to do. Now, I heard everything. So tell me what you was trying to prove, and I'll let you know whether you proved that or not based off my limited understanding of the subject. What was you trying to prove, bro?
Y'all should have just let me go in the first place, and we wouldn't have had to do this now. It's just silly.
Just tell us the point, bro.
I mean, I said the point. If you was listening, I'll say it again.
Yeah, but you was reading for 10 minutes.
Just want to be a cackling crow. Hush your mouth, and you may be able to hear something. Whenever I started, what I said was, because James keep asking the question, then why are they reclassifying humans and human species? James keep asking that question. Why are they reclassifying species? And I answered the question because the species problem, right? There is no consensus on species classification, right? And they come into terms with that, right? In science, they are now coming to terms that the way that they are determining new species, it could be arbitrary, right? Because and the Europeans use themselves as a standard, right? So whenever they say something has a bigger brain opposed to smaller brain, that's something different. That's out the window. Whenever they say something got a high forehead opposed to a low forehead, that's going out the window. When they say something has longer limb proportions than something else, that don't make something else a new species. They're not for certain. That is all in question right now. That's what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, you saying a lot. What I'm saying, but that's exactly what I said, and you jumped at it. You feel me?
That's what everybody say what I say once I get a chance.
But I'm not saying. Hold on, slow down. So, but since y'all agree, let me tell you where his area is. Watch this.
All right,
dude, do you understand that if they had not found Neanderthal DNA in humans in 2010, they wouldn't even be able to be having this conversation? There wouldn't be no need to retaxify anything.
What does that have to do with anything?
I'm done.
Exactly.
You don't even understand.
Don't even have nothing to do with nothing. What is your point?
If you don't know it's there, then everybody is Homo sapiens sapiens. And there ain't no need to be trying to reclassify nothing.
Yeah, see, now we getting back to our disagreement. So you saying they
It ain't no
reclassify
So
white
y'all
people
don't even
as
know what y'all talking about. That's what's going on.
bro. James, how does that negate what I'm saying? That's part of what I'm saying is that whenever they finding new stuff, they seeing that the lines are blurred. You feel me? So that you really helping my point, but you don't know how to explain it. So my thing is, whenever they finding these new fossils, they having trouble categorizing them because there's no clear lines on how to differentiate different species. It's just it's lookership, right? You measure the skulls, right? But we already know that's sketchy. They measure their limbs, but we saying,
but you don't understand. They not measuring skulls no more, dude. Listen, they not measuring skulls no more, and they know exactly based on DNA. They know that this stuff is living. That ain't no guesswork no more.
What does that have to do with what I'm saying, James?
They don't even need to use craniums. Listen, dude, they don't need to use craniums no more.
Stay on topic. That don't have nothing to do with nothing. It really don't. Wow. DNA ain't got nothing to do with classifying people because you still have to use your own mind and say, once I look at the DNA, this is what it is, and then you have to say why.
They found genetics that's not Homo sapiens sapien. Do you understand that?
James, I'm not gonna go into that lame ass point.
I know, because you don't even understand what I'm saying.
What does that have to do with what I'm saying, though? You just trying to make your own point. I'm not gonna make your argument.
It's getting confusing.
Make your argument for yourself. That's what I'm not gonna do. What's happening? What's happening?
Hey, let's let Bobby finish.
I said what it is. Y'all will catch up here in a minute.
It's gonna be confusing when we trying to play DNA experts for sure.
Everybody, we should let's mute out. Bobby, go ahead and finish what you were saying.
Y'all to catch up in a minute. It is exactly what I said it is.
Man, you cannot be using Charles Darwin in 2023 when the genome has been sequenced. You can't use Charles Darwin. That's just like
using Charles Darwin.
That's just like using the Hubble telescope when we got the James Webb. Like, who does that?
Bro, we still use Albert Einstein, bro. What are you talking about?
Man, when data gets updated, you don't use old data. You use
bro, we still use Albert Einstein.
I hear y'all demonizing Diop all day. But y'all want to go back and use some 1800 shit when we got stuff that's been updated and answered all these questions. Y'all still talking about using craniums and looking at skulls and shit. Like, who does some dumb shit like that? Y'all crazy.
Pseudo battle. It's a pseudo battle, yo. It's a pseudo sword fight at this point, yo.
But here's
what source is pseudo? Show me a pseudo source.
Did you get to hear? Let's get back to the good part real quick. Did you get to hear when James was bringing forth the sources that show what he was saying was actually right? Did you see that part when he was showing that map and stuff?
Nah, man, he ain't show no map to say that white people's another whole species. That's crazy.
That's why I went to a different point, bro. I ain't talking about that point.
I never said they was a whole different species.
No, but James, did you read that source I put in the back chat for you?
How many times I gotta say that?
Get lost.
This is what I need to figure out. Hold on, stop right here. How many times I gotta keep saying that I'm not saying? I just showed y'all a post on my Facebook page telling y'all what I'm saying from 2016. What are y'all talking about?
Hey, James, did you read that source I dropped for you in the back chat?
But no, I ain't read it. I don't
and where it say that, you know, the modern Egyptians, some of the ones they tested in North African are not Arabs. Read the article. I dropped it for you.
I don't know where y'all at now, yo.
I don't know what he's talking about.
No, because he was saying he brought up that map to say that the people in North Africa are invaders.
They wouldn't be named Arabs in 8,500 years ago.
Not Arabs, bro. They're a mixture of a lot of people who mixed in the North. Like, what's the matter with that? Like, we be always
right. But James was saying that
they wouldn't be named Arabs
indigenous at all.
Don't even say nothing else. That doesn't
matter. Bro, you did say that. Don't try to act like you didn't say that.
We know when the Arabs came through text. We know when they became Arabs. They used to be.
Then why you call them Arabs?
Because that's what they are now.
Yeah, I get the Arabs in terms of like Greeks, culture and all that.
Persians,
but
they used to be Assyrians. All of those people have the SLC gene. They coming from that area.
But they also have indigenous North African
y'all
DNA.
Are really embarrassing y'all.
Yeah, you need to read that article I just gave you.
I know. I don't know what you're talking about.
Designation
I don't know
is
how y'all
not
switch from Neanderthal shit.
Misconstruing information, bro.
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
what's
He
really
want to go
sad.
back to.
That's what's really sad.
Hey, yo.
Yeah. We just blaming
Ain't
on
no
me
way.
because y'all don't know what y'all
Ain't
talking
no.
about.
I know. You know the reason we don't know what the hell we talking about because it's too much. This shit worse than trying to understand the meta nature, yo, without the foundation. Like, if I can't understand what's going on, y'all baby out there, and I'm not even trying to be funny, yo.
I know.
The way
That's what I've been. But you know what, Unc? I've been trying to help you since 2016 too. But you just don't want to accept it because you want to listen to Ngozi. That's what's wrong with you. You listen. You believe everything Ngozi say, but you won't listen to nobody else. That's what your problem is. You think because he talk fast that he's telling you the truth, but he's not.
Your phone ain't clear. Your phone ain't
Ngozi
clear.
can pop up too. I'm just telling you.
Your phone ain't clear. We can't hear you.
Yeah, and Ngozi can pop up too. I'm just telling you what the problem is, bro.
But James, you say what the problem is, but then when I put my thing down, you can't do nothing but can't even say what the issue is.
Because you talking about you using
bro, why you gotta talk over me
using...
though? But I'm saying if you got a contention specifically with what I'm saying, say your specific contention.
We
That's
getting
what
out
you can't do.
Look, real quick, Gozy.
Yeah, y'all got the loud.
Hold up, let's let Gozy speak for
Whoa,
himself.
Right, everybody mute up.
Bobby, then Gozy. Go ahead.
What up, bro?
He said, first of all, yo, I don't take nobody at their word. Not as an expert and got the paperwork. So you can leave all that Ngozi shit somewhere at the door. You, my nigga, and you can't make a good point when nobody understands. And you diligence dive in it, it's a bunch of fucking confusion. That's what I'm saying. Like, don't nobody know what the hell you trying to say because you did. Don't make me clip your ass up. You did say white people was a different race based off they mixed with Neanderthal. You did say it, bro. Now, if you didn't mean it, that's fine. You can take it back. But don't jump on this motherfucker and act like I'm just a stupid ass nigga. Because I do this all day, every day. And the shit you saying, yo, don't make sense to nobody but you, bro. So what's your reason for howling out Neanderthal and Denisovan? Because they are humans, though, nigga. What's your point of saying that, though, bro? Since you the big shot on the block, you got the time to prove it. So what's wrong with Neanderthal, nigga? And what's wrong with Denisovan, yo? What's wrong with them now? I'm listening, bro. How did they change who Homo sapiens is, bro? I'm listening, dude. What make them better or lesser, I'm saying, than everybody else? I'm listening, my nigga. Now you got your chance to prove it, Mr. James. Why is it that all of a sudden, because you mixed with Neanderthal, which you are, and Denisovan, that some kind of way you're fucking less of a human being? I'm listening, bro. Because what the hell is your point?
Nobody know.
Hey, Smash, let me hold on. Hey, Smash,
we need to drop DJ Clue bomb.
Hey, Smash, this ain't goes. I want to say something. I've been gone. Gullah just gave me the Batman signal. First of all, people keep talking about Ngozi with sources. Ngozi tell everybody to do the same thing. Anything that I say, if anybody go look it up, they can look this stuff up themselves. So if you want a source, when I tell you about a link and you go look it up, it's not hard. I just don't say shit out my ass or just bring shit up out of my imagination. You think I sit up here and just talk for nothing? I will lead you to the source and tell you to look this stuff up yourself. And then when you look it up yourself, it shouldn't be nothing. So people got a habit of saying Ngozi is not showing any sources. Nigga, I am the source because I lead you to the goddamn source. I don't make this shit up. You think I make this shit up? You think I just talk for nothing? Anything I ever said on any show, it has never been any misinformation. Anything. Look it up. I'm trying to get people to look things up themselves. Stop being lazy and look it up yourself. So all I do is mimic the data that's presented that I study. So what are you talking about, bro? What's the problem? And then you low key look this shit up. I be noticing every time somebody talk, he low key look this shit up and then come back like he just like no one just said what they just said, bro.
Hey, Gozy, can you explain? Because he was saying that he was saying something about the SLC gene or something.
Hold on, let Gozy finish because you're gonna take him some real quick.
This dude sat up there and lied. He asked a question yesterday. He said, "Do all Africans got Neanderthal in them?" I told the truth. I said no. And then he said, "Do all Africans got Denisovan in them?" I said no. Then I brought up the people that don't have those signals in them. I spoke about the Nilotic people. A large cluster of Nilotic people don't have that. I can't bring up the Khoisan because a lot of the Khoisan people have it because they received from pastoralists, from Cushitic pastoralists, they gave it to them, primarily the Nama clan. I can't bring up the Yoruba because they got signals of it in them. The Mandinka people got signals of it in them. And another signal is something from a ghost population that's distinct from that. You can't bring up the North Africans because they have a continuation and a continuity of late admixture and ancient admixture that's been going on for a very long time in North Africa. So if you ask the question, who don't have it, I talked about the people in the center east. Who are the people in the center east? Those Nilos that you find. So
But
I don't understand.
It could be a benefit though, Gozy. It could be a benefit though. Niggas
of course it's a benefit.
up.
I mean, a ghost, if he looked this up, you can type up Yoruba have genes that help reduce cancer or tumors. Right. It's a fact. The ghost population genes help us resist cancer. If you have that, if you have it, you can look this up. Look it up. Yoruba have genes that help resist cancer or tumors. Look this stuff up, yo. So, I mean, it's benefits, bro. It is benefits. So, I mean, sexual selection and mixing is not a problem. It's actually beneficial. So he's making it seem like if you do it, you become something different. You become something separate, and it makes you less than a human. I mean, so that means everybody on this phone, they got traces of it in them. We not human no more because we got Neanderthal in us. Everybody is talking right now.
Right. Watch this.
That's my
Now, this is what this is about. It ain't got nothing to do with no racism. What it got to do with is somebody saying
James, let me ask you a question.
Was there 23,000 years ago, and they look like they look now. That's what this got to do.
You say what? You say what? You say what?
This what this got to do with. Somebody named Ngozi said that the same people that are there today, that those Arabs, those light-skinned Arabs, have been there for 23,000 years. That's what this got to do with. If you didn't say that, then I apologize.
Let me
correct
you.
Samantha Kiata
said it. Samantha Kiata said it. Now apologize.
Samantha Kiata is fucking wrong.
He said it.
What the fuck
okay,
is you talking
wrong.
about?
Okay, we're gonna listen to him before we listen to you. How about that? Don't say that man wrong.
Watch this. Let me show you how crazy you is.
You gonna say that man wrong?
Let me show you how crazy you is. Let me watch this. Watch this.
Against
how crazy you are,
nigga.
You
I'm crazy, but you arguing against the geneticists, nigga. You're arguing against the geneticists, nigga. Think about how wild
you went and got a video.
You're arguing against the geneticists.
Hey, y'all come off mute as y'all so please, but we starting to go into the area where can't nobody even hear it.
Yeah, play the video, man. It's 14 years ago.
Not playing nothing.
Not playing nothing. It's 14 years ago, is it not?
I'm not playing nothing for you, dog.
Don't.
I'll say what he's saying, and then you go next.
Okay,
come on.
Go ahead.
I'm saying I'm not playing nothing for this man. This man can't even explain what the hell he's talking about because he carried the same genes. What are you trying to say to us, James, for the last 5 years, bro? What is your point? Bro. We want to know what's your I know what Smash point. Hold on, Doug. I know what Smash point is when he teach and say what he say. I know what the fucking Ngozi saying when he teach, and everybody know what the hell I say. We're trying to figure out at this point. We even know what due diligence is saying, but we want to know, bro. And I'm not being funny, yo, because I fucks with you. You know it. What the hell are you trying to tell us today? You got the floor, bro.
You used the Soy Kenyatta video from 14 years ago. Am I correct? Do you know that when he made that video,
I used the 1974
when he made that video
years ago. What does that mean?
The Neanderthal genes had not even been in
man, that's not the hey dog.
Yes, it is. So how can you make an analysis if you ain't got all that data? How can you make that analysis?
Bro, I'm gonna ask you again and go make this man tell us what the hell he's saying.
And Ngozi can't help you.
You know what he's trying to say?
I don't know.
Why we gonna calm down, Smash? Ask that man what the hell he trying to tell us.
But I'm telling you, that video where he made that analysis was before the Neanderthal genomes had been
James, can I say something to you, please?
I want to say something to you too,
Okay, that's fine. Let me just add on to what Brother James. Let me just say something to you, bro. Listen, the people in that portion of Africa have been mixed a very long time. We're not talking about 3,000 years ago, 4,000 years ago when Hyksos came in. And I'm not denying populations who were that were Nilos that drifted up there. I'm trying to say that that region, that portion of Africa, the proximity, the locale, they have a continuity that's shared with people in the Near East for a very long time. First of all, the first phase of people in the Near East, when the basal Eurasians first peeled off, they were dark skinned. So people that came back into Africa 28,000 years ago with mtDNAU6 were dark skinned, right? They didn't have a lot of the later derived traits even that we have in morphology. So if you asking if the first people that came back in 8,000, 23,000 years ago, yes, they were dark skinned.
So hold on. So don't even. Gozy, how do you understand what this man is saying, though?
No, no. See, I know what he's saying. He's not saying that the people that are there today.
Do you know what this man is trying to tell us, dog?
You don't even know what he's saying.
I know. You trying to explain some shit he will never understand, Gozy.
I understand everything he's saying.
He doesn't even care what you're saying, Gozy. He don't care about nothing you're saying. So somebody, please let me know what the hell is James talking about, bro?
I want to answer this question that he's saying. I think he's saying for now. This is what I'm trying to say.
How do you know? What's the question, Gozy? Do you know what he's trying to say, though, bro? Hold on, Gozy. Tell me what that man trying to say. Since you know, tell me. I'm listening.
What he's trying to get the answer to. He said he's based off of me. He said that I said that the people in that region have been looking the same for the last 23,000 years. He's trying to get, how do they look like that? Why do they look like that compared to other groups of people on the continent?
So that's what he's trying to prove. Neanderthal. He's saying they look different because of Neanderthal.
No, that's where he's trying to get in Gozy. That ain't his overall point, though.
I'm muted out because he's saying you don't even know what I'm saying. Matter of fact, you're trying to characterize what I'm saying. Don't say what I'm saying.
Hold on, James.
Let me say what I'm saying. Don't tell me what I'm saying.
One mic, it sounds awful.
James, I'm trying to answer your question.
It's bad. Let Gozy go. Let Gozy speak.
What I'm trying to say is the Neanderthal signal has nothing to do with what anyone looks like. I want to get that out the way. No one looks like those archaic humans in that species, which is Homo neanderthalis. No one looks like this species of human. No one, even though we have traces of it in us or percentiles at 1 to 2%, no one looks like this species of human. So this species has nothing to do with the morphology or the modern human variation of light skin that we have. The modern human variation of light skin is totally distinct than the variation of light skin that Neanderthals had. They went through their own changes to develop those unique traits that they had. They went through it first, right? It has nothing to do with our later derived form of light skin. But what I'm saying is that we follow the populations in that region from the earliest population that back migrated that was dark skinned, who intermingled with other dark skinned people. And then around 6,500 years ago, when the Anatolian farmers started to disperse and they started drifting to the continent, and you start to see the shift on chromosome 15 with populations primarily in the delta of Egypt and populations in the Levant in the Bronze Age, where they start to receive the lighter skin signal from populations that came from ancient Anatolia or near the Black Sea, where the first case of this SLC2485 mutation was discovered near the Cistercian cave near Georgia. That's where they found it at first, before it derived with populations in the Anatolian farmers who primarily dealt with wheat. And you see the chromosome 15 shift in A11T, or alanine changes position to thymine on a 111 amino acid. These people developed this trait first near that area, and it dispersed and spread it into multiple directions. So around 6,500 years ago, this is when you start to see the trait start to kick in, especially with people in the Delta. People in Upper Egypt. People
you like you telling me something. We just showed everybody the same thing you said.
I'm trying, but we want to talk about the morphology, the skull type, right? People
that found the skull. All that
no.
We already cleared that it wasn't 23,000 years ago.
We talking about what they look like, right?
So he just admitted it wasn't 23,000 years ago. The average was white.
No, we talking about what they look like. You're not.
Yeah, I know that because people before this DNA thing, they just looked at what people look like.
When we look at James, is that what happened, James?
He just admitted what we already said before he jumped on here.
I've been saying this. Hold on. I've been saying this. They have been.
Man, you've been talking about 23,000 years ago. Cut it out and go.
23,000 years ago. Do you get what I'm trying to say right now?
I've been knowing what you trying to say that other people wouldn't understand.
No, listen.
I'm just talking about the gene that got around there to make them look different.
All right, look, James, you kind of cut him off though. Like, I mean, you're gonna get your whole turn to respond. So go ahead.
What I'm trying to say is, you look at that Carter skull. You look at the skulls with the Siberian skull to the Hellfang culture, or looking at the Ibero-Mauritian skulls in ancient North Africa. Morphologically, in the nasal passage, the alveolar, the mandibular, it lacks prognathism. The shape of the orbit around the eye socket they look totally different than populations south of the Sahara in morphology. That means that these people already had in some regions of North Africa an aquiline feature. And the feature that I used to coin, even Shamaka Keita uses it, is Ethio-Somali, or the outdated term that some people will label as Caucasoid morphology, but they don't use the term no more in anthropology because it's outdated. But if you wanted to coin that phenotype or that morphology is not unique to people in the Caucasus. It actually derived in Africa first. It's a unique morphology from Africa to the early Levant first, before you even have a lot of the later derived traits that we have. Because if you look at this Western Central African genetics, we're highly admixed ourselves. We're just highly admixed with different groups that develop independently.
He must have cut off. James, you can respond. He must have cut off.
There ain't even nothing to respond to, bro.
So clear.
He just admitted that it got around there about 65
I always been saying that. I always.
Well, that ain't what I've been getting out of it. So hopefully everybody else can be clear now.
James, listen, James.
I got some questions.
James, you never heard it go to say that SLC 245 is 23,000 years old.
No, you just been saying that them same people been there for 23,000 years. That's gonna be confusing.
They have been there. They have been there that long. They have.
So when you just say
I'm trying to give you the layers of their mutations.
If the gene ain't
that's
there,
not irresponsible.
Before we even knew about genetics,
what you ain't saying
was writing, when those Egyptians was writing, who those people was coming in, they was drawing what they was talking about, what they seen. They didn't have no ability, but they just started noticing some light.
So if you want to
they wrote it in there. But you talking about, you telling us that they always been there when the people was writing it, saying something different.
James,
the genetics don't say that either.
Hey James, he tried to tell you. And what you ain't saying, and I'm just gonna ride on James' side. I'm on your side, James. Damn, let me.
That's gonna help you.
You know what? You know what? I can't do James, man. You crazy.
He didn't know. Go ahead. You've been shooting.
I'm just trying to say, and Ngozi didn't say that it's two reasons. You didn't clear that. You didn't make that clear, Ngozi, that it's more than one reason why they look the way they look. So go ahead and.
So since Corey broke it down, yes, I did not say it directly, but I want him to understand and the audience to understand. I never said that SLC 245 is 23,000 years old. Morphologically, those people have looked the same for a very long time. I'm talking about according to the data that's presented on their skull shapes. You have some skulls that they find there that's intermediate. Sometimes they even, in earlier phases, they classify some of them, especially near Aswan or Luxor, as Negroid, and to populations in the north is something totally different. Even Petrie talked about mulatto skulls and a superior skull and all that type of skull. I'm not using that, but if you look at the people there today, and you look at the populations, they have those same features. When you go towards Aswan and you go towards Luxor, they have more of the robust feature. When you go towards the Delta, they have more of the typical features that you could find in Palestine or Lebanon. When you go towards the center, you find intermediates. You can find people that's light-skinned in Egypt today with big lips and big nose and curly hair. You can find people in Egypt today with dark skin with narrow features, thin nose. Those features it's a continuity. It's always been there. So there's not a strong, consistent look.
Ngozi, can you elaborate on the species problem?
The species of Neanderthal is a separate species than Homo sapiens.
No. I mean, in general, there's a problem in science and biology called the species problem. Are you aware? Can you expound on it?
The species problem when it comes to the species of Neanderthal and Denisovan and Homo sapiens, in that sense?
I've been trying to tell
just in general, because the species problem is the problem that there's no scientific consensus on how you come to defining different species. And there's 26 taxonomic categorization systems around the world that are all valid. So from my research, this is one of the reasons why we're having a hard time classifying these new fossils that we found, because the lines are blurred, because like how you expound on the limb proportions and the skull, stuff like that, they're coming to realize they questioning is it as different as we think? Is it just physical differences and doesn't necessarily make it something that's different, right? So that's a problem. And also we have the evolution theory mixing with biology and taxonomy, right? So we have some verbiage from the theory of evolution when we're talking about using these natural groups. And then these natural groups is coming down and then turning into different things. But in biology, we are seeing it, but we don't know where to cut the lines at. You know what I'm saying? So that's becoming an issue.
Well, the species problem is not a general overall consensus. Most scientists don't even, you have scientists that have that issue, but most scientists, that's not a general consensus that can reject speciation. It's really not. We find people that have these little, what they classify as hypothetical.
DNA. I'm trying
hold
to tell
on. I'm not just talking about D. I'm trying to get to the point. You have theoretical physicists and other types of physicists that have these narratives of speech. That's not the overall general consensus. Anybody that go to school for biology, anybody go to school for chemistry, and the outstanding model is going to always be, it's a fact. There is a separation in speciations, especially when you get into genetics. When you look at the proportions, when you look at the base signal splittings, when you look at it, when you follow things like molecular clocks, when you follow things like it's the what they call developmental regulatory processes in nature, there's a lot of things to add on to how species is separate. We know that Neanderthals is a separate species from Homo sapien because there are a lot of.
That's not true though, Ngozi, because then So let me just answer this question.
He said it ain't true.
So let me just ask you a question.
Go ahead, brother. Because I mean, it seems like you're against evolution, but go ahead.
I mean, you can characterize it however you want to characterize it, but then just let me ask you this question. How do we know when species turn into a different species? Give me the qualifications, Ngozi.
Well, no one can see that on the surface. We never seen that.
I didn't ask you that. I just mean, generally speaking, specifically speaking.
I don't know how to answer that because no one never seen that.
Because it don't exist.
They did it through DNA.
Hold on. This is what you said. You said we know that different species exist, and we know from the vernacular. Hey, Ngozi, we going back and forth, bro. Chill. It's all good. But
I hear
like you know. But then when I ask you, how do you know? You fail.
Right.
You
So
I'm
gonna ask bro.
Dude, you gotta let him talk, bro.
You won't let me talk. Go ahead. Because I hear your undertones, and I've been doing this for years. And I'll be a lying ass nigga or a lying ass person. No. Listen, hold on. Listen, let's not pretend because I don't pretend. I'm serious. Okay. I will be a lying ass nigga, or any scientist to be a lying ass person if they can tell you that. So let's not go there. You're trying to act like it's a I got you moment, and it's not a I got you moment. No, it's not a I got you moment. I'm not a liar. So if I was to no one has ever seen a scientist on the surface, and this is when people started. I battled Lex on this stupid ass shit between a battle of microevolution and macroevolution because there are gaps on the surface. You think that it's no scientist can answer that. But you have certain formulas and certain things that they show to prove their case. Like, I'm going to ask you a question as simple as I can, because it's not a I got you moment, because you seem like you're anti-evolution, and that's okay. You have a right to have that. But what I'm trying to say is if you see a lot of changes at the micro level, eventually you're going to see it at the larger macro level. If there are a lot of changes going on at the micro level. That's the best way I can answer. This is not a aha, I got you moment.
I'm not.
I'm just saying.
All right, let's hear dude's response. Let's hear due diligence's response.
Okay. And Ngozi, this is so. If I do get you, it's just because it's just the information. But I'm not trying to discredit you as a person. I respect you as a person and your information. But this is what I'm trying to say. You said let's not act like we don't know how different species are different species. And then when I asked you failed miserably. So, I got you. But also what I'm trying to say is, hold on. Also what I'm trying to say is that I agree with you that there are differences. Hold on, you gotta let me go, bro. Let me go.
That's not even me talking, bro.
No, that's Sabio. Sabio, you right next. You next, Sabio. Go ahead.
Damn. So I agree with you, Ngozi, that there are changes on the molecular level, on the microscopic level that do change on the macro, on from the micro to the macro. That's all a given. But what I'm bringing to you is we don't know where to draw the lines, and that's accepted in science. that is the general consensus in science that species, there is no consensus on how you classify a species. If so, we would have a chart, and the chart that we do have don't tell us how to do it. It just says this is this because the skull is different. This is different because the brain is different. But then when you ask scientists, why do these delineate? Why do these make a different species? They really can't say. It's just really lookership. And even whenever you're dealing with the micro on the inside and things changing molecularly, there is no valid reason that people can give you to say that, okay, since this one is different like this on the inside, and this one is different like this on the inside, to then validate and say this is a different species.
Well, hold on, dude. Let me ask you. Don't they?
I want to answer this question so bad, so bad. I want to answer it so bad.
Yeah, go ahead. That's the way it goes.
I want to answer it so bad. Listen, I'm going to say it again. This is not an aha, I got you and Gozy moment, because you're not getting shit. You're asking the same question that everybody asks, and no scientist with sense, it could just tell you, well, I seen this yesterday. It doesn't work like that. But I'm going to say it again. If you agree with the changes at the molecular level or at the micro level, and you can see the shift, if it's changing there, eventually it will show on a larger level. That's the best way I can answer it. Anybody. So this is not an aha, I got you moment. You can ask any scientist. I don't care who it is. They're going to say this. I will be a liar. And that's what you guys want me to do. I would not lie. I am not. No. Listen, I will not lie. I am not going to make up nothing. If it's not there, it's not there. So what I'm trying to say is I'm not one of those gap people that insert my own narrative into the gap. I repeat the data that's presented. So no. What I'm trying to say is, hold on. But let's talk about the differences that we could see. Back to this brother's question. So when we get into hold on. When we get to hold on.
He right in the middle of his thing. Just remember your point, dude.
It ain't gonna take long. When we talk about the differences that Brother James is asking, those differences can be explained. Like when we talk about why the people over there look the way they look. You know, the species things come up between Neanderthal and Homo sapiens. I'm trying to tell this brother that because people have Neanderthal genes or traits, that doesn't make people look a certain way. I'm trying to explain to him that the morphology that you find in that portion of Africa is consistent, and that skull type is distinct and only in phenotype, not as a separate species, than populations that you find in tropical zones. That's what all this is about. And then we can get into the genetic signatures and the single nucleotide polymorphisms, or the haplogroups or the sex chromosomes, or the HLAs or human leukoantigens. Even talking about that doesn't separate them as a species. These are unique traits that we develop based off surroundings that we are in. That's it. And that's only at the clinal level. Overall, most people are 99.9% the same. So so this has nothing to do with the questioning of surface. It's just different species. The only time that came up is when he said that the Neanderthal is a separate species than Homo sapiens, and if you have that in you, you're separate. That's what it came up at. This conversation has no. That's all I'm saying.
So it sounds like we agree, but you won't say it the way that I say it, because whenever you expound on it, you say that there's no scientist that can show you how, and you can't see it. And that's the species problem, is that there's no criteria. You know what I mean? There is no elements to show that, okay, this species has these characteristics and these elements to make it this, and this one is different, and these are the reasons why, and we can show that in a scientific way. So you would then say you agree with me that there is no scientific consensus on how you delineate species.
What makes me
Sabio got cut off. Yeah, Sabio got cut.
Yeah, let's go. Let's hear Sabio.
Yo,
go ahead, Sabio.
If there is no scientific classification for a species, then how do we classify lions and cheetahs?
So, man, I'm glad Sabio came through. That was beautiful.
Can I answer that? This conversation right now.
Let me answer that.
Classify lions?
Let me answer that.
He's talking about seeing an evolution change, brother Sabio. Can we see that?
Listen, Sabio, you can't even keep up with the conversation.
Why you talking when Gozy talking? I don't get it. I know you be hearing Gozy talking. You just be starting right when he talking. Due diligence.
Talking to me. My bad. I could have sworn he was responding to me.
No, brother Sabio, what he's trying to say is, of course, Sabio, as you said, You can
I
see the
seen
difference in
some
species between,
videos.
but of course, Sabio, as you said, you can see the difference
Now,
between the species of a cheetah and a dog and a Homo sapien and a
yo,
gorilla. You can see that. But he's saying you can't see the changes happening in species, in speciation. You can't see
Okay.
that separation. You know, you get what I'm trying to say?
I do. But see, this is where he has to slow down because at one time there was one or a couple of animals that these things, the lion and the cheetah, evolved from. So we can see the separation through the fossil record.
Yeah, but he said we can't see it happen.
No,
No one's
because
saying it happened.
It takes that millions.
Let me
like,
speak
what
for
do you want
myself.
us
That's
to
why
do?
he ain't got to speak to me because y'all acting like I ain't here. So just let me respond to it instead of letting Ngozi speak for me.
What the Bible does.
Like I said was there is no consensus on how species are categorized. That's what I'm telling you. And the ones that we have are pseudo. You feel me? So this is what
No,
Let
it's
me
not
tell you
pseudo.
something.
They never said
How they
pseudo.
do. If you can breathe with it,
this is
then
easy.
it's-
This is
you can't
light
breathe
work.
with it, it's
But
another
y'all don't even want to let me finish to explain on what I'm saying. So all you have to do is Google
in science, if you can't breathe with it,
Hey, at least let Dude finish too. Everybody let each other finish. Let's let Dude finish, then we're gonna hear Bob. I think I heard you say something. Go ahead.
You feel me? Because this is light work, because everybody can say, but ain't nobody looked it up. So if you type in the species problem, it will show you there are 26 recognized ways to delineate different species around the world, and they all are accepted. So if you got 26 ways to do it, it will show you that it's arbitrary, right? And it's cultural,
give us an example
right? But man, be quiet, bro, because you don't have no idea what you're talking about.
Give us an example.
What I'm saying is what you saying, Sabio, is two different things. I'm saying the system that we use is flawed, and it's in science. All you have to do is Google it. You feel me? It's there.
Okay, and I think I know for a fact I answered your question. And when it comes to the how, there's no scientists can really do that. But at the micro level, you can see the changes, and you can see the surface. On the surface, like you said, a lion, a cheetah. But in explaining how, that's when gaps come in at. So what I'm trying to say is that it's obvious that I know, and that's why I'm not going to play that game. But that's why you can obviously see the difference between me, this type of ape that I am as Homo sapien, right? And then you can see the difference between me and a gorilla.
Right.
Or I'm gonna take that out the taxon because we're close. You can see the difference between me, and you can see the difference between another mammal like a lion and me, or a cat and me. You can see the difference, right? Or at the root, let's talk about the hoax gene. Remember that, right? Let's talk about the hoax gene and the Homeo toolkit.
Hoax gene.
And hoax gene.
But
all organisms
let me ask you this.
Have the same baseline proportions.
Regulatory genes.
Nah, don't ask no more questions. Let me ask y'all this.
The question
Hold on.
is when we have
No
species
more
that are closer
questions,
together,
due
like
diligence.
Neanderthal and
No more-
Denisovans.
Hold on, let me ask.
Wait, we supposed to let Bob go.
This one
Bob
ended,
was next.
and this one began.
Wait, what's happening right now? I thought it was
It's
Ankh
children.
turn. I thought it was Ankh turn.
Hold
Hold on.
Nah, it's Bobby's turn.
Yeah, they tripping.
No, go ahead.
Listen. Nobody says it the way due diligence is saying it, and nobody says it the way James is saying it. So at that point, there's a correction that need to be made that maybe I can't help y'all correct it. Y'all need to really talk to this geneticist I'm gonna have come on, and I dare y'all say the same thing y'all saying. Have that heart. Don't be like a sovereign expert on and don't talk about none of the stuff you talk about. Have the heart, when I bring the geneticist on, I dare you. I dare you say what you're saying.
I'm gonna be right there.
Rest my case.
You're gonna
Be right there.
crazy.
I pulled them up, Uncle. You wouldn't even listen to what I had to say. I had a paleoanthropologist quote that's saying the same thing that I'm saying, but you wouldn't even give the time away. So you can't even listen. What you said was, I don't know what dude was saying.
That's not how I go. Listen, bro. That's not how I go. I hear James saying, why y'all using Charles Darwin? What are you talking about? Then why stop saying you from Africa then? That was Charles Darwin's place.
Man, watch this.
Stop saying you from Africa.
Watch this. This how crazy y'all
So
is.
you
watch
cut
this.
me off. I can't yell, y'all. I'm in the middle of talking, nigga, and you cut me off. So stop saying that you come from Africa, bro. Because that ain't played out. Or is it, James? Because Charles Darwin, it wasn't none of your ancestors said that. No elder that you know of purported a scientific theory that humans come from Africa, bro. So no, Charles Darwin's not out there.
All right, but I hear what you're saying, Ankh, but hold on. That's kind of crazy because you saying scientifically. But before Darwin, the first thing we had in America, the first name for Americans was Christians and Africans. So we didn't need Darwin to know we came from Africa. The first name, it wasn't Negroes, it was Christians and Africans. But scientifically, what Ankh said is 100% correct. If you own the out of Africa theory.
No, I'm saying no that we started.
I just wanted to clear that up for people.
Africa.
People might be confused about that. Yeah.
Oh yeah, I didn't mean that. Of course, you know where they snatched you from. I'm saying that the origin of humanity was in Africa. They didn't know that. Nobody knew that, bro. Everybody thought they came from their tribe. Whether it was the Dogon, whether the Egyptians, whether the Khoisan, they all had their mythos, and that's where their tribe came from. So we need to understand my man took that trip around the world, yo. He circumnavigated the globe. It was a whole entire mind shift, yo. I'm trying to figure out a situation where maybe the James Webb Telescope might make a whole mind shift in the way we think we know things and see things, yo. But it's hard to find an example for that, yo. People actually thought they came from even the Garden of Eden or some mound somewhere in Mesoamerica, yo, whatever you was from. And I just want y'all to recognize that.
Right. And then Savante Pablo came along and sequenced the whole genome of modern human and archaic humans. And that just, now it's no more guesswork to Darwin's theories. That's what I'm on.
It's a scientific theory.
What?
See, this is how far behind y'all are.
Do you know what a scientific theory is? Why did you say theory like that?
Hold up, is chimpanzees and bonobos
James
the
is.
same species?
Did you hear how you use theory?
James is.
Watch this. Is chimpanzees and bonobos the same species? Watch this. Answer the question. Chimpanzees and bonobos the same species. Ngozi.
Just don't understand, yo. No, they different species.
They different. So, but how similar?
Different species of baboon.
What is the percentage of their difference in genetics?
Between who? Us and who? Bonobos? 2%.
No, between bonobo. I'm talking about bonobos and chimpanzees, which are a separate species. They're classified as separate species.
Oh, it's just like a lion and tiger. They're very close, but the developmental
regulatory they're the same thing as Homo sapiens and Homo Neanderthal. It's the same thing.
Okay, listen.
That's when y'all don't want to. Y'all think I'm done, but I know exactly.
Did you find this point out, Gozy? Did you find?
You don't know. Don't even worry.
Let him respond, James. Yeah, let him respond, James.
He won't let me respond. It goes back to developmental regulatory genes. So that's a great example. A chimpanzee and a bonobo, and chromosome, same numbers, but due to developmental regulatory genes, it separates them as a separate species. The same way with us and Neanderthals.
That's so you just what I'm saying. That. So it's over. But you don't know. Just leave it alone, bro.
But James, you're proving Darwin's point. This is not an aha moment against evolution. I don't know why people keep trying, but what I'm trying to say is between Homo sapiens and Homo neanderthalis, we are a separate species, but we're still part of the same genus, Homo, which is humans, right? But what I'm saying is having 2% or 0.6% or 0.3% isn't enough to separate us as a species amongst populations today that's living. You get what I'm trying to say?
Why does it work for bonobos and chimpanzees and it's the same amount of percentage, but it don't work for humans and Neanderthal? So they should put chimpanzees and bonobos together.
No.
It's the same
James.
He don't get it.
Y'all don't get that they just found Neanderthal DNA.
I don't really get it either, so let Gozy explain. You asked the question, why don't they put them bonobos together? Now let
I'm trying to answer his question. So James,
why would he ask that question?
Because I don't know either. I'm just learning, so let's let Gozy answer.
James, 2% and 0.6% or 0.3% isn't enough to separate us from the cup of the species that we are. So what I'm trying to say is no Homo sapien is walking around here 50% Neanderthal and 50% Homo sapien. Go ahead.
Bonobos and chimpanzees are 99.7%
That's not what it mean, though. It don't mean that. So I'm
Go ahead. What do it mean? What do it mean? What do it mean?
It means the same thing in human DNA as
no,
it means
no,
in
it don't.
chimpanzee.
No, it
yes, it
don't.
does.
No,
Y'all
it
crazy.
don't.
Hold on. I get what he,
Let's make you talk. Hold on, Goldie. Hold on, Goldie.
Y'all talk about this
See what he trying to do, right?
another day, because y'all wrong. I'll pull it up on y'all if y'all think I'm
I get what
tripping.
he's trying to say now. Hold on. It's coming to me. Hey, it's coming to me now, and I get it. Now I'm catching it. What he's trying to say, is this in the audience. He's trying to say we don't know for sure that the 99.9% that share with regular people is really. So he basically saying, like a bonobo and a chimpanzee, right? They're 99.7% the same, even though they're 99.7% the same. And we know about developmental regulatory genes, they're still a separate species. He's saying just because all humans are 99.9% the same, we don't know fully if white people and these other
well, this is real quick.
Because you ain't added in the 2%.
But I just been DJing and I've been refereeing. But let me get James. Let me get this in because it's in your favor. Now, this is what I don't understand about what you just said, Gozy. Because now this is what's crazy to me. Previously, before they found this data, they said exactly what you said. But then they say now they find that Europeans or whatever have 2% or whatever Neanderthal DNA. So that has to change the math. That would mean that we couldn't be 99% alike because they got 2%. That would drop it down to what, 97, right? And unless my math is also, I think they're going to come back out with these numbers, but how could they still be the same if they found out a new finding that adds 2% more into the equation?
So I'm going to ask you a question, right? Neanderthals and humans are 99.7% the same. 99.7% in genetics when it comes to chromosome signatures it's the same. But you have something in nature called developmental regulatory genes that separate us, just like a lion and a tiger or a bonobo.
No, I get it. As soon as you said that, you said basically Neanderthals and humans are 99.7% the same. So even if they got 2% of Neanderthals, 99.7% of that 2% is still the same, like ours, correct?
It's right, and it's only the developmental regulatory genes and the variance of that whole 2%. It's not even the whole 4 to 2%, but out of that, the variance of that is partial, not out of it as a whole, but it's still similar in affinity to our species anyway. So it doesn't change the position. It doesn't change the position of people with this 2 to 4% in variance to be a separate species, because
that
even
make
even the
perfect
variance
sense.
that they.
Do that not make sense to you, James? I get it. Because if that, put it this way, James, he's saying basically, okay, they find this other 2%, but of the other 2%, 99% of that is still the same.
The same thing, hold on, but listen, Smash, the same thing applies for bonobos and chimpanzees. It's only the point after that's changed. See what I'm saying?
It's a little different. It's a little different, James. Just real quick. I just want to tell James how that's different, because this is a new number, a new value inserted into the equation of Neanderthals. No. I'm talking about scientists. When they found this 2%, it's a new value into the equation of how much percent of our DNA is. You see what I'm saying? Because it's the same. No, not you being knowing this. It's new data in the genetic equation. You see what I mean? When they found out about 2010 or whatever, when they found out about this 2% DNA, they have a new value to insert into the equation. And now of that new value, it's still 99.7% the same as the original one. So
that's what I've been saying the whole time.
But then that don't make no sense with the inquiry of why this 2% changes them. It really wouldn't, because 99.7% of the 2% is still the same, bro.
Listen, because why? Okay, that's why I said, well, then why is chimpanzee? They got the same amount of those points that we talking about. They got the same points in their species. Why are they classified as a different species? Why don't they go and make them all the same species?
So what's the new data in their equation? It's
the same. They've been classified as a different species. They did not know that we had that 2% until 2010. Now that's why they're postulating if they want to take them out of the Homo
because Homo Neanderthal was extinct. They found the DNA. They want to figure out how they're going to classify this new little 2% that they found. It is the same thing as a chimpanzee and a bonobo. I'm telling you, man.
Okay, I'm learning. Go ahead, Gozy. Go ahead.
They can try to minimalize it all they
so I'm
want.
gonna answer your question. So
Huh?
when you go into something called the DEMI, right? The demi level or the climbs, right? In genetics, you go smaller and go all the way below. You can see the separation, and this is when developmental regulatory genes matter, right? To be able to delineate or separate the species or the speciation. This is when the brother was talking about, I think that was the I don't know his name. At the micro level, you can see the shifts. And you can also see at the micro and the molecular level of the changes to be able to give an idea into the idea of the speciation separation from one another, where we're able to delineate or they're able to delineate from one another. So what I'm trying to say is that when it comes to the bonobo and the chimp, when you go down and you separate the speciation, you can see, even though they're 99 point whatever the same, once you go at the demi level or the clinal level, you can see the separation between them two, which makes them what they are. This is when developmental regulatory genes kicks in. So when it comes to us, most people, when you go into the developmental regulatory genes, there isn't a separation. You can see a shift in allele expression, like what's responsible for shifts at chromosome 15 to make people lighter, or 88R2B gene, which gives people a shift in allele expressing themselves at levels of how they can tolerate their levels of depressions. Allele shifts when it comes to MCR1, melanocortin receptor 1, in our expressions of how melanin expresses itself. That right there is not even enough at the developmental regulatory process to separate us. Those are basic surface allele shifts with populations today. So there, when it comes to the developmental regulatory process of genes, you don't see that separation in speciations between modern Homo sapiens today, compared to when you look at the developmental regulatory genes between a chimp and a bonobo at 99 point whatever percentage. You can see the speciation separateness against these two. Compared to us, you don't see that. Human beings haven't even had enough time to be separated from one another, regardless of what we look like, to even be a separate group of people.
Man,
even
I'm
when we
telling
see
you, those
that little
bonobos
2%.
and chimps look just alike. I don't really know the difference. Only thing I know is one of them is a little bit lighter.
Well,
One a little bit dark. I don't know too much
this is
of a
what
difference.
makes science. And this is what makes science.
But this is what I'm saying, goes. You
Hold
said a
on,
lot.
James. And this is what James. This is what makes science.
But I already know what you're saying.
Science. This is what science.
You can say all that.
Science. I mean, James. This is what makes science so messy. You can't base things off lookership, because you can have things that's totally opposite. Genetics. Yeah, but you can't base things off. But you can't base things off. But I'm talking about on the surface. You said, listen, you just said something. You said a bonobo and a chimpanzee look exactly the same. And you're looking at the surface.
So do humans.
But you're looking at the surface. So me and a Scottish man can look totally different. But 99.9% of our genes is the same, even though you find surface allele expressions that shift that make us look distinct. But it's not enough to separate us as a species. I mean, I can say a lion and a tiger, you peel their skin off, you look at their skulls, it looks the same. No one can really tell, but it's a separate species. You see what I'm saying?
Well, I think I proved my point. I mean, it ain't nothing else for me to say. I think I've just pretty much nipped this in the bud. You can try to filibuster and keep talking, but what I'm talking about and what you may be saying, it's irrelevant to what I'm talking about, because I've already proven. Based on bonobo. See, people don't even know. When I be just throwing these little things at y'all don't know the significance of how deep it is what I'm telling. When
I definitely get it. That's why I catch it.
I'm not bringing this up for no reason, because I already know the answer.
But James, that's why I catch it though. That's why I catch it, and then I explain.
Yeah, I know you know what I'm on. But I'm just saying,
I definitely do, and that's why I'm trying.
Has no clue. I know you know what I'm talking about. But you're trying to minimalize what I'm saying.
I'm not trying to do none of that.
Why don't you just say, man, you own it? Let's do that.
No, I can't.
Because
I can't do that,
bro. I know what I'm talking about.
I'm not gonna make Billy or Muhammad or these other groups of people separate. Yeah, I'm not gonna do that, because we're not separate as a species. I mean, I know you want to be separate.
But this is not me and you. I mean, your argument, Ngozi. This is what scientists are postulating. Remember that. They're the ones talking about. They're the ones saying, man, should we change the taxonomy? James didn't do that.
They're not, but they're not there, bro. They're not.
They are
They're not,
postulating.
bro.
Dude,
They're not.
go hit them
They're
with it.
not. They're
They
not.
are postulating that they're gonna do
They're
that.
not changing They're not changing the taxonomy of Homo sapiens. They're not.
I would agree. It would be the best thing for them to do, but they are thinking about doing it.
That's what
We
it's
was
your
just
personal
hold up.
opinion.
What everybody on this panel, we was talking about this. Now y'all quiet. But y'all were talking about, yeah, that's new information and new data. Why wouldn't they change? That's what y'all was saying the other day.
No, but Ngozi never said anything.
I know you didn't. I'm talking about these other people that's
but what I'm
quiet as
saying
a
is
church
why,
house mouse right now.
but you just said that's what you want. You
They
said
thought, no, they
said
said that that's what they want. Yeah, man, it's new information. What's wrong with changing it? See what I'm saying?
James, but they're not gonna. But James, they're not gonna separate. They're not gonna separate the species of Homo sapiens. I mean, I know you like that.
I know they not, because that would be admitting that they are different species. That's what the conundrum is.
But they're not.
I know they not. They bet not, because I'm gonna be 100% right. You know what? I'm on it, Ngozi. Trust me.
You're funny, man.
If they change it, I'm gonna be 100% correct. It's gonna be even worse if they do it. So you better hope they don't do this.
Well, they're not. I can tell you.
You hoping they don't.
So
yeah, you want everybody to be kumbaya.
I mean,
I got you, Ngozi.
No, it's just nature, man. I mean,
they got a little bit of something different that we don't got that they found in 2010.
It's not that deep. It ain't that deep. And we got some stuff different. I mean, ghost population.
Yeah, but you know what's funny about this to me, Ngozi, is they told us that we was 3/5 of a human, and they the only ones with the cut. Ain't that crazy?
I mean, that's old propaganda. They was idiots when they said that.
I know, but I'm just talking about after the data that came out, they are the only ones with the cut.
No,
ain't that beautiful?
They not the only ones.
I'm talking about cut. I'm talking about not indigenous African cut. Because you know the nucleus of the species is Homo sapiens. Cut it out.
Hey, hold on.
Don't try to minimize what I'm saying.
You gotta play game.
You don't want me to say it, but they did us like that. They said y'all 3/5 of a human. Now we done found out that y'all with the cut. That's
listen, the people that they had, man, from the location that we come from, they had traces of it in them. You know what I mean? Even if they had the Euros had to full 2-to-1, you had traces of it in you, and you got the ghost population genes that they just discovered. And they trying to say that whatever this is goes back possibly before the split of those so-called Neanderthals out of Africa from Homo heidelbergensis or Homo bovi. So what I'm trying to say and that's at 19 to 13%, bro. So I'm just saying, like, we're not gonna play this game. We're not gonna play this game.
But hold on. So see, for me, that don't even matter because it's still on the continent. It's indigenous African DNA. So you don't like that though. See, when somebody can tell you that. See, every time that's what y'all do. That's y'all escape. That's the escape hatch. They got ghost DNA, but it's still on the continent, so it don't matter. But what came out? Watch this, Ngozi. What species did they say came out and mixed with Neanderthal? Did they say the ghost population, or did they say Homo sapiens sapiens?
Homo sapiens. But here's the question.
It's as simple as that.
Here's the thing, though, James. But the Neanderthal ancestor left out of Africa. And he became Neanderthal outside of the continent.
Yeah. I told him that.
I know that. What are you talking about, Shaquan? Cut it out.
Right, but I'm just saying, James, like, so what I'm saying is this type of ape that we are in whatever phase, and I know a lot of, if y'all don't like the term ape, that's fine. Everybody got it right. But I'm just saying, for me, the type of ape that I feel that we are had multiple phases and times out of that continent, from Homo erectus to the predecessor that gave rise to Neanderthal and Denisovan, to the late wave of great apes in the form of Homo sapiens sapiens that left out. So I don't see what the problem is. I mean, I don't.
Well, like I said, the problem was
Jim.
My only problem was that you was just postulating and saying that those people was there for 23,000 years with the light skin. That's why I got back.
James, I never said that, bro. The light skin.
Okay, now stop. Did anybody else hear him infer that those or think that he was talking about those Arab-looking people who have been there? I'm just saying, am I crazy or not? I think
Brother Corey answered it better. I should have went into detail and talked about the phase. So he was right about that. But I would never say that the allele for the skin tone that a lot of those people have was there 23,000 years ago, because it was not. But it was there in inception of dynastic period. It was there before you even have the dynastic period, because it started to spread predominantly at that time. So from 23,000 years ago, their morphology was the same and similarity to the populations that you see. But when it comes to the lighter skin that you see, that was there, lingering around.
That's the now we on the right page. Thank you, man. God damn, it took us a whole year for you to get to this.
Those people are still the remnants of the people that's been there.
Besides the skin color, that's cool. But see, when the people in Egypt was looking at them, they was like, that's family. You see what I'm saying? They didn't have nothing that was too distinct for them to make a differentiation until they started turning that color. Then they started calling them Asiatic. So now we got our timelines right. But when you inferring a 23,000 year mark and saying that those Arabs have already been there, I'm gonna have a problem with that in Gaza. You see what I'm saying?
Please
that's
tell
all
them
that was,
they're
bro. It wasn't
not
nothing personal.
They're
I just
not.
wanted to get that out of it.
But let me just say this,
I
brother.
sent you the article. You just refused to read
it. Brother.
Man,
Brother
I told you, Shaquan, this ain't never been about you, homie.
I sent him that article, and he won't read.
You just jumped in the car, but this been
going
on for a
I
minute.
sent him that exact same article in the back chat. He refuses to read it.
Man, I don't know why he don't want to read it. I don't know why. I mean, if you read it, it'll answer your question. Ah, man.
Listen, go check your messages.
Brother Smash. I mean, not Smash, but James. The modern population in Egypt are culturally Arab, but they are not Arabs. They're Egyptian, and they have a continuity in their portion of Africa. Only 17% of the population, autosomally speaking, has Arab DNA. They're overall in the overall DNA composition, they are indigenous to their area. Just like us, we are
Since when Arab is a DNA thing?
Their DNA came from nowhere. What's up with that?
No, I just want to know what's Arab DNA.
Their DNA just popped up out of nowhere is what you telling.
No, I'm trying to answer your question, James. Africans in the diaspora, whether we're in Jamaica or North America or Trinidad or Haiti, we range at 5 to, I'll say, all the way up to some people 30% European. Does that separate us from being black or what's labeled as, black people or Africans? No. Admixture comes with the territory because of our situation. The proximity of Egypt, right? The location and looking at the proximity of that area, that's a transcontinental country. It's in the middle in between the Levant, the Mediterranean, the Red Sea, South is Sudan, right? It only makes sense that this zone will receive signals from those places, and it's been continuous for a very long time, especially in a transcontinental country like that. So what I'm saying is only 17% of the population have this larger Arab influx, but the overall DNA composition is the same, and it's been it's been consistent for a very long time. Not to mention Arabs who has a high Natufian-like signal. If you look at the PCAs that's used, like G25, or these little PCAs that's used when you put their data in, looking at the Mahidi Arabs, looking at the people of Socotra, looking at the people of Emirates, they had a high level of Natufian-like signals too. Pre-dynastic Egyptians, they had the same thing. So all Arabs did is put an older component back into these people. Arabs are not a white people unless they come from the Najaz zone over the Hijaz zones of Arabs, primarily the portions of West and Medina, Socotra, Yemen. You start to see those more older autochthonous groups. The difference between modern Arabs and Egyptians now is that modern Arabs have a larger Iranian Neolithic component in them compared to the Egyptians. Those signals decrease. The Egyptians have a signature between the Iranian Neolithic and the Anatolian signals, but they both have that larger, older Natufian signal that already had a cuff bridge between North Africa and the Levant anyway. So so even that 17% doesn't do enough to make them overall different. They still have a continuity with these populations anyway. You get what I'm trying to say?
Some of us got more European than 17%.
And that's what I said. We can range from 3% to 30%. Some of us, what's his name?
Watch this though. Check this out.
Henry Louis.
But can you admit they're not Arabs, James? We can't move on until you admit to this art.
Watch this. The African Americans over here with the 17%.
You just gonna move on anyway.
No, I'm just asking a question. The African Americans over here with the 17%, what do they look like?
we don't care.
You keep talking about what people look like.
Yeah, because see, that's what's gonna throw y'all out. Even though we got 17%, we still look like Africa. We still look like Africa.
Look, bro, my homegirl look like a straight white girl.
We still look like Africa.
And she black. So you can't go off looker shit.
Can I say something, Smash? Can I say something, Smash? Hey, everybody, hey, Smash, let me just say this. I want to catch you up in something. When we see a Habasha from Ethiopia that look like Nipsey Hussle or Haile Selassie, and I want to be very cautious because I know the Eritreans don't like the Ethiopians, but I'm just saying, in morphology, when we see these people, they have a consistent look. When we look at the Somali near the Horn, they have a consistent look. When we look at the people in Western Central Africa, they have a consistent look, but there's a little bit more diversity in zones that we are from. When you look at the North African, they have a consistent look. What do you mean people with 17% look more African? They look more Western Central African from the direct place that we come from. The North African... No, not you, Smash. I'm talking about James. What I'm saying is, he just brought up, even with 17%, look at how the people look with 17%, they still look black. We look like the portion of black people that we come from Western Central Africa. That's what we should look like.
What do you account for the European 17% at? What is that?
Okay, but hold on. When you look at the Somali and the Habasha in that portion of East Africa, they have a look. So even if they were 17%, you'll be able to tell that that's an East African right there. That's a Somali. That's a Habasha. That's a Oromo. You can look at them.
No,
you look at the people.
Can I say something, please? We ain't talking about the ones that look like Africans, but we know
the North Africans. Listen, the North Africans. Hold on. Before you go in, I'm just gonna say this, sweet peas, before you go. A North African looks like a North African. They have a consistent from Morocco all the way to Tunisia to Egypt. They look like North Africans, and you can see the difference between them if you've been around them all. But they all have a consistent look compared to populations in the East and compared to a Khoi
like
in the
Iranians.
All right, my turn.
Iraqis. They don't look like Palestinians. They don't look like them.
Please, give me a chance. My turn now. Two things. James, how the breeze on top of the hill? Don't answer that. It's supposed to feel cool like you're in the islands. But the thing that I'm going against is that because we have so much admixtures, the Africans in the diaspora, the Africans in the Caribbean, the Africans in America, because the European admixture, we do not have a consistent look. There is no consistent look for the African American, as there is for somebody in Nigeria or somebody in Eritrea or somebody in Ethiopia. We do not have a consistent look. If we get 1,000 African Americans and put them in a room, it's 1,000 different looks because of the European admixture that we have. So people saying that we only say because our eyes and our brain seek patterns, we only say individually we look like West Africans. But if you put us together in a church, in a black church, on a Sunday morning, the African American has no consistent look because of the European admixture. Make no doubt about that.
Can we get away from these analogies that include look and ship? It's way more confusing to try to unwind that.
No. Let me finish, because you were saying about consistency and look and the effects of the European admixture on us. So I will agree with James. The European has changed the African American, the African Caribbean. There is no consistent Jamaican look. There's no consistent Trinidadian look. There's no consistent Brazilian look within that population of black people. It spans the gamut because of the European admixture.
Can I answer you? Can I say something, sweet peas? Or does somebody else want to go?
Go ahead, say something.
I want to say something. I want to say something. I want to say that.
All I really want to be able to say
I want to say that Neanderthals are not.
I'm
talking, bro. Golly, slow your roll. Neanderthals are not a different species, like you said. And Gozi, you said Neanderthals will be a different species. I just wanted to give a little pushback, because one of the things for speciation is the ability to interbreed. You already said that, and they already admitted that.
They're different species of humans, but you can breed within a million-year gap. You can breed within a
Hey, you
million
gonna
year
let me
gap,
get this
bro.
out though?
But there are different species of humans. You gotta look
Let
that
me get
up.
this out. Let me get this out.
Go
Because
ahead.
I don't want you to start saying I need to look it up and I don't
Yeah,
understand.
you do.
And I need
You
to
do. I didn't
revisit.
never say you didn't
Because
understand anything. I never said you didn't understand
I'm just
anything,
saying.
but I want you to be very
I'm just
cautious
saying.
about
Okay,
when you
let me
talk.
get this out though. Let me get this out
Yeah, go
because
ahead,
dude
brother.
tried to warn you. Due
No, you
diligence had
can't
to
warn. You
let you
can't
know
warn
that
me
by
because I think you guys are entertaining and you want to catch people and you can't. You think you guys are
Hey, but
entertaining. It's
that
not. It's
hey,
not a
hey, but
warn.
it goes.
I heard you talk
You haven't
before.
spoken.
I can
It
I can
goes.
tell
You
you.
haven't
I can tell
spoken to
you
me,
read. I can
and
tell
all
you
the
read.
talking
I
before
heard you
shit you
speak
talking about,
before.
bro.
I
You
Hey, but
heard
ain't
this
you
the
even
read
fed,
problem.
before.
See,
so you just
Babylon
gonna
Don, this the
overtalk me
problem.
because you ain't even
Babylon,
speak
you
before.
came in addressing him, and that's what you
Yeah, he
should
trying to
just,
be slick.
yeah,
Don't do
talk
that,
about
bro.
the
Yeah,
information. That's where
yeah,
y'all went
all
wrong.
this slick shit ain't called
Just
for.
go
Cause
ahead and say
I don't know
yo,
what's wrong
Bro,
with
I
you
get
guys.
tired of
but
niggas
you got
trying
the
to
floor,
redirect my
Babylon, but just don't
conversation.
I
address
mean,
a
I'm being
person.
direct with you.
I thought this conversation was about.
But you
I thought
saying
this conversation was
misinformation,
about
bro.
the
Like you
information. I
saying
ain't come in
misinformation
attacking
though.
All right,
you.
go
Like
ahead
the
with the
So
Jews
just
consider
information,
shut up
Christians
for
Babylon.
a
You
totally
minute,
good.
different.
bro.
What you
I
Go
think
saying?
ahead with the information, Babylon. You good.
anyway, like I was saying, by definition, we do not have a way to speciate. That's Darwin's argument, the origin of species. That was his first argument. So it does have an evolutionary tie. The second thing is, when you get to the origin of species, they don't know the origin of species. And like the brother said, it's 26 different ways to taxonomize these species. And you mentioned, Ngozi, this is a fact. This ain't got nothing to do with you, bro. I'm not attacking you. You said that Neanderthals were a separate species, everybody knows it, than human beings, than Homo sapiens. And I'm saying one of the definitions for species is to be able to interbreed. And human beings have interbred, Homo sapiens interbred with Neanderthals, proving that they are the same species and not different, like you said. That's all I was
Okay,
saying, bro. You was
can
wrong.
I ask you a question? Can
Look,
I ask you a
no,
question?
Goldie, let me get this.
No, go ahead.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
I just showed you Babylon done about hybridization of in biology. They showed that they were different species of and hybridization just means two different species can procreate. So
Anyway,
go ahead,
not just that.
James, you talking in circles. You haven't said nothing all day. You've been begging the question a whole while. You haven't made a statement.
Hybridization in biology also teaches that there's a million-year gap. So anything within that same close family, they can do it within a million years. For example, a lion and a tiger, right? They can produce a liger, but most male ligers are sterile.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to ask everyone on here the question: where's the surviving Y chromosome of Neanderthals? It didn't even last. It didn't even last if you look it up. When they looked at the Neanderthals and Altai, right, they found out that they had an older Y chromosome that was similar to Homo sapiens, A00, which showed that Homo sapiens had an early wave out of Africa. Their Y chromosome wasn't successful. So what I'm saying is that male ligers are sterile. You can look this up. Like I don't like, this is not a I got you moment. So when it comes to the hybridization between the two, anybody knows that they study this stuff within a million years. If they're close in taxon, they can breed within that million-year range. So a Homo sapien could screw a Neanderthal. They're only separated from one another between 500,000 years within the species lane of where they split or diverge. 500,000 years within the species lane when they diverge.
Okay,
500,000 years. So
like a donkey, like a donkey.
No. What I'm almost finished. I just don't like when people. This is not a. You're addressing
Now
something.
we're
I'm
coming
trying
with
to
an
say
explanation
something.
instead of science.
Okay, it's not a. Go ahead, man. I'm gonna let you talk, bro. You can say whatever you want, man. Go ahead.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. The bottom, man, the bottom. God damn, Smash, man. Every time I come in here 5 seconds, bro, I wound up getting directed and told how to talk. It's like I have a regular conversation in my real life. And like when I come on here, I'm some type of beast or animal and don't know how to hold a conversation. I'm a grown ass man, bro. I know how to talk. So it goes, let me tell you this, bro. Nevertheless, it goes, you are wrong. You just backtracked and you just said, of course they can breed with each other. But you said they were a separate species earlier. Do you not see
They are a separate species, bro. They're separate species of humans. They are. No, I'm not, country. No, I'm not. I'm not. That's how you taking it because you're trying to play. You're doing.
Okay, now you talking, Goldie, so I don't look bad.
You are doing pseudo judo shit.
and you're putting holes and gaps that you want to fulfill. I don't do that goofy shit that people be doing, bro. Science does not speak to absolutes. What I'm trying to say is, again, I'm going to repeat myself. Within the taxon of these people, within a million, they're very, they are. Yeah. That's what I'm saying with the goofy shit that people do. That's what I'm saying. Period. And what I'm trying to say is, though, is the shit.
Babylon, you out of your league, bro. Fall back, man. Fall back.
I don't like you're trying to get I don't get these I got you moments, and it's like when you read the shit, you can see the shit. Like I'm just mimicking the data. You're gonna just override what they got, bro. What I'm trying to say is, and I'm gonna say it one more time. Go ahead. I don't know who want to talk. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Right now, yo.
Go ahead, brother. Go ahead, bro.
This has become the I got you moment. I got you community. Get anybody. Okay. All it is. People are not here to excuse that information or learn or teach. This is about people and their egos and gotcha moments, bro. That's all it is. This whole conversation for the last however long Smash has been since he stopped teaching has been about gotcha moments.
But hey, I'm just gonna say this.
Man, I've been on this line for like 2 or 3 hours.
Hey, Sabio, I'm gonna feed that ego. I'm gonna feed that ego. You're all right. Hey, bro, listen.
Babylon, you just cut him right off. You act like you couldn't even hear him. Maybe your phone couldn't hear him, Babylon, but he was talking. Go ahead.
Feed y'all ego. If you feel that they the same species and that's what it is, you're right. I don't got time for this shit. I don't talk in circles. I'm not gonna keep repeating myself about the same process over and over again. And it's like y'all don't want to get it because you want to be right.
They want
to be right.
They don't want to get it.
Y'all might have to learn that from when goes. I'm finna have to
It's
stop
not
here.
about allowing the data. It's not about allowing.
It never really has been. Niggas is trying to teach some shit. It's never been about that. I don't know when that happened. But look. All I'm trying to really say, right, is that James, you've been somewhat consistent about your statements. You slide a little bit towards some more scientific ways to be able to explain what you're trying to say. But the fact that you've been saying it you've been saying it hardcore for about a month right now, and the fact that we still don't know what you're trying to arrive at, like we don't understand the implications of you being 100% correct on anything that you say, that's a big problem right there. We don't even know where you're trying to go with that. Like that's the real issue. So we sitting up here trying to debate like the nuances of the in-between games or what the experts are debating, which we don't have no way to verify, we don't have no way to disprove, right? But we done got to the point where we beyond disproving them, and we are basing so much of this on your opinion. And I'm willing to give you, hey, what if you 100% right? What the hell are you trying to say at the end of all of that shit? That's my biggest problem. And I'm sitting up here listening to you go on and argue with people for hours, and I don't even know where you're trying to land. I don't even know what country you trying to land in at this point. But I'm gonna get off of here, man. Peace to the panel. I love all y'all, man. Peace out.
Peace,
hey, you spoke fast, bro.
All right, that's cool because we had about 5 hours anyway. I'm gonna get ready to close it down, but we can go on and wind it down anyway. JJ, what's up?
All right.
What's up with you?
Peace and blessings, man. Can y'all hear me? Yeah, man.
What up, JJ?
Hey, man, on top of one of these skyscrapers. JJ fly high. I gotta fly high to keep down on you mere mortals. You're mere mortals when it comes to this. You understand me? No, I'm just peeking in, bro, man. I missed the conversation, so I can't really chime in. But I do want to call Lex Vortex out. I'm gonna keep it short and simple. This brother's running around here talking about he's a Christian mystic who deals with the dark side. Now, coming from my studies, wait. Now, coming from my studies, and in the Lions Den academic team, we have found that you have been a walking contradiction. Because the fact of the matter is, as Jabari would say, is that you can't have two things at the same time. Basically, this brother's claiming the dark side. Christian mystics purge the darkness. They purge out dark spirits. See, brother, JJ has done a little investigation, and I'm calling you out. There's no such thing as a Christian mystic who practiced the dark side. Now yield the floor. I yield the floor.
What that?
Yo,
What that
before
got nothing to do with what we talking about?
Before I get up out of here, I want to say one thing. My question that I asked, that I've been asking for a minute, has not ever been addressed, Smash. And you know what the question is.
What's that?
You know what it is, Smash.
Where they go?
You know what my question is about the invasion, but
What
you know it don't ever get touched.
They never back migrated up out, so they just mixed in with the population, and we find the markers all up in their DNA. We'll talk about that next time. I'm gonna do some. If y'all want to talk about Egyptian DNA next time, we're gonna chime in on that tomorrow.
I got one more for you, man. Before I go, I'm sorry, man. I came in late.
And that's a dagger there.
I want
and
to
that's
ask
a dagger to a whole conversation, to a whole lot of this shit that people mix up, what you just said. And the last thing I want to say is keep all that biblical shit, all that mystical shit out of historical conversation.
Hey, don't. I mean, I don't want you to leave on that note, because actually this video, even before we went into the DNA, I was, if y'all got a chance to see it, I was showing some documentation to show some of the differences, as Gullah been one of the most frequent to point out the differences of the Nubian groups. But did any of y'all get to see that, and how they was showing how Nubia was different than Kush and all of that? You didn't see that, JJ, or anybody get to see that part?
No. Yeah, I seen that. But let me say one more point, and I got to get back to work.
What's up?
Yeah, it's what we're about to fight.
Did you take some photos?
Hold on, just mute out, because you about to have to work right now, bro. I muted JJ.
Yeah, let me go ahead and say my final
I
piece.
can't even mute JJ. Go ahead.
Let me go ahead and say my final piece. I think that we finally got to the point that I was trying to get to, that there wasn't a 23,000-year mark. What you've been showing with
That's
the text.
trash.
I'm talking right now in Babylon, or whoever that is. But yeah, anyway, what you've been showing with the text is going to line up with the DNA of them coming around from Anatolia at 6,500. And, you know, it's going to take time for that DNA to get it. So by the time they start seeing these people, they start writing about them. So it all lines up now. So that's all my whole mission was. Y'all won't have to hear me talk about DNA no more, I promise. So
no promise.
Thank you, Ngozi, for finally admitting what I've been trying to get.
No, I didn't admit anything, but I did.
Can I say something before you close? Like
go right ahead. I ain't in no rush. I'm just.
All right. Yeah. This is what I'm saying to James. James, you're treading on dangerous grounds, especially to differentiate the Homo sapiens and say that certain population, because they have Neanderthal DNA, is not what you call it. What was it, that thing you brought up? Pure Africans.
I ain't doing it no more, stupid. I already proved my point. Like you said, when you're on top of the hill, you need to chill. So I'm chilling. You feel me? So that's what it is.
No, you need to put your shield and your sword up, because the top of the hill is not a safe place to be. We're coming for you, because we need to know exactly what you're saying. Now that we establish that these people have Neanderthal DNA, what does that mean, James? Does it mean that they're less than humans?
Well, no, he's closing down now, so I'm not answering that today. If I have to keep answering,
give it in the form of final words, Stupides. Give it to him in the form of final words.
So if we are saying that people are less than, or not purity argument, we need to have a conversation on that. So we need to give James the floor one day to ask him what exactly is he saying. Now that we agree with you on certain aspects, give us the part 2 to your thesis. Thank you, James.
All right, let me close out real quick, 10 seconds, ladies and gentlemen. Considering the fact that Jabari Osaze is a top Kemetic scholar in our community, would you guys agree? Maybe some do, maybe some don't.
What's that? What'd you say, man?
That Jabari Osaze is one of the top Kemetic scholars in our community. Right?
No.
He cool to me. I ain't mad at Jabari, so keep going. What you got to say?
Okay,
you can say that.
So, at the Lions Den Academy of Education and Information, our research team have come to the conclusion that Jabari Osaze does not practice Afrocentrality. I just made that word up. Basically, what he does, he studies Kabbalah. The Kabbalah comes from the Torah, ladies and gentlemen.
Afrosensuality, huh?
Yeah, you like
now
that?
They got a term for what Jabari
like
do, and this is why y'all get confused. I'm gonna end it with this one, and this ain't a shot to Jabari, Let me close down some of this
By the way,
business I'm doing.
so bro, you can't. You gotta leave the Kabbalah alone. As I'm dealing with Torah and stuff, bro. The Kabbalah, that's Jewish mysticism. Your school teaches
Let me show
mysticism
you.
and Taoism, ladies and gentlemen. Go look it up. I just want to say he got that from the Asar Aset Society, the guy who started that Indian worshipers.
I'm gonna show you what's going on real quick right here. And it ain't again. This is just facts. So all y'all gotta do, because Garfield made up that term. What did he say, Egyptomaniac? But that ain't really the case. What we know this to be is called, and you can Google it. I'm gonna put it in Wiki right here. You see Kemet IS.
Whoa, Wiki.
You look, look. I'm doing it, but no, you do it 4 times, and that's Wiki. But look, hold on. I only did it once. So look, I'm showing y'all something. As a matter of fact, y'all see that word? Look, JJ.
We can't see it, man.
Oh, hold on.
Yeah, we can't.
What, y'all
I have
can't
to
see
come back
it?
and watch it later.
No,
wait, let me share my screen. It might be me, Smash. Hold up.
I'm sharing the screen.
Okay, now we see it. We see it now.
Y'all see what that say? Y'all didn't know that was in Wiki, huh?
Yeah.
Kemetism. Yeah, I mean, but now look, check this out. This is when you do all the stuff that people confuse us for. Look, Kemetism, also both known as Kemet, usually Val Kemet, native name, also sometimes referred to as Neterism, or Kemetic paganism, is a neo-pagan religion and revival of the ancient Egyptian religion and related expression of the religion in classic and late antiquity. See, we ain't into Kemetism, and that, no, I'm not disrespecting the people that are.
Somebody need to mute out.
Yeah, hold on, somebody. That's JJ.
I don't like that Kemetism shit.
So look, just check it out. When we can't confuse it and say that the people who study in Kemet is Kemetist. I'm not a Kemetist, and when you say that you are a priest of a shrine, you're in the Kemetism. And so that's definitely, this isn't a pejorative term, but it's just the facts, how we need to understand it and start separating game.
Hey,
when we JJ, come on, JJ, you pressing me, you coming off mute, and it's just hella noise. It's all good. I'm about to yield the mic right now. I just was showing the difference between, and people can read up on this, when you try to reinvent the old ancient Egyptian religion, and you get the America telling people we this, we that, that's Kemetism. And so I just wanted to show that in closing.
Well, I'm out, Smash. Beautiful show. I'll holler at y'all the next time.
Word up. Thanks everybody for tapping in. I'm out too. Appreciate y'all. Thanks for making it a good show. Peace, peace, peace.